Chapter 101. Ding, congratulations to Asmodeus for joining the chat group. The maintainer of Tianli was stunned for a moment when she heard the system prompt. She did not expect that this new Tianli would quietly cause such a big thing. But soon, the maintainer of Tianli also understood Mu Yang's intention, just like the former Tianli, let the 7 mortal rulers manage the world for him. And now this heavenly principle is letting people in the chat group purify the filth of the abyss. If Mu Yang were to purify the power of the abyss in person, Mu Yang's power would be consumed, but if people in the chat group were used to purify it, their power would be consumed. Just like the maintainer of heavenly principles, she can purify the filth of the abyss through this method, which does not consume much of Mu Yang herself, and can also strengthen Mu Yang's. Moreover, that point is also very necessary for the maintainers of heavenly principles. Others may not know that she, the maintainer of heavenly principles, has also been worn out. Even the wear and tear she suffered was more serious than Morix and the others. This is what heaven imposes on the creatures of Teyvat, and everyone is treated equally. This is also to allow the continent of Teyvat to exist longer. If there were no wear and tear restrictions, there would be no restrictions on the immortals' attacks, which would also be harmful to the Teyvat continent. Just like in the prehistoric times, why does the way of heaven promote catastrophes again and again? Is it not because those immortals continue to consume the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? They can live forever. If they have no contribution to the world, then these gods are parasites in the ancient world. The same is true for the continent of Teyvat. Powerful beings, especially those fighting against demons, are also consuming Te-12 Watts foundation to some extent. Of course, such consumption is very small, and these demon gods may not notice it themselves. But heaven knows it. Judging from Mu Yang's situation, there is no problem in solving the wear and tear. The process of purifying the filth of the abyss is also improving Mu Yang's strength in a disguised manner. As the natural law of Teyvat, Mu Yang will truly combine himself in the future. Teyvat fused together. The stronger Mu Yang becomes, the more Teyvat will continue to grow. The Keeper of Heavenly Principles also saw in Mu Yang the possibility that the continent of Teyvat could develop from a world that was about to be destroyed, and even get better and better. Even this world may be able to absorb and purify the power of the abyss, and it may continue to improve. Thinking of this possibility, the maintainer of karma became more and more looking forward to the future life. If before, it was just a slow death, but now, it really has a good future. If it were possible, who would like to die? Wendy, Zhongli, Wendy, old man, could it be that one? Zhongli, it is indeed that one. But shouldn't this be expected? Wendy, I just didn't expect that this person would join the group so quickly. Mu Yang, don't panic, everything will continue as usual. Zhongli, Wendy, okay, let's keep it as usual. Keqing, at Mu Yang, who is the new member of the group. Mu Yang, a friend who is a bit aloof. He usually doesn't make much noise in the group. He just treats it like that little bird and doesn't exist. But he is still very easy to talk to. Zhongli, Wendy, are you just talking nice to you? However, now even the maintainer of heavenly law has been awakened by Mu Yang, which should be a good thing for the entire continent of Teyvat. Asmodeus, Mu Yang is right, just pretend I don't exist. Now that you have this ability, you can think about it and solve the abyss pollution on your body, right? Mu Yang pointed at the maintainer of heavenly principles and said softly. The maintainer of the heavenly law also nodded slightly when he heard this. It has been somewhat seriously polluted by the abyss over the years. It will probably take a few months to completely purify it. When Mu Yang heard this, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. One thing he said was that the pollution of the maintainers of heavenly principles was the most serious that Mu Yang had ever seen. Teyvat was tortured to death by Dulan's poisonous blood before, but compared with the maintainer of heavenly principles, there is a world of difference. If it were any other demon god, he would definitely fall into the abyss at this time. This is also true for several gods that Mu Yang is familiar with. Slowly purify the power of the abyss from now on. Then also purify the power of the abyss on the periphery. Mu Yang sighed softly and said, the erosion of the world by the abyss is becoming more and more severe. I understand, but your strength is more important to this world. How do you improve your strength? Do you need my help? The maintainer of heavenly law stared at Mu Yang and asked. At this time, she also understood the importance of Mu Yang. Despite having his own protection, Mu Yang's safety is guaranteed. But the abyss is also very dangerous. Wasn't the former Tianli just tricked to death? The words of the maintainer of heavenly principles made Mu Yang's heart flutter. As long as the maintainer of heavenly principles comes, he can almost recover all the hearts of gods in one day. By then, Mu Yang's strength will also be significantly improved. Facing the maintainer of heavenly principles, even the ice god can only send the heart of God. If she could fight against the keeper of heavenly principles, she wouldn't need to raise the heart of God. But once you do this, won't you clear the level directly? Now that he has almost cleared the level, with the existence of the keeper of heavenly principles, it seems that no one can do anything to him. At least on the continent of Teyvat, there is still a need for some fun and fools to do something for the time being. The fools took away the heart of the rock god, solved the problem of suspended animation for Zhongli, and also helped Zhongli test Liu. Taking away the heart of the god of thunder, although it caused huge damage to Inazuma, it also changed the face of Inazuma, allowing Lei Movie to walk out of the pure land of one heart, and solved some guys who were creeping in and out. After that, they took the thunder god's heart to Sumi. On the surface, it seemed to be to create gods, but it also fundamentally solved the problem of Sumi, allowing the little lucky grass king to appear openly, and then with the help of the power of the heart of God solved the problem of world tree. Mu Yang only did half of the plot of Fontaine, or even less, but it is estimated that Fontaine will be flooded, and by then, the servants may also play a big role. As for the heart of God, it will definitely be taken away. Is this really just a coincidence? Perhaps the travelers are the ones who pay the most, but the fools also detonate the problem. At least Mu Yang doesn't think this is just a coincidence. Fools may not think so, but the ice god probably really thinks so. I took the heart of God, and I helped you solve the hidden dangers in your country. Moreover, I also took the blame for you. Of course, the most important thing is, Mu Yang said, if you collect all the hearts of God now, wouldn't it be very boring in the future? If the fools don't cause trouble, are they still the fools? If those guys directly join forces with the abyss, they will be in trouble. The heart of God can be withdrawn at any time, and his power is destined to be improved, but others can take advantage of this opportunity to improve their strength. Of course, it is also possible that if the heart of God is taken back directly, a certain dog author will not write it. Funny. The heart of God can help me improve my strength, but I have to collect the heart of God myself, and at the same time, I can test the attitudes of other gods. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yang also said, if the 7 gods are really pushed into a hurry, there's no guarantee they won't take refuge in the abyss. The maintainer of heavenly principles instantly understood after hearing these words. Is it worthy of the new heavenly principles? She is not completely ignorant of some of the 7 gods' thoughts. Of course, she can suppress them with strength, but there is no guarantee that they don't have some small thoughts. Through the affairs of God's heart, one can test these gods. To win over and suppress them, it depends on their own attitude. If there is a god who wants to die, just get rid of them directly. Nowadays, the earth veins of various countries are in chaos because of my relationship, and we need to pay more attention to it. After thinking about it, Mu Yang continued, you go to Daozu. Are you going to take action against Balzabul? The maintainer of heavenly law asked eagerly. Although she was severely eroded by the abyss, she still had no problem taking action. It was just Baal 690 ZEB, but she couldn't need it at will. Just give him a little lesson. Nowadays, everyone in Daozu is almost dead. As a god, she is too unqualified, and she is given 2 years to solve the plight of Rice Wife without using force, otherwise, this thunder god will be replaced. Mu Yang paused and continued, I will find a way to resurrect Baal. Balzabe's family is also mine. As long as I teach her a lesson, she will guide Balzabe. Bar. The eyes of the maintainer of heavenly principles flickered slightly, and she met Mu Yang's gaze, but she didn't say much. Just be resurrected. With the power of this heavenly being, I believe Bar will not do anything wrong. Ina wife. The keeper of heavenly principles looked at Ina wife's position. Then I was shocked inside, the good guy is really a good guy. Before, I was in deep sleep and had no time to take care of these things. I didn't expect that Ina wife would turn out like this. The aura of worshipping gods is getting more and more serious. Are those 2 islands Ba Ling Island and Ta Tao Ba? Orobus has been dead for so many years, and his influence has not yet been resolved. The 2 islands are no longer suitable for human habitation, and they are still affecting the surrounding sea areas. As time goes by, if this matter is not handled well, it may pollute the entire sea area of Teyvat continent. Well, at most it will take 1,000 years. Good guy, Balzabul is going to defy heaven. The keeper of heavenly principles also understood why Mu Yang wanted to teach Balzab a lesson. Just a lesson, Mu Yang is already good-tempered. Moreover, Inajima is still in the middle of a civil war. How did this happen? You are very brave. The Earth's veins are in such disorder. If it continues like this and is used by the people in the abyss, the whole country will go to heaven. You actually have a civil war. At this time, there was no need for Mu Yang to warn him. The maintainer of heavenly law wanted to go directly and give Balzabul a beating. Chapter 102. With Mu Yang's acquiescence, the defenders of the law of heaven were dispatched directly, and they fiercely attacked Daiji. After careful consideration, Mu Yang still did not start the live broadcast directly. He was also worried that the keeper of the law would scare everyone, and the atmosphere in the group might not be what it is now. The identities of Zhongli and Wendy have been guessed by everyone, but they never act like gods. Normally, she gets along with everyone as an ordinary person. Wendy is almost no different from an ordinary person. As for Zhongli, he may have some problems, but he is usually very talkative, but sometimes he just seems like an old scholar. But if there is a maintainer of heavenly law who can suppress the gods, the nature will become different. Although this will also make them feel that they have a backer and have more confidence when facing other countries or people from the Abyss Order in the future, there will still be some problems in the atmosphere within the group. After all, Asmod is not Wendy or Zhongli. She will not change herself for others. She doesn't care about anyone except Mu Yang. Within a moment, the figure of the Keeper of Heavenly Principles appeared in the sky above Inajima, and a terrifying aura emitted. This also shocked the whole fox of Ye Shenzi. She quickly said in the chat group at Mu Yang, "At Mu Yang, at Mu Yang, what the hell is going on? Why did she come today, oh wife?" It's a pity that even though the shoulder fox is a little bit disdainful, he still cares about Lei's movies. The maintainers of Tianli have all appeared in Inajima, how could Ying be her opponent? Mu Yang, no problem, Daozu's problem is too big. The sacred atmosphere of Tatarsha and Bailing Island is leaking and is polluting the surrounding sea areas. Due to the relationship between ocean currents and atmospheric circulation, it may not take 1,000 years to pollute the entire ocean, and even the entire Teyvat will be unsuitable for human survival by then. Keqing, is this an exaggeration? Does the god of thunder just ignore it? This should be a worldwide disaster, right? Mu Yang, the god of thunder, was directly destroyed. Of course, she may not know about it. As for other humans, haha, they will be dead by then. What does the world have to do with them? Moreover, they don't even care about the life and death of the people of Daozu, so how could they care about this matter? Keqing, it's really troublesome, but didn't the Eightfold God's son join the group? It should also solve the problem of worshipping the gods, right? Ye Shenzi, oh, it's true that I can solve the problem of worshipping gods, but Inajima's earth veins are now disordered and evil spirits are everywhere. It's too late for me to suppress the evil spirits. I haven't eaten or drank for more than half a month. Oh. As for the aura of worshipping gods, I have more than enough ambition but not enough power. At this time, Ye Shenzi also understood what Mu Yang meant, and deliberately wanted to cause some trouble for Lei Movie, so that she could not be a stable home girl in the Pure Land. Ye Shenzi said very much. It was because of this way that she was looking for a shadow. Trouble. Keqing, is that so? It's a pity that we can't live without her now, and Dao's wife is also under a national lockdown, otherwise we could come over to help. Ye Shenzi, maybe it really won't take long. Mu Yang, after all, the god who was awakened by the rice wife's situation also needs to bear the anger, right? The appearance of the maintainer of heavenly law in his own aura attracted the attention of countless people, especially the gods from other countries, who all focused their attention on the maintainer of heavenly law. Good guy, is this person going to Sky Island? In the past, it was just a certain aura erupting from Sky Island, which they could accept, but what happened now? Could it be that something happened to Inajima? Faced with the fierce approach of the maintainer of heavenly principles, General Raiden came out of meditation, and even his expression changed. It was obvious that at this time, it was Raiden Movie, not General Raiden, who took over the body. There is no way, even the maintainers of heavenly principles have come out, and only General Thunder and Lightning has gone out. Isn't this very disrespectful? Lei Movie also has hatred for the laws of nature and the maintainers of them. If the other party hadn't summoned the 7 gods to deal with Kenria, how could my sister have participated in such a war, let alone die? Therefore, Tianli also has a great responsibility for the death of my sister. Of course, Lei Qian can also understand the meaning of heaven. After all, lunatics like Kenria must be eliminated. If they don't get rid of Kenria as soon as possible, they will all be finished sooner or later. Facts have proved that Tianli's behavior is correct. If Kenria continues to develop, the country of Bai may have been destroyed. Moreover, she also knew that she could not be the opponent of the maintainer of heavenly principles, and she would not seek revenge from him, but when the other party came directly to her door, Lei Muvi was also confused. Why are you here? Lei Xingying stared at the keeper of heavenly principles and said in a cold tone. Although the other party is the maintainer of heavenly law, Lei Muvi also asks himself that he has never provoked the other party. Their rice wife is not Kenria. She has not made any mistakes, and she has not run with all her strength. Even when Lei Muvi is pursuing eternity, she is also restricting rice wife's development. Logically speaking, the maintainers of heavenly principles should be relatively satisfied with themselves. As a result, the other party came here immediately. Why? You still have the nerve to ask me why I'm here. The maintainer of heavenly principles was instantly laughed out of anger. How do you, the god of thunder, do it? The rice wives are already causing harm to the entire Teyvat continent. In less than 1,000 years, all human beings will be extinct because of you rice wives. Do you still have the nerve to ask me why I came here? 2. Everyone in Lei Movies was completely confused, and their wives didn't do anything? Is this a crime that the maintainer of heavenly principles wants to impose? Saying that their rice wives will also exterminate the entire human race in Teyvat is not the kind of people who look down on their own rice wives. Even if they were given 10,000 years, they would not be able to do this. However, Lei Muvi still glanced at the situation inside Inajima, and then the whole god was shocked. She first set her sights on Yigamiko of Narukami Taisha Shrine. As her only friend and her dependent, she asked General Raiden to manage Inajima. She also believed that where General Raiden could not manage, Yigamiko would definitely be able to manage it. Check and fill in the gaps for yourself. It's just that it's okay if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you look at it. Ye Shenzi was so weak that he could hardly maintain his human appearance, and even looked like he was dying. This was something that Lei Muvi had not expected. This shouldn't be the case. In the past 500 years, Ye Shenzi has grown up a lot. He is no longer the little fox that only acted coquettishly and cutely. Who could make Ye Shenzi like this? Soon, she noticed what Ye Shenzi was doing, maintaining the purification ritual. She glanced at the cherry tree again. Good guy, the earth veins of Narukami Island are full of evil spirits, and they are about to explode. Most of Narukami Island is occupied by the evil spirits of the earth. Why don't you know about these things? She thought carefully for a moment, then checked General Thunder and Lightning's memory. Her face turned livid. Good guy, why didn't she know about such a thing? Even General Thunder and Lightning didn't know about it. According to the reports passed down by Tianling Zongxing and Wending Zongxing, should Dao wife be singing and dancing in peace, the country is peaceful and the people are peaceful, and the people live and work in peace and contentment? Why does it become like this? Lei Qiang also saw the corpses of countless people, and even many Dao people were full of resentment towards him, which made Lei Qiang very uncomfortable. As she usually said, this body is the most noble and noble body in the world and should hold the most power in the world. This body promises the subjects a dream, which is unchangeable and eternal for thousands of generations. But now Inajima's place is a paradise, it is simply a hell on earth. Even if Lei Qian didn't understand politics, she still understood that something was wrong with Ina's wife, and she, the god of thunder, was kept in the dark. When Lei Muvi was confused, Wendy and Zhongli also came here at this time, but they all appeared in divine costumes. Normally, even they would not want to see the maintainer of heavenly principles, but now there is Mu Yang above the maintainer of heavenly principles. They all work for Mu Yang, so there is no need to be afraid of the maintainer of heavenly principles. Moreover, the previous maintainers of heavenly principles said that Rice Wife was harming the entire continent of Teyvat. As the god of wind and god of rock, they really needed to come over. The maintainer of Tianli nodded slightly when he saw the two of them. These two people were in the chat group and were gods recognized by Tianli, so they still had to have the proper attitude. The two gods silently felt the situation of Ina wife, Niu Dihao, and their faces became extremely ugly. Zhongli said in an indifferent tone, Beelzebub, you passed. It's not because the people of Inajima are having a hard time, but because of the situation in Tadasha and Basin Island. These things are already polluting the ocean. Don't you, the god of thunder, have nothing to show for it? As for the problem of worshipping gods, it seems that there is a way to solve it based on Beelzebul's ability. Under normal circumstances, the Mycage furnace heart can indeed consume part of the god-worshipping problem, so that the god-worshipping aura will not expand outward. This is also Lay Movie's way of solving the problem of worshipping gods. Even though the heart of the Mycage furnace was made by Fontaine scientists, the design drawings and so on were all made by Lay Movie themselves. Lay Movie is not good at magic, but in terms of technology, Lay Movie is definitely the most powerful among the 7 gods. Theoretically, the 7 gods will not interfere in each other's national affairs, but this is about to endanger their own country, and Morix must also take care of it. It's not to torture the movie. The author's 2 true loving wives, Keqing and General, were the original gods who played against them at the beginning, but in this world view, the general really deserves to be beaten. You can also put yourself in his shoes. Of course, the wife will also be hurt in the future. I believe everyone has thought of it. If you don't do this, the movie will not come in a big way, but will be raised high and put down gently. You will know it by looking at the original plot. Post. Chapter 103. Not to mention Morix, even Barbados is watching the Thunder movie with the same hatred at this moment. There is a certain attitude that you won't give us an explanation, and we will follow the keeper of heavenly principles to beat you. Lei Qian was also confused at the moment. She did not expect that Morix and Barbados would also stand against her. Yes, there are indeed some problems within my wife, and I, the god of thunder, am also very angry. I will solve all these problems later. But this has nothing to do with you, right? But very quickly, Lay Movie noticed the situation on other islands. There are almost no civilians on Tadarsha and Bailing Islands. You must know that before, these 2 islands combined had a population of at least hundreds of thousands. Why are there no civilians on these 2 islands now? Moreover, on the Nashii beach, the shogunate army is fighting, and the people fighting them are the people of Kaiji Island? This made Lei Qianqian's eyes radiate a cold light. It was obvious that Lei Qianqian also misunderstood at this time. In Raikage's view, it is impossible for her shogunate army to take action against these innocent civilians. Although it seems that there is a problem with the shogunate army now, she believes in her Inajima's army and does not believe in Kaijijima. People. Are you really giving them face? The truth behind the Oroba's invasion from the east was somewhat understood by Lay Movie. It wanted to die to fulfill the people of these sea islands and let them live under the sun. It felt grateful for the greatness of Orobas. After beheading Orobas, he did not embarrass the people of these sea islands. They were even allowed to pay homage to Orobas. As a demon god who came through the demon war, Lay Movie's behavior was undoubtedly very benevolent. After all, during the demon god war, there were winners and losers. As the subjects of the defeated demon god, if you don't want to perish, you need to surrender to the victorious demon god and become the subjects of this demon god from now on. For Kaijijima, Lay Movies definitely gave preferential treatment, but in the end, I didn't expect that these unscrupulous people like to cause trouble all day long, and are still fighting with the shogunate army. They really thought that she, Beelzebub, was easy to bully. Not successful? You know, she, Beelzebul, is actually a demon god who was killed in the demon war. Her sister can become the first-generation thunder god, and she also has herself fighting for her. Even among the 7 gods, Raikage doesn't think he will lose to anyone. This is the persistence of a warrior. Even though she might not be able to compete with Morix, she would not lose the battle, and she wouldn't be much worse. Her record is also achieved by killing. This can be seen by looking at the demon god she killed and the thunder god she qualified to become Rai's wife. Inajima is the country closest to the Enkai Sea, and she is guarding here. For so many years, no demon from the Enkai Sea has dared to come to Inajima to cause trouble. Rai's simple mind thought he had found the truth. The unruly people of Kaiji Island massacred the residents of Tadasha and Yao Island, and then the shogunate army directly went to war with them. Although the shogunate army did not tell themselves that there were some problems, it was reasonable for them to go to war with the army on Kaiji Island. The heart of the imperial shadow furnace that was treading on the sand was leaked, and the power of Chongshen began to affect the surrounding sea water. This seems to be not a natural disaster but a man-made disaster. At this time, Zhongli said coldly. What? 2. Regarding the Mycage Furnace Heart, Lay Movie is actually very confident. After all, she personally designed the Mycage Furnace Heart, and she also saw Fontaine's scientists loading it into operation. As for why Lay Film didn't make it himself at that time? Alas, wasn't she still busy at that time? For a trivial matter, it would be nice if she could just make a design drawing. If she can't do it even if she has a design drawing, then these people would be useless. It seems that all this is Fengden's plan. I didn't expect that the contemporary water god would plot against my rice wife like this. Lei Keqing is more willing to believe his rice wife. Subconsciously, I thought that this was the water god's plan. It's just that Lei Movie probably doesn't know that the contemporary water god is even more unreliable than her. That's enough. This is not Fukulo's plan. Didn't you find that there was a problem with some of the materials in the Mycage Furnace Heart, which led to the leakage of the Mycage Furnace Heart? And these materials were all produced in the past 10 years. The maintainer of Heavenly Principles stared at Lei Movie and said in a cold tone. Lei Jingqing was also shocked when she heard this. She left the maintenance of Yueying Luxin to the people who were entrusted by Tianling and appointed by Tianling. Whether it is the production of materials or other things, they are responsible for it. But now that there is a problem with Mycage Furnace, Lei Movie naturally wants to ask them. Thinking back to the current situation of Inajima, even if Lei Qunqin's brain is not bright, he still noticed that there is a problem with the open collar implementation and the determined implementation. But now seeing the Wind God, Rock God, and the Keeper of Heavenly Principles who share the same hatred, Lei Movie also has a headache. Beelzebul, Rice Wife, because you have reached the edge of collapse, you are no longer qualified to become the God of Thunder. The maintainer of Heavenly Principles said in a cold tone. Lei Qingqing felt a burst of despair in his heart when he heard that he was not qualified to become the God of Thunder. Is this trying to separate himself from his wife? When she pursues eternity, doesn't she just want to let the people of Dao live a good life? Looking at how many rice wives have died now, Lei Qianqian couldn't help but doubt his life. What he and General Raiden did was indeed not good enough. One thing Lei Qunqiu didn't know was that at this time General Lei Dian's murderous intention was even greater than Lei Qunqiu's. She was made to protect Inazuma's eternity, but now it seems that someone is clearly destroying Inazuma's eternity. Those guys who are determined to practice, Tianling practice, and even the society have betrayed themselves. They have betrayed themselves. Trying to stand up for yourself. This made General Raiden realize a lot of problems. It seemed that he had too few things to do. Inazuma's people were in dire straits, which did not meet the definition of eternity. Obviously those guys destroyed Inazuma's eternity, and whoever destroyed eternity should die. The rice wife was left to me by my sister, and I won't allow anyone to take it away. Lei Qianqian looked at the Keeper of Heavenly Principles solemnly. Even if it means death, she will not allow anyone to take away Dao's wife, even if the person in front of her is the maintainer of heavenly justice. Raikage slowly pulled out Dream Ishin from her chest. The meaning was self-evident. If the maintainer of heavenly principles wanted to take away Ina wife, she would not mind fighting the maintainer of heavenly principles to the death. Morix and Barbados frowned when they saw this scene. At this time, they were somewhat confused about what Mu Yang was thinking. Is it really necessary to deprive Beelzebul of his position as God of Thunder? Well, considering what Beelzebul did, he is indeed not a qualified god. If such a thing happened to him, he would probably be ashamed and want to commit suicide, right? If you still want to be the God of Thunder, then prove it to me. I will give you 1 year, just 1 year, to solve all Inazuma's problems, whether it is the resentment of the demon god Orobas, it is still the livelihood issue of the people of Daiji, and there are also some internal greedy human issues. Those who dare to hide their gods, there is no guarantee that they will not collude with the abyss one day. If you can't solve all this, then you don't need to be the God of Thunder, and I will let someone else be Inazuma's God of Thunder. This is not only my will, but also the will of heavenly law. After a pause, the maintainer of heavenly law continued, also, the eye of God is given by heavenly law. Are you blatantly trying to go against heavenly law? If Dao wife had those original gods, those evil spirits that cause chaos wouldn't be so rampant. It won't happen again. After saying that, the maintainer of heavenly principles opened a space channel, got into it, and left. At first, the keeper of the law wanted to beat Lei Shimo to vent her anger, but after seeing the other party's eyes and attitude, she changed her plan, and the other party would do anything to attack her. It's okay to take the initiative to compliment the other party and teach him a little lesson, but once the other party takes action against you, then you don't have to be the god of thunder, and you can even kill the unreasonable maintainer to save face. Looking at the various discussions in the chat group, it seemed that her boss wanted to tease the god of thunder more than kill him, so she decided not to fight for the time being. Balzabul's brain is not easy to use, but her combat power is relatively strong among the 7 gods. Moreover, she has the possibility to go further. She may not be able to grow to her own level. This is something that even Morix has. The other party will also become the main force against the Abyss in the future, there is no need to offend him to death. Lei Qianqing held the dream in her hand tightly and did not fight. She did not have to die for the time being, but she had to solve the plight of Daiji within a year. 2. These are not what I am good at. Let Lei Film behead people, Lei Film is good at it, but if Lei Film is allowed to govern the country, it will be too difficult for Lei Film. Balzabul, please solve the problem of treading on tar sand as soon as possible, otherwise we will all be enemies the next time we meet. Morix thought about it for a while, then continued, as a god, sometimes you need to disguise yourself, enter among humans and understand their conditions. According to my information, this time the problem of Dao wife is not only a natural disaster but also a man-made disaster. Not only do the people who practiced Yanling and appointment practice not think about solving the problems for the people of Dao wife, they even increase taxes on them. At the same time, raising the price of food makes it impossible for ordinary people to buy food, causing ordinary people to live in poverty. The people in the Shenli family are pretty good. They used their own money to buy a lot of food in Liu and Sumi and distribute it to the common people. Your dependent should know more about it. That's all. Beelzebul, a god who insists on his own way and betrays the wishes of his people, is unqualified and the most useless. This is what one of my seniors told me. I also hope you can remember this sentence. Barbados. He looked at Lei's movie with a complicated expression and said. Looking at today's Lei movies, he also thought of his predecessor, the lonely king of the tower, Dear Capian. In terms of strength, Deal Rapian is no worse than Balzabul. At the time, DK Lapian also wanted to protect his own people, so he restrained and imprisoned his people. How similar is this to today's Thunder movies? This gave Wendy the urge to overthrow Rei's film rule. Chapter 104. Zhongli and Wendy left quickly. Lei Qianqian didn't say any words of thanks, but he was obviously grateful for their advice. As for the character of Morix and Barbados, Lei movie has confidence that the other party will not deceive him. Moreover, when the time comes, he only needs to ask Ye Shenzi about these matters. Thunder movie doesn't think Ye Shenzi really knows anything. Looking back now, it seems that Ye Shenzi has mentioned some things to him before, but he and General Raiden didn't take it seriously. Inside. I want to kill people. Give all those guys to me. They are all eternal destroyers. General, there seems to be some problems with what we have done before, at least there are problems with the Eye Hunting Order and the Suakuo Order. If the Eye Hunting Order and the Lockdown Order had not been promulgated, the people of Dao would have had more strong men and could have fought against evil spirits and monsters. Moreover, if there was no national lockdown order, Daiji could also import food from outside, and so many people would not starve to death. On this point, I am guilty. You are indeed guilty. Similarly, I am also guilty. If those thieves hadn't deceived me, we wouldn't have made a wrong judgment and thought that the Daefu people still live in the paradise we created. I plan to carry out some reforms on Inajima. General, what do you think? The previous actions have been proven wrong, and the maintainer of heavenly principles has appeared. We cannot be her opponent. Even if we want to maintain eternity, we need to meet the other party's requirements before we can proceed. Without Ina wife, eternity will be lost. The meaning is clear. Lei Qianqian was a little silent. Her eyes once again swept across every corner of Dao wife, and she smiled bitterly. She really did something wrong. What Lei movie didn't know was that at this time, Ye Shenzi was having fun in the chat group. Ye Shenzi, hey, why are you leaving now? I thought we were going to have a big battle. Mu Yang, are you so eager to see the god of thunder defeated? Ye Kamiko, it's natural. Who told that guy to ignore me for hundreds of years? I wanted to tell Inajima's situation before, but she would rather believe those guys than me. Anyway, she just suffered a little. Wounded, but unable to die. Zhongli, Wendy. Good guy, this fox is still very vindictive. He actually wanted to see Balzabul beaten. But not to mention, both Barbados and Morix felt that Balzabul deserved a beating. Mu Yang, it is really her blessing to have a dependent like you. In fact, I also think Lei Qianqian needs to be taught a lesson, but there is something wrong with her state. But now I am very curious about what she will do next. At this time, is she thinking about her eternity, or is she changing for Inajima? Ye Shenzi, based on my understanding of her, I'm afraid she will come to me at this time, right? Alas, you said that some gods are so ruthless. When there is no use, they just throw me aside and ignore me. This god of thunder is really too inferior. Mu Yang, I plan to go to Haiji Island to have a look. There seems to be a lot of interesting things there. Ye Shenzi, stop talking, she's already here. Oh, it's really not easy to pretend to be weak. Fortunately, that guy has a stupid head, otherwise it would not be easy to deceive her. Lei Qingqing came to the sacred cherry tree and looked at the extremely weak Ye Shenzi with a look of guilt on his face. He is not a qualified god, and has even brought pain to this country and the people. Even his friends have to pay a huge price to clean up the mess for him silently. It seems that I really feel sorry for the Son of God. Son of God, are you okay? After some hesitation, Lei Qianqian still asked. Do you think I should be okay? Ye Shenzi looked at the thunder movie full of resentment. If you don't come out of the pure land of one heart, you may never see me again. Sorry, Shenzi, I thought you were just joking with me. After all, the information Kyujo Takayuki and the others gave me was correct. Lei Qiang apologized and admitted her mistake. When she mentioned Kyujo Takayuki, her heart it also made my teeth itch for a while. Damn thief! Those guys seem to regard themselves as the masters of Inajima, and they have made trouble for me over the years. Ye Shenzi said with a sneer, the shrine maidens under me have collected a lot of information, and many people have they colluded and preyed on the people of Dao wife. But I have no evidence for many things. Especially regarding Kyujo Takayuki and Iragi Shinsuke, I have no clear evidence. I can only know that the current chaos in Inajima is inseparable from them. No, this doesn't require evidence. Lei Qianqing shook his head slightly and said, just because of Dao Ji's current situation, they should commit suicide by caesarean section to apologize. But they don't have the shame they deserve. I really can't understand that the descendants of those soldiers who were willing to go through life and death for rice wives would degenerate like this. Yes, they should die, but death is too cheap for them. Ye Shenzi said softly. Son of God, what should I do now? Lei Movie asked Ye Shenzi at this time. You know, I don't understand anything about these things. And I can't live without my wife. This is what my sister left for me. You don't pursue eternity anymore? Ye Shenzi asked while watching the Thunder movie with a lot of fun. Lei Qingqing was stunned for a moment, but she still said very frankly, if my eternity will hurt the people of Daozu, then I don't want this eternity. I will try my best to help you solve the filthy earth veins here on Wujin Island, but the shogunate army also needs to participate in the conquest of the monsters. Ye Shenzi pondered for a moment and said to the Thunder movie. Lei Qianqing nodded repeatedly after hearing this, she thought so too. The problem of the Mikage stove heart needs to be solved by you personally. It is a natural disaster as well as a man-made disaster. According to my subsequent investigation, it seems that the people of Tianling used inferior materials during maintenance, which led to the leakage of the Mikage stove heart. If the materials were not of too low quality, even if there were some natural disasters, they would not be leaked. We must handle this matter well. The keeper of the law of heaven came because of this matter, and the rock god and the wind god also expressed their attitudes. We can't blame them for this, it's indeed our fault. Ye Shenzi said in a serious tone. Please give me flowers. I understand. Lei Qianqian showed a look of gritted teeth. Even though Morix and Barbados said harsh words at the time, Lei's movie could understand. If it were her, if the behavior of other countries harmed Dao's wife, she wouldn't be able to bear it, and would even take the initiative to kill people with her dreams in mind. Morix and Barbados were already good-tempered, and they also left her with dignity and allowed her to resolve the matter on her own. As for those bastards who almost lost their position as the god of thunder and their wives, Lei movies will naturally not give them a chance to live. According to my information, the town buildings on Yaeji Island were destroyed by people from Kaiji Island. You don't need evidence for this, after all, you spared the people of Haiji Island and they launched a rebellion against you, which is disrespectful in itself. Ye Shenzi continued. Those people on Haiji Island still have no intention of giving up. Do you want to completely destroy Haiji Island? Lei has experienced the situation of Yashima before. It is indeed related to Haiji Island. He should not have felt sorry for those guys in the first place. If I hadn't been soft-hearted, Haijidao wouldn't have had to stay, and there wouldn't have been so many troubles. As far as I know, when the residents of Ye Island wanted to leave, they were blocked by the shogunate army and the ships were sunk. Speaking of this, Ye Shenzi also felt sad in his heart. As for where this information came from, it naturally came from Mu Yang. Ye Shenzi did not believe that Mu Yang would deceive him on this matter, and there was no need for the other party to deceive him. The shogunate army. Lei Yunqin's heart sank. When did the shogunate army start taking action against their own people? She knew that Ye Shenzi would not deceive her about these things. And as the god of thunder, I also don't need evidence. The Kyujo family can no longer stay. At this time, Lei Yunkaihu no longer even had the slightest trust in Kyujo Sera, who seemed to be loyal to him. There was no good person in the Kyujo family. At this time, you can go to Kaiji Island first and ask the other party to surrender unconditionally, otherwise you will completely destroy Kaiji Island. If the other party is smarter, they will surrender. Ye Kamiko continued. Why should we give the other side a chance to surrender? They may rebel in the future. I need to solve all the problems within 1 year. For Haiji Island, Lei Movie is determined to kill. The Shrine Maiden of Kaiji Island is a very smart person. If she is willing to work for you, you will be able to solve many problems. Ye Shenzi said with squinted eyes, that is an all-round talent. They have no gods and cannot fight you. Coral Palace Xinhai's IQ will definitely surrender to you. After all, she has no confidence to resist you. At that time, you can completely ask Haiji Island to stop worshipping Orobas and ask them to hand over the people who destroyed the town. At the same time, you can ask Coral Palace Xinhai to deal with the rebels inside Haiji Island. As long as they don't want all of them to die, she will make the right choice. After that, she can become your staff, or she can temporarily manage the execution. Chapter 105. At this moment, the Eightfold Divine Son transformed into the Eightfold Prime Minister, constantly giving advice to Lei Movies. It's a pity that Ye Shenzi has not read the apprenticeship list. Otherwise, he would have to write a apprenticeship list for Lei Movie. The three faiths need a big change. The Kyujo family no longer needs to exist, and the same goes for the Iragi family. I brought up the two children of the Kamisato family. Although I am somewhat dissatisfied with Kamisato Ayato's current behavior of protecting himself, he and Kamisato Ayaka once reported the true situation of Inajima, but they were blocked by Kyujo Takayuki and Kashinsuke. Nowadays, they also use their family property to buy food outside and distribute food to civilians. The Kamisato family can continue to use it. Ye Kamiko's words made Lei Kinki feel even more angry. It's Kyujo Takayuki and Iragi Shinsuke again. These two guys deserve death. Today's Thunder movies want to cut off their dog heads and hang them directly at the gate of Inajima Castle. Except for Kyujo Sera, all of the Kyujo family should go to Yao Island to mine. Of course, if you want to kill, you can kill them all. Moreover, all the families in the stipulation practice and the Tianling practice must be wiped out, not even the children need to be left behind. Immediately following the words of Ye Shenzi's 010 Kings, Lei Shadow. Son of God, isn't this a bit too harsh? After all, their ancestors were all heroes. Lei Qian couldn't help but want to persuade. If their ancestors knew about their BD affairs, they wouldn't want such descendants. Ye Shenzi sneered, maybe some of them are innocent, but aren't the people they killed innocent? Moreover, those people have enjoyed the benefits brought by the family, so they also need to bear responsibility. Lei Film was silent, but it was still very tolerant towards its own people. But when he thought about those dead people, and when he thought about how he almost lost his wife because of them, Lei Yunkaihu was filled with anger, and he could never be kind to them. Those guys are Inajima's people. Death is already the greatest tolerance for them. Not just Kyujo or something like that, Lei Movie felt that she would issue a rule in the future that no one should have words like Kyujo and Jo in their names. She looked at her in response. Coral Palace's Heartsea ability is very powerful. In order for Haiji Island to continue to exist, she must work for us honestly. Miss Fox continued to make suggestions for Lei Movie. As long as the rebel forces inside Haiji Island after death, we can give the remaining Haiji Icelanders the same status as Inajima residents. Of course, the status of the people of Daezu is not much higher now, because some people are making trouble, causing the people of Daezu to complain. After saying this, Ye Shenzi didn't forget to glare at Lei King Kaiu, which also made Lei Qingqing ashamed. She didn't know Inama would become like this. In the pure land of her heart, she always thought that Dao's wife was now living and working in peace and contentment, maintaining the beautiful life she once had. All this is the fault of General Raiden. He handed over Rice wife to General Raiden to take care of her. It was General Raiden who failed to manage Rice wife well. And for all this, General Thunder really didn't refute. She herself was created for the eternity of Inajima. Whether the people of Inajima are living well during this period is something General Raiden needs to consider. Except for the Eye Hunting Order and the Locking Kingdom Order, which were introduced by Lei's movie, the rest were really handled by General Lei and Lightning. It was she who failed to handle these things well and was taken advantage of by some villains. Nowadays, there is no need for Lei movie director, and she can't wait to kill all these guys. As for the Lockdown Order and the Eye Hunting Order, why is it so important that the Rice wife comes? Coral Palace Xinhai? I'm going to capture her right now. Lei Qianqian also knew to some extent the current predicament of Dao's wife, and the talent was gone. Originally, she was a little worried about who would govern Dao's wife once those guys were killed, but after knowing that Coral Palace Xinhai was capable, Lei movie decided to give him a chance to redeem himself. As for whether the other party has some small thoughts, Lei Qianqian is not afraid. Her dream is still very sharp. She doesn't believe it. She asks General Lei and Lightning to wave the knife in front of Coral Palace Xinhai every day. How dare the other party not do things well? This is also the price that the residents of Haiji Island must bear. Well, after that, the Seclusion Order and the Eye Hunting Order will be abolished, and the Edict on Guilty will be issued at the same time. However, we can't say that this is all your problem. Just put all the blame on Kyujo Takayuki and the others. After pondering for a moment, Ye Shenzi still reminded him. As a god, he cannot make mistakes. This so-called Sin Self-Edict is more like a blame-shifting book. As a good friend, she couldn't let the movie bear such infamy. After all, if you really want to count it out, Lei Qianqian and General Raiden seem to have done nothing wrong except for the National Lockdown Order and the Eye Hunting Order, which made Inajima's situation worse. Is it a problem to ignore government affairs? Is it a problem to let others take advantage of the loophole? But besides Morux, how many gods are personally managing the country? There is nothing wrong with the Thunder movie making Inajima worse, but the problem is more about human beings themselves. It is an institutional problem of Inajima, so the Kyujo family must bear the blame for this. It was my mistake, and I will admit it. Lei Qianqing shook his head slightly and said. Perhaps doing so would make her lose the faith of the people, but she relied on her own strength to become the god of thunder, rather than being believed by the people to become a god. She thought it was her mistake and she didn't need to do that. But it's their fault, isn't it? If those people hadn't bewitched you, you wouldn't have issued the Eye Hunting Order and the National Lockdown Order. This is just because you were bewitched by them and made a wrong judgment. Believe me, I will write it when the time comes, and you only need to be responsible for promulgating it. Ye Shenzi said in a serious tone, with a tone that could not be refused. Lei Qianqian also fell silent after hearing this. It seems that this makes sense. After that, I will send Kamisato Ayaka as envoy to Liu. On the one hand, it is to buy more food, and on the other hand, it is to arrange for the people of Daohu to go abroad to work. There are too many internal problems in Daokai now. Until they are solved, Daokai is really not suitable for human survival. Instead of letting them starve to death, it is better to go to Liu to work. Ye Shenzi feels that he has never been so stupid in the past hundreds of years. Fortunately, she still has a chat group, and now that Lei movie has come out, there is hope that everything can be solved. If you can't solve it yourself, you can also ask Liu for help. Working is a matter of helping each other. The other gods also breathed a sigh of relief after knowing the specific situation. They finally understood why the Keeper of Heaven suddenly woke up and ran to Inajima. Such a big thing happened to Dao's wife. If not dealt with properly, it will threaten the entire Teyvat continent. It's no wonder that the maintainers of the Law of Heaven appeared. If they were to know about this, I'm afraid the 6 nations' allied forces would attack Dao's wife. After all, what Ina wife did this time was too big. Ice God also complained to Lei movie countless times in his heart, and he was still preparing to cause trouble, but in the end, you awakened the unreasonable maintainer. How can I do this? Suddenly, the movements of the fools became much smaller. Of course, the most depressed people are those in the Church of the Abyss. They are still very afraid of the maintainers of heavenly principles. It's just that he missed the good opportunity to invade the Teyvat continent. If they didn't use Mondstadt as a breakthrough point and used Daowife as a breakthrough point, perhaps Daowife would have been breached by them by this time. As far as Inazuma's situation is concerned, she is indeed more suitable for a breakthrough than Mond. But now there seems to be no chance. Not to mention whether Lei Movie will step out and stare at Daowife at this time, even the maintainer of the heavenly law above cannot sit idly by. They didn't think that it was as simple as the keeper of heavenly principles just coming down here, and that they would definitely keep an eye on Inawife in the future. If Inazuma can't break through, why don't we find another place? Mondstadt? Liu? Or somewhere else? In Nashitanada, both the Shogunate army and the resistance army were confused at this moment. They didn't even react. What was going on with that terrifying aura? That aura was so desperate that they couldn't feel the specific situation, but they knew that it must be a god-level aura. The hearts of those rebels were desperate. After all, it seemed that only General Raiden, the god of thunder, had god-level combat power among Inazuma. Before, they could dance 4.6 very happily, because they knew that General Thunder and Lightning would not be able to take action. Of course, the people of Haiji Island themselves also want to obtain more land. As for the issue of General Raiden, let alone most people on Haiji Island really haven't considered it. They really have no respect for Thor. Or maybe they ignored it subconsciously. It's just that others can ignore it, but as the de facto leader of Haiji Island, Coral Palace Xinhai has to control it. She has been trying to find strong support for herself, even if it means pulling a tiger's skin, she must do so. A country without gods cannot survive in Teyvat. Although they are currently fighting back and forth with the Shogunate army, this is also based on the situation that the opponent's thunder god does not take action. She originally planned to gain a little advantage, and then negotiate a peace with the Shogunate army and let the other party give part of the benefits. This way, you are good to me and everyone is good. I believe that the other party will not want to make Thor feel like a waste. Recently, Genshin Impact seems to be all over the market. In fact, I feel that the costumes of the 7 gods are still very good looking. Since up can't be sold, I'll just sell the skins. Especially Zhongli's costume, I feel that if it comes out, it will definitely explode. Chapter 106. Compared to being disappointed by the Thunder God and being left out in the cold, the top brass of the Shogunate army were obviously more willing to cede some of their interests to Kaijijima, although this would also make them feel embarrassed. But the benefits are not given to themselves. When the time comes, civilians will naturally pay the bill. As for whether those idiots approve or not, it doesn't matter to them. Anyway, they have the right to do so. Coral Palace Xinhai has great confidence in those guys in the Shogunate, and will fight for the interests of Haiji Island without alerting General Raiden. But now it has become different, but she can't do anything at this time. Will General Thunder be alerted? Coral Palace Xinhai's heart was full of worries. Looking at the rebels who didn't know the specific situation and were even complacent because they had gained a certain advantage in the small-scale war, Coral Palace Xinhai's heart became increasingly uneasy. Boom! Just as Coral Palace was thinking about what to do next, a thunder exploded not far away. Everyone looked intently at the purple figure that suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and then the resistance army. The people here began to feel fear in their hearts. General Thunder, how could she appear here at this time? It's just that at this time, Lei Movie has no intention to explain anything to them. General. The general is here. The way of Chang is magnificent, and the gods are eternal. 12. The Changdao is magnificent, Narukami is eternal. The Shogunate troops below did not know the twists and turns at the top. They did not even know that there was a problem behind Narukami Island. After all, the top management will not explain anything to the people below. After seeing the gods they believed in, they all felt as if they had been beaten to death. On the contrary, those high-ranking officials in Tianling, especially those from the Kyujo family, could not help but tighten their hearts after seeing the Raiden movie. Why did General Raiden appear here? Could it be that the information was leaked? This is not a good thing. Listening to the carnival of the Shogunate army, Lei Qianqian could not be happy in his heart. Once upon a time, she liked the scene of these soldiers shouting in front of her that the Changdao is magnificent and the gods are eternal. She is also proud of this. This is the army of rice wives. But what now? Thinking of those indifferent people worshipped by Tianling, Lei Qiankai couldn't help but twitch in his heart. Where is the Coral Palace Heart Sea? Lei Qianqian glanced at the rebels in front of him, ignoring their almost desperate expressions, and said in a cold tone. The rebels all looked at Coral Palace Xinhai among the crowd. At this time, even the fans of Coral Palace Xinhai don't know what to do. Master Military Advisor, didn't you say before that General Liu would not take action? Why did General Thunder appear here at this time? Moreover, they seem to be coming for you, so how can we protect you? At this time, even the people on Haiji Island were very nervous. Handing over Coral Palace Xinhai? This is impossible. Even some guys with evil intentions are unwilling to hand over Coral Palace Xinhai. After all, Coral Palace Xinhai is still a goddess and witch. Without Coral Palace Xinhai, the resistance army cannot be organized at all. If there were no Coral Palace Heart Sea, the resistance would become a piece of disorganized sand. They simply cannot imagine what Haiji Island would look like without Coral Palace Xinhai. Of course, it is also possible that because of General Thunder, their Haiji Island may completely cease to exist. Looking at the sudden arrival of General Thunder and Lightning, Coral Palace was confused at the moment. Although she had not thought about the possibility that General Thunder and Lightning would suddenly arrive, she knew that she had no way to solve General Thunder and Lightning's problem. After all, this woman was the god of thunder who killed Orobas. If possible, Coral Palace Xinhai doesn't want to be an enemy of General Thunder. This is an almost impossible opponent to defeat, but there is no way. Who makes Haijidao have some great cleverness to constantly incite hatred between the two sides? Some people even destroyed the town of Yaejima Island just to attack the shogunate and take revenge on Inajima. Yes, that's right. Although there was no evidence, Coral Palace Xinhai roughly guessed the truth of the matter. Even the war against the shogunate army was started by some people on their own initiative. By the time Coral Palace Xinhai knew about these things, it was already ready to go. In addition, due to the lockdown order, Haiji Island cannot obtain food from the outside world. Haiji Island itself is barren. If food cannot be obtained from the outside world, the residents of Haiji Island will also starve to death. Coral Palace Xinhai admitted that she also had some thoughts that she shouldn't have. If they could win, could they get some benefits from the shogunate? People's hearts are always greedy. The same is true for Coral Palace Xinhai. What if he succeeds? Combine the forces that you can win over. On Narukami Island, there are also many people who are against the eye-hunting order and the locking order. They do not aim to oppose the rule of General Raiden, but just to fight against the locking order and the eye-hunting order, trying to make Raiden the general saw the people's sentiments and showed justice on his side. At that time, even if General Thunder wants to take action against them, he will have to think carefully before taking action. I just didn't expect that General Thunder would take action. And I want to see myself by name. What can I do? Of course I go out to see her. Coral Palace Xinhai stepped forward, saluted Lei Movie and said, I have seen General Lei and Lightning. Does Haiji Island still want to continue to exist? Lei Qingqing looked at Coral Palace Xinhai who walked calmly in front of him, and asked in an indifferent tone. This sentence shocked everyone including Coral Palace Xinhai. They never expected that General Thunder would directly ask Coral Palace Xinhai whether Haiji Island should continue to exist. Even Coral Palace Xinhai was trembling for a while at this time. No one else dared to say anything boldly. Even those people from Haiji Island who had clamored loudly before to overthrow the shogunate and avenge Orobas did not dare to say anything at this moment. Everyone can shout slogans, but in the face of General Thunder, whoever dares to shout is truly seeking death. Sir General, no, Kaijijima has no objection to you. It is just to let the general see the will of the people. The eye-hunting order and the lockdown order are really too harmful to Inajima. Coral Palace Hardhai explained quickly. It is impossible to resist General Leiden. Even if he resists, he cannot say it out loud. Coral Palace Xinhai felt that if he spoke out, he might be chopped into pieces and made into minced pepper fish heads by the general. Thinking of this, Coral Palace's heart trembled for a while. No matter how high the IQ was, it was just a cloud in the face of absolute strength. The order of locking the country and the order of eye-hunting were issued in my name by the provincial government and the heavenly leader, and deceived the superiors and subordinates. I was unaware of many of the details. Lei Qianqing directly stated what he had said to Ye before. The lines spoken by the Son of God. But before the rebels could rejoice, Lei Movie burst out with an astonishing aura again. An extremely terrifying aura oppressed all of them and could not lift their heads. Countless thunderclouds were gathering in the sky, but Uhaihei Tejima destroyed the town of Hachijima, causing Oroba's resentment to affect the entire Hachijima. After killing Orobas, I did not completely eliminate you and showed you mercy. I never thought that not only would you be ungrateful, but you would also want to rebel against the shogunate. It seems that I was too kind before. Sir General. Coral Gongzinhai quickly explained, we don't know about the Jinwu thing. This pot must not be carried. There is no need to be wrong about this. I only give you 3 days to hand over those who destroyed the town property. All rebels must be examined. If they join the rebels for the purpose of the rebellion order and the national lockdown order, after review and exempt from all crimes. Disband all the military forces of Haiji Island, and at the same time, Haiji Island accepts the direct management of Mi Mansion. Demolish all the sacrificial temples in Orobas and go to Narukami Island to apologize in person. If it is not done within 3 days, the whole Haiji Island will be destroyed. Lei Qian said his conditions in a cold tone. Impossible. We are the people of Orobas. How could we surrender to you? At this time, a man in his 50s yelled at Lei Movie with righteous indignation. Just as she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly blasting him and the people nearby into charcoal. At this time, everyone realized that General Thunder was not here to negotiate at all, but to inform. Such words are no different from asking them how they want to die. At this time, no one doubted whether Lei Movie could do this, just look at the snake bones of Orobas not far away. Even Orobas is no match for General Thunder. How could they be rivals? And those who originally joined the resistance army because of the Suakuo order and the Eye Hunting order also breathed a sigh of relief. The Eye Hunting order and the Locking Kingdom order are gone, so I guess Inajima can recover, right? At least the general didn't blame them. But all the people of Haiji Island are shrouded in despair. What should they do now? This was different from what was expected at the beginning. Even those who usually screamed the happiest did not dare to make the slightest move at this moment. Instead, they were worried about whether they would be liquidated. They are ambitious, and there is nothing wrong with wanting to get benefits from the shogunate, but if they are really asked to fight against Lei Movie, how dare they? Chapter 107. Remember, those who destroyed the town's property and those who took the initiative to declare war on Haiji Island will not be spared. If I know that someone leaked it, then there will be no one who can talk so easily. Thunder Movie has a meaning. Pointing to the Coral Palace, he said in a deep voice. Of course, these things were not Lei Qianqing's own thoughts, but the words prepared by Prime Minister Ye for her. Although Raikage herself didn't like these twists and turns, at this time, she chose to follow Ye Shenzi's instructions, at least Ye Shenzi would not harm her. Coral Palace Xinhai also felt a burst of despair in her heart. General Thunder and Lightning was forcing herself to take action, but what could she do? In order for Haiji Island to continue to survive, it seems that the only way to do it is to attack those people. Moreover, he is still alive and dead. As for fighting against General Thunder and Lightning? What should we use to fight against him? Lei Movie did not continue to look at Kaiji Island and the rebels. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the shogunate army. Seeing Lei Movie looking at them, most of the people in the shogunate army also felt happy in their hearts. As expected of the general, as long as the general is here, all enemies will not be a problem. It's just that some people are not very peaceful in their hearts, that is, those who belong to the Kyujo family and those who are very close to the Kyujo family. General Thunder and Lightning mentioned the issue of their heavenly leader's principles before. Tianling's implementation and determination implementation deceived the superiors and deceived the subordinates. The crime cannot be punished. Kyujo Xiaoxing colluded with the fools to shake the country's foundation. Everyone related to the Kyujo family will be captured and taken to Narukami Island. Lei Qian said in an indifferent tone. Shogun, we don't have one. The leader, Kyujo Masahito, knelt down quickly and said, is this a misunderstanding? My father, Kyujo Takayuki, is loyal to the shogun. How could he betray the shogun? There is no information from the castle tower about the current situation of Inajima. What Kyujo Takayuki and others told me is that Inajima is currently peaceful, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Do you think he is really loyal to me? Lei Qian was also laughed out of anger and scolded sternly. At this time, those who were originally loyal to General Raiden, but who were also doubtful about the current situation of Inajima, glared at Masahito Kyujo. Good guys, your feelings are all your fault. Even the general dares to deceive you. Are you, the Kyujo family, going to rebel? Not to mention, Coral Palace Xinhai also felt regretful in his heart at this time. If they had launched the rebellion in the name of killing the national traitor Kyujo Takayuki, wouldn't the situation they have to face now be much easier? But that Kyujo Takayuki was really brave, even the god of thunder dared to deceive like this. As for why General Thunder and Lightning only found out now, this is understandable. After all, he is a god, how could he read the report every day? Just leave political affairs to your subordinates. Kyujo Masahito was completely silent. He had some guesses about this matter, but he didn't know the specific situation. But looking at General Raiden's attitude, Kyujo Masahito knew that no matter how he tried to explain it, he couldn't explain it. The entire Kyujo family was deceived by Kyujo Takayuki's behavior. The Kyujo family is finished. This point can be seen by looking at the surrounding shogunate troops. The shogunate troops who were originally very respectful to themselves are now looking at themselves with the same hatred. Kyujo Masahito was very suspicious that if he didn't cooperate, these people would tear him apart. However, Kyujo Masahito still has great respect for General Raiden and has a bit of conscience. He actively cooperated with the detention. Not only him, but also some people who were close to the Kyujo family and even those whom he suspected of having problems, directly burst out. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. Good guy, this is a direct self-destruction. However, if you think about it carefully, it is understandable. Kyujo Masahito was quite loyal to General Raiden. Since his father and the Kyujo family had done something wrong, they had to atone for their sins in other ways. Moreover, in Inazuma's case, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Many of the surrounding shogunate troops had a good relationship with the Kyujo family, and were even members of their own family, but more people were loyal to General Raiden. Lei Qianqian has no intention to care about these things. She still has many things to deal with now. Both the determination and the Tianling implementation need to be dealt with, and the problem of the Imperial Shadow Furnace needs to be solved. Even the matters in Mikage Lu's heart need to be solved by her personally. Most people cannot bear the strong influence of worshipping gods. Fortunately, she is professional in this area. The problem of Mikage Furnace's heart can be solved. But the livelihood issues of Rice wife give Lei Movie a headache just thinking about it. She glanced at Coral Palace Xinhai again. Well, this ornamental fish seems to be very capable. Let's first let the other party pay for his previous mistakes and make meritorious service. Don't think about getting rid of him before he dies of old age. In the words of Ye Shenzi, Coral Palace Heart Sea, you don't want the entire sea island to be destroyed, right? This trick is despicable, but it's also very useful. Lei Movies despised this very much, but for the sake of Deo wife, Lei Movies didn't mind doing it. In a cave somewhere on Bailing Island, Mu Yang knocked down the fools inside one by one. He sighed softly and sent photos of the scene to the group. Mu Yang, 1.jpg die look, this is the Evil Eye, where are you? Mu Yang, this side of Bailing Island is the Evil Eye factory. Unfortunately, there are only some small ones, and the culprit is not here. However, there are quite a few evil eyes. Die look, these evil eyes are worth a lot of points, there are probably hundreds of them. I didn't expect that Foolish Eye's Evil Eye factory was in Inazuma. Mu Yang, the only raw material of the evil eye is the resentment of the demon god, and there are many of them here on Bailing Island. Of course, the evil eye still has a lot of technical content. As for the resentment of the demon god, in fact, there are many from other countries. Taking away this evil eye factory will not cause much loss to the fools. Die look, it's a pity. It seems that we can keep an eye on those demons and gods in the future, and maybe we can find more evil eye factories to destroy the plans of the fools. Mu Yang, this is not an easy task. If you do it too much, fools will come to trouble you. Be careful. Die look, understood. Ye Kamiko, wait a minute, I'll have someone come and take down this evil eye factory. I suspect this matter has something to do with the doll that the movie produced. He seems to have been secretly joining the fools in destroying Ina wife. Mu Yang, the sixth seat among fools, skirmishers. Die look, I seem to have heard of this code name. Is this the Rice wife? Ye Shenzi, that's Shadow, the puppet made by the god of thunder, but it was abandoned. Unexpectedly, he actually joined the fools. It seems that we can't ignore it. However, after all, he is a puppet made by a shadow studio, and ordinary people are no match for him. Even I have a hard time defeating him, which is a bit tricky. Keqing, is the god of thunder so powerful? The puppet maid has a strength comparable to that of the eightfold palace priest? Doesn't that mean it has a strength comparable to that of an immortal? Gan Yu Grandma Ping, not to mention, they felt offended. But they themselves were also shocked. Although they had never fought against Ye Shenzi, the other party had indeed grown very fast in these years, and the sixth seat of the fools was not weak at all. That god of thunder is really powerful. Ye Kamiko. After all, a lot of precious materials were used at the beginning. With Inazuma's current situation, it would be difficult to make a second one. Ye Kamiko, by the way, Inazuma's national lockdown order and eye hunting order have been cancelled. Do any of you want to come to Inazuma to collect points? The earth veins here are chaotic, there are sea chaos ghosts everywhere, and there are also wolves in the beast realm. These are all points. Moreover, the resentment of the devil is everywhere, so those who lack points can come here. Although the points were important, regarding Inazuma's current situation, Ye Kamiko said that he could not purify it alone. Chin, sorry, although I want to help Inazuma, Mondstadt has not recovered yet. Keqing, Gailaiwan is under reconstruction and I have no time to leave. However, you can arrange for Daiji people to come to Laya to work, and I will make arrangements for them. Ning Guang, are you selling jade steel? Laya wants to import some jade steel to make weapons. Ye Shenzi, jade steel? I don't know. These things are not in my control. It seems that they smuggled a lot of them to fools before, but now I want to see how many there are. Ning Guang, okay, I'll trouble you, we in Liu are willing to give you a good price. The eye hunting order and the lockdown order were cancelled, and this incident quickly spread throughout Inazuma. At the same time, General Raiden also issued an imperial edict, but after a careful look at the content, he recognized General Raiden as the god of thunder, money, and did not check the specific situation of Daizu at all times. He only listened to the implementation and determination of Xintianling follow the memorials that have been handed down to you. However, Konding Fengxing and Tianling Fengxing did not behave like human beings. They only told General Leiden that Dao's wife was very good and the people's life was very good. Under their bewitchment, they carried out the eye hunting order and the lockdown order. At present, the eye hunting order and the lockdown order have been cancelled. General Leiden went to the battlefield in person to resolve the war. At the same time, he will liquidate the assessment and Tianling enforcement, and bring a good life to the people of Inazuma. Faced with Lei Movie's edict, the people of Daiji were stunned for a moment, and then became extremely angry. They themselves have had enough of such a life, but most people persist because they believe in General Thunder. As a result, I didn't expect that Thunder God didn't know about it. It was all those thieves who deceived General Thunder and Lightning, which led to the current situation. There was no suspense, all the anger rushed towards Tianling Fengxing and Xingding Fengxing, and many people rushed to Quzhou's house with farm tools. As for the complaints against General Thunder? How is this possible? What's wrong with the general? She was just deceived. They can't expect the general to take care of their lives all the time, can they? This is all the fault of those thieves. The general is pure and pure, how could he make mistakes? Chapter 108. The loyalty of the people of Inazuma to General Raiden is unquestionable. Even if Kyujo Takayuki colludes with the fools and sucks the blood of Rice wife, he is still loyal to General Raiden on the lips. They believe that General Leiden is invincible and Muxiang's sword cannot be resisted. From Kyujo Takayuki's point of view, no matter how much Ina's wife was crippled by them, as long as General Raiden was there, it wouldn't be a problem. There is no difficulty that General Raiden cannot solve. I don't know what will happen if Lei Qiang knows that because he is too strong, Kyujo Takayuki feels that he can be unscrupulous. Can you solve all problems by yourself? To be honest, the current situation of Inazuma is a bit difficult for even her, the god of thunder, to solve. Moreover, she is not here to clean up the mess for these sleeping dragons and phoenixes. However, the people of Daizu are still loyal to Lei Mo, but for the 9 filial piety, they want to eat his flesh, drink his blood, cramp his muscles, crush his bones and spread his ashes. There is nothing wrong with Yigamiko's plan. This matter was caused by Kyujo Takayuki and the others. Naturally, she can't let her good sisters stand up for the trouble. Kyujo Takayuki will be responsible for the trouble caused by Kyujo Takayuki. Anyway, these things it's not a pity that this guy dies. Kamisato Yashiki, Kamisato Ayaka ran back happily, found Kamisato Ayato who was dealing with affairs and said, "Brother, have you heard about the things outside?" "Well, I heard about it." Kamisato Ayato was feeling complicated at the moment. According to his intelligence, General Raiden had already arranged for people to capture the Kyujo family and the Iragi family. It is said that many families in the 053 Fengxing and Tianling Fengxing were not spared. This is different from a lot of things before. If it were the past, no matter how big a mistake Kyujo Takayuki made, it would not be possible to punish the entire Kyujo family. He will only take down Kyujo Takayuki, and then the people of the Kyujo family will do whatever they want. After all, this is the eternity within Inajima. Humans like them, unlike General Thunder and Lightning, can live forever. There will always be birth, old age, illness, and death, but for the eternity of generals, they will let their descendants inherit their positions, which can be regarded as eternity in disguise. In the past 500 years, the power of Daizu has always been in the hands of these families. Because of eternity, the power in their hands is also guaranteed, but now it seems that it is about to change. But Kamisato Ayato has deep expectations in his heart. He believed in the abilities of himself and his sister Ayaka Kamisato. With their methods, the Kamisato family would not be left alone in this generation. On the contrary, this might be an opportunity for them. A chance for revenge. The Kamisato family was almost destroyed at the beginning. During this period, many people made trouble. Moreover, in recent years, Kyujo Takayuki and Iragi Shinsuke also joined forces to suppress the Kamisato family. This is also a good opportunity to get back at them. Of course, this is also a good opportunity to change Dao wife. Kamisato Ayato is not as simple as Kamisato Ayaka, nor is he an idealist. In many cases, he wants to inherit his family and protect his sister Kamisato Ayaka. But if the general is willing to change, Ayato Kamisato will do his best to assist the general. Ayaka, you said before that you were going to Liu. After thinking for a moment, Kamisato Ayato asked Kamisato Ayaka. Yes, brother, even if the general wants to change Inoue, it is an indisputable fact that we are short of food. Kamisato Ayaka nodded slightly and said in a serious tone, in the past, Inoue could barely meet the food supply. But now the whole rice wife is in chaos. This year's grain output is even lower than in previous years. We need more grain to solve the food crisis. Well, follow me to see the general. I will recommend you to go to Liu later. Ayato Kamisato nodded slightly. Kamisato Ayato has a good political sense. He feels that Inajima is about to undergo a big change. As the leader of the society and the head of the Kamisato family, Kamisato Ayato himself must be involved. There is no way to escape this whirlpool. But if possible, he wanted to keep Kamisato Ayaka away from this whirlpool. After all, this whirlpool was unprecedented, and he didn't know whether participating in it would be good or bad for Inajima and the Kamisato family. Just take this opportunity to send Kamisato Ayaka to Liu, preferably someone who can stay in Liu for a long time. Then, even if something happens to you, Kamisato Ayaka will be able to avoid it. And difficulty? Really? Brother. But Kamisato Ayaka didn't know what her brother was thinking. After hearing Kamisato Ayato's words, she asked with expectation. When she mentioned this matter to Kamisato Ayato before, he was rejected by Kamisato Ayato without hesitation. After all, as the eldest lady of the Zhongli family, running to Liu under the national lockdown will inevitably cause quite a stir. But now, Ayato Kamisato agreed. This makes Kamisato Ayaka very excited. Inajima will definitely become beautiful again, right? Lord Coral Palace, what should we do now? An official from Haiji Island asked tremblingly to Coral Palace Xinhai. Obviously, because of the previous appearance of General Thunder, these people were also completely afraid. It turns out that is the power of gods. Before, they thought that even if there was no god, they could avenge Inajima, the shogunate army, and Orobas. But now, revenge? What to use for revenge? Their entire Haiji Island is not powerful enough for the god of thunder to chop it down with his sword? Ask me now, when you went to war with the shogunate army before, BCDE, why didn't you come and ask me? Coral Palace Xinhai was also laughed out of anger at this time. Start a war with the shogunate army? Thank you for your imagination. Without the support of gods, how could we be the opponents of Inajima? Now that General Thunder and Lightning has come out, why don't you dare to fight with him? Why didn't you protest with others when Thor was still here? At this time, Coral Palace Xinhai also had a rare toughening of attitude. She found that now that the situation had become like this, it seemed that she had a big problem. It seemed that she, the leader of Haiji Island, was usually too weak. If he could suppress those people below, the situation would not be like this. Of course, Coral Gongxinhai also knew that if she hadn't become greedy later, those people wouldn't be able to cause trouble. But we will become slaves of the shogunate in the future, the official said unwillingly. Between death and survival, what do you choose? Coral Palace Xinhai said with a bitter smile, surrender, the civilians of Haiji Island can at least survive, but if it is a struggle with one unthinking blow, everyone will be dead. I, Coral Palace Xinhai, am not an authoritarian person, and I can't make the decision on this matter. Now everyone goes back to discuss it and make a decision tomorrow. Is it a choice to live or die? Also, for those rebels, you don't have to think about it. The general has revoked the eye hunting order and the lockdown order. They will probably return to Narukami Island, and some of the others who stayed behind will. Coral Palace Xinhai did not continue talking. Instead, he stood up and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Wulang quickly followed. As a loyal dogleg of Coral Palace Xinhai, he supports whatever decision Coral Palace Xinhai makes. Moreover, in the end, there seemed to be no other choice in this matter. Only the most cheerful people were left on the scene, looking at each other in confusion, and then with despair on their faces. If they really wanted to be liquidated, all of them would die by then. General Thunder and Lightning will never let them go. They destroyed the statue of General Thunder before. Forcing Coral Palace Xinhai, he had to make a choice. Of course they are afraid of death, but if they know that they will die, for the future of Haiji Island, it seems that it is not impossible. At least some people are starting to get excited. But more people are holding on to luck. They are nobles on Haiji Island. Even if they are going to die, they will send some bastards there. They shouldn't be the ones to die. Master Military Advisor, this matter. After walking a certain distance, Wulang spoke to Coral Palace Xinhai. He is now very worried about the condition of Coral Palace Xinhai. He is already busy enough dealing with the affairs of Coral Palace and Haiji Island, and he usually doesn't even have time to rest. Now that General Raiden has come out, he not only asks Haiji Island to do something that will disgrace the country, but also asks Coral Palace Shinkai to go to the castle tower to apologize after 3 days. Whether Coral Palace Xinhai can survive is a question. However, Wulang understands Coral Palace Xinhai. For Haiji Island, Coral Palace Xinhai will give everything, even his own life. It can be said that when General Thunder and Lightning appeared, Coral Palace Xinhai had already made a choice. But Wulang didn't know why Coral Palace Xinhai let those people make their own choices. Goro. In 3 days, I will go to the castle tower. By then, I may be warned by General Raiden. After all, I am the living goddess of Kaijijima. Only if I die can the general completely destroy Kaijijima's belief in Orobas. Coral Gongxinhai stared at Wulang and said, I will bear the responsibility of the crime when the time comes. I hope you can lead the people of Haiji Island to survive. If the general can treat us equally, you will lead the people of Haiji Island to live as Doa people. If she still can't tolerate us, I hope you can lead these people to leave Dao wife and go to other countries instead of seeking revenge from the general. I need to go out to repair my mobile phone. The back cover of the MATE50 Pro I bought at a higher price last year broke. Repairing the back cover is so expensive. And I have to drive an hour to go out to repair it. When I saw the MATE60, I was so excited. Chapter 109. Master Military Advisor. Wulang looked at Coral Palace Xinhai in disbelief. He did not expect that he would be left alone by Coral Palace Xinhai. He quickly said, Master Military Advisor, why don't I escort you away from Haiji Island and Inajima? Captain Baidu of Liu is still in Daezu, so we can definitely leave Daezu on the Southern Cross Fleet ship. With your ability, Master Military Advisor, you can get ahead in any country. When Coral Palace Xinhai heard this, he shook his head and refused, impossible, General Raiden cannot let me leave. Moreover, if I leave, General Raiden will vent his anger on the people of Kaiji Island. In any case, we have indeed destroyed the town buildings on Baiying Island, and there will always be someone who has to bear the wrath of General Thunder. We cannot ruin all the people of Haiji Island because of some people's ambition and recklessness. Wulang also fell silent when he heard this. It is impossible for them to send away all the people of Haiji Island. Once Coral Palace Heartsea disappears at this time, the God of Thunder will inevitably take action against Haiji Island. After all, this is not the first time he has disobeyed the Thunder General. They could not bear the wrath of Thor. You wanted to ask me before why I wanted everyone to express their stance, right? Then, Coral Palace Xinhai showed a meaningful look again. At this time, everyone is helpless. If those guys have some structure and responsibility, they will stand up instead of doing these things with a fluke mentality. If they are willing to come forward, then Wulang you can take care of their descendants in the future. If they are not willing to come forward even at this time, you will not need to take care of their descendants in the future, and even their descendants will need to be checked. Tomorrow you remember to take someone with you and go there with me and lie in wait, they must die. Wulang was silent when he heard this. He never thought that Gong Xinhai would make such a choice. But if you think about it carefully, this seems to be the best choice. Even if Coral Palace Xinhai was more ruthless, he could completely kill the descendants of those people. After all, those people didn't deserve to be human at all. Even Wulang himself couldn't figure out why these people wanted to destroy the town. Do you really think that the death of all the people on Yalu Island would affect the situation of the war? It was the Raiden generals that Inajima feared, not the shogunate army. As long as General Raiden is still there, Ina wife is not someone they can provoke. Yes. Wulang looked at Coral Palace Xinhai's unyielding look and nodded silently. He knew that Coral Gong Xinhai was dealing with the funeral arrangements, and he was naturally very unwilling to do so. But facing the current situation, he knew that he had to listen to Coral Gong Xinhai. After Goro escorted Coral Palace Xinhai to her residence, he left in a hurry. As the general of Kaiji Island, he still had many things to do. Especially now in this time of panic. When Coral Gong Xinhai returned to her room, she was shocked to find a man sitting in her room. She looked at the visitor with vigilance and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Oh? As expected of Coral Palace Xinhai, he can calm down so quickly. The visitor was naturally Mu Yang. Seeing Coral Palace Xinhai looking like this, he also chuckled, "Don't call the people outside. Guard." Coral Palace Xinhai shook his head slightly and whispered, "Since you can sneak in quietly, your strength is naturally impossible for them to deal with. I just don't know what you want to do when you come here? Do you want to use me to destroy Ina wife? You should understand that there is nothing we can do in the face of that thunder and lightning general." Listening to Coral Gong Xinhai's words, Mu Yang was stunned for a moment, and then he understood, "Do you think I am the one who provided funding for you in the first place? Isn't it?" Coral Palace Xinhai snorted, "Although those guys are stupid, they are not so reckless, and they don't understand how to destroy the town objects. If there was no one behind them, they wouldn't do this. Moreover, during the war, whenever we were in trouble, someone always came to deliver supplies and information to us. I guess you want to use our resistance forces to fight against the shogunate and weaken Inajima's power, right? Since you know that there are people behind this, they want to sow discord between you and the shogunate, and they even want to use you to deal with the shogunate. Why do you pretend not to see it?" At this time, Mu Yang was also looking at Coral Palace Xinhai with interest. "Be careful of the sea, it is definitely not an eel. Your Excellency, do you think I have a choice?" Coral Palace Xinhai sneered, and now Xinhai also hated the person in front of him. If they hadn't been planning this behind their backs, their Haiji Island wouldn't have become like this. She didn't know what the other party's purpose was. If it wasn't to silence her, she would definitely tell General Raiden about this when she saw him later. Since she and Kaijijima didn't feel well, she couldn't let the other party do it. "Feel good? Just ask General Leiden's Wuxiang sword, are you afraid of it?" As expected of the rebel army's strategist. Mu Yang nodded thoughtfully, "Because those guys destroyed the town property, especially after the complete war against the shogunate army, you are already in a situation where you have to take action." Situation. You know that at this time, you absolutely cannot retreat. Even if you want to withdraw your troops, those people will not listen to you. The shogunate army will not stop here. Between telling the truth and accepting funding from mysterious forces, you finally chose to keep the secret and accept their help. This is the most correct choice. Even if it may make you become a knife in the hands of others, it is better than nothing. Them. Coral Palace Xinhai quickly discovered the bright spots. It seemed that I had misunderstood something. Yet. Mu Yang nodded slightly, "I am not the group of people you think, nor am I a fool. The fools want to use you to destroy Inajima and start a war between Kaijijima and the shogunate, and they continue to provide you with funding. It is to weaken the power of Ina wife and achieve their goal. Is it the fools?" Coral Palace Xinhai felt relieved when he heard this. If it was the fools, then all this can be explained clearly. Before Daoji locked up the country, Coral Palace Xinhai had not heard of what the fools were doing in various countries. These guys were just a bunch of troublemakers, causing trouble in various countries. Think of what is happening today, oh wife now. There is no doubt in the heart of Coral Palace. Please give me flowers. They definitely did this. Damn those fools, you actually use them as spearmen. In the continent of Teyvat, if there is something bad that cannot be found to be the culprit, you can first consider it as the Abyss Order and see if it was done by them. If it was not done by the Abyss Order, then it was done by the fools. The fools colluded with the survey and Tianling implementation, and issued the National Lockdown Order and the Eye Hunting Order, just to weaken Dao's wife. Mu Yang nodded slightly, then he encouraged you people from Haiji Island to destroy the towns and entrap Dao, wife and common people, and then start a war. Aren't they afraid of the wrath of General Thunder and Lightning? Coral Palace Xinhai couldn't help being surprised, and asked quickly. Although there is an ice god behind the fools, General Thunder and Lightning is not a weak god. If the fools behave like this, General Thunder and Lightning will probably go to the Solstice Kingdom to find the ice god to fight, right? Through the exchange just now, Coral Palace Xinhai also saw that the god of thunder was the type who could do anything but not beep too much. Zero. As for the words she said to herself, it was likely that others had prepared them for her. If he guessed correctly, it should be the Yagashi shrine of Narukami Taisha shrine. Are the fools directly involved? Mu Yang asked in front of Coral Palace. It was you rebels who started the war with the shogunate army. They did not participate. Even if they destroyed the town's property, they were still members of your Kaiji Island. If you do it yourself, it has nothing to do with the fools either. As for funding your resistance forces, do the shogunate forces have any evidence? Do you have any evidence? If my prediction is correct, I'm afraid you got those supplies by accident, right? They can completely say that this is their material and you stole it. Coral Palace Xinhai was speechless when he heard this, but thinking about it carefully, it seemed that such a thing might really happen. After all, the fools have the support of the ice god behind them, but their Haiji Island doesn't even have a god. So in the end, it was only Haiji Island that suffered and suffered. Who makes them unable to withstand temptation? However, Coral Palace Xinhai was still unwilling to ask Mu Yang, so where is the shogunate? Are the Eye Hunting Order and the Lockdown Order related to the fools? The fools came to Daozu as envoys from the Winter Kingdom and had some cooperation with the local officials. This is normal. It's just that they know people and faces but don't know their hearts. They didn't realize the sinister nature of these officials. Mu Yang sneered. Such an excuse can explain a lot of things. At that time, the most fools can do is lose a little money. Moreover, today's rice wife is full of waste and waiting for improvement, and it is indeed not the time to start a war with the Winter Kingdom. The only ones who are unlucky are you, Kanding Fengxing and Tianling Fengxing. No, they deserve what they deserve. Regarding these two forces, Coral Palace Xinhai is still very prejudiced. If it weren't for their national lockdown order, the outbreak would not have occurred, and Haiji Island would not have come to an end. At this point, I might still be able to deal with it. Aren't you guys? Mu Yang chuckled, causing Coral Palace Xinhai to fall silent. D. Chapter 110. Coral Palace Xinhai also knows that if you look at it from the perspective of a bystander, Haiji Island does have an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. At this time, any argument is in vain. Moreover, even if I try to quibble, General Thunder will not listen. The important thing now is how to solve the problem of Haiji Island, and I still have to deal with the aftermath. Thinking that he has less than 3 days left in his life, the energy in Coral Palace's heartsea is -1. After anyone knows that she is going to die soon, her mood will never get better. At this time, she didn't even have the mood to think about who Mu Yang was. Although she was still somewhat curious about Mu Yang in her heart, there was no need to ask. It seems that you have recognized your destiny. Looking at Coral Gong Xinhai, who did not want to continue talking, Mu Yang did not say anything more. Then Miss 5-star ornamental fish, I look forward to our next meeting, and I hope you were not made into minced pepper fish head. And the chopped pepper fish head is scary, okay? Thinking of the General Thunderbolt he saw during the day and the knife in her hand, Coral Palace's heart 093 shivered for a while. According to General Raiden's style, the other party would definitely cut off his head and hang it at the gate of the castle tower to promote his military power and intimidate Kaijijima, right? But Coral Gong Xinhai, who knew his destiny, also found helplessly that he couldn't do anything at this time, and he had to clean up all kinds of messes before meeting his destiny. Mu Yang did not continue to care about Coral Palace Xinhai, but left directly. He was very interested in this ornamental fish and wanted to bring the other party into the chat group. In the case of Lay Movie, Mu Yang does not want to drag the other party into the chat group for the time being, and let the other party be cautious for a while before talking. Who makes this woman make people want to bully her? Of course, Mu Yang will also bring Lay Movies into the chat group sooner or later. After all, this is also a good worker. As for Dao Wife's situation, if Lay Movies doesn't join in, it will be almost impossible to completely purify Dao Wife. An impossible thing. The strength of Coral Palace Xinhai is not weak, and he can be included in the chat group later, but now it seems more interesting to make the other party worry for a few days. It's so fast. I don't even know how he left. Who is this? Coral Palace Xinhai couldn't see how Mu Yang left at all, and he was also curious in his heart. The other party is not a fool, nor is he even a Dao wife. With such a fast speed, it is very likely that his strength is not weak. Could this be some unknown god? Thinking of this possibility, Coral Palace Xinhai secretly regretted that he should probably make friends with the other party. If the other party is strong enough, he may not be able to take Haiji Island to join him. Although this may offend General Thunder and Lightning, moreover, it will still completely offend him. But Ina's wife's life is not easy either. Coral Palace Xinhai has little confidence in General Raiden's ability to govern the country, and Ina wife may be able to put things right in the future. But the people of Haiji Island may not be able to live a good life even if they get the same treatment as the Inajima people. Through previous exchanges, Coral Palace Xinhai could also sense that the other party seemed to appreciate him, but he didn't know how strong he was. Thinking of this, Coral Gong Xinhai shook her head. Forget it, they are all gone, she shouldn't continue to worry. As long as you don't think about this, you won't have any troubles, and even if you miss it, you won't feel uncomfortable. She took out her own Xianya pillow, and it was the most comfortable like this. In the castle tower, Raikage looked at Kyujosara who was kneeling in front of her. She and General Raiden once thought that this was a general who was loyal to them. They thought that the other person was a loyal man with superb martial arts and could be regarded as a hero. With Kyujosara around, I believe that the Kyujo family can continue to prosper for a long time. After all, Kyujosara is not a human being, but a Tengu. He is a kind of monster, and his lifespan is not as short as that of humans. Originally, Thunder Movie was also optimistic that Kyujosara would become his right-hand man in the future, just like Sasayuri. But now that something like this has happened, even Kyujosara can no longer gain the trust of Lay Movies. Solo, do you know about the Kyujo family now? Lei Qian asked in an indifferent tone. Yes, Sarah knows that she is guilty, and the Kyujo family is ashamed of their trust in the general. Please ask the general to punish him. Kyujosara said with guilt. Although Kyujosara didn't actually know about those things about Kyujo's family, Kyujosara believed that he was guilty. After all, Kyujo Takayuki is his adoptive father, and as his adopted daughter, he does need to be implicated. Now that everyone in the Kyujo family has been imprisoned, the general did not take him directly, which is already a favor to him. In addition, I did not realize the sinister intentions of my adoptive father, and I also did not tell the general about the outside situation. This was also my dereliction of duty. Kyujosara pleads guilty. Very good. Then I want to ask you, why don't you tell me anything when there are so many things happening outside? Lei Qian also laughed angrily and asked Kyujosara. What is your attitude? At this time, shouldn't you refute it? I thought you were loyal. Is there really something wrong with my vision? At this time, Lay Movie also fell into self-doubt. This is my subordinate's mistake. I once asked my adoptive father. Seeing Raikage's face, Kyujosara's expression became obviously ugly, and he quickly changed his words and said, I asked Kyujo Takayuki why General Sir, you don't take any big action on things outside. At that time, Kyujo Takayuki told me that General, you know all this situation, and that when you watch us fight, you want to test us. When it is really necessary, you will solve all difficulties. No enemy can stop your Wuxiang sword. Lei Qian also fell silent upon hearing this. Is this considered a fan worth 10 haters? No enemy can stop my Wuxiang sword? Lei Xingqing thought of the Keeper of Heavenly Principles who had appeared before. If he had killed him at that time, he might have had to replace him. Thank you for trusting me so much and for giving me such a big mess. Wuxiang's sword is not invincible, let alone almighty. If Ye Shenzi hadn't been advising him, Lei Movie would have wanted to directly carry out the responsibility system for beheading at this time. All officials in Inajima undergo various assessments. If they can do things well, then it will be fine. If anyone does not do well enough, they will be beheaded. She believed that those nobles would do a good job. You don't need to do these things yourself, you can just leave them to General Thunder. But at this moment, looking at Kyujosara in front of him, Lei Yunkai also had a headache. Is Kyujosara guilty? There must be some. Just the surname Kyujo is enough to make Raiden sharpen his sword against the opponent. But in Kyujosara, Raikage also saw the shadows of those who followed him and the monsters. Those people at the beginning all followed me loyally. Moreover, the current rice wife is indeed too lacking in talents. If even Kyujosara is dealt with on his side, then there will be no one left under his command. Raikage rubbed her temples with a headache, and said in a deep voice, Kyujosara, are you willing to get rid of your last name, and from now on be guilty of crimes and meritorious service? Sarah is willing. Kyujosara agreed without hesitation. In the past, Kyujo Takayuki was Kyujosara's idol, and his loyalty to the general was worth learning from. But what about the reality? I slapped Kyujosara hard in the face. This thief not only deceived himself, but also deceived the general. I, Kyujosara, and Kyujo Takayuki, this thief, are at odds with each other. Well, you first return the Eye of God that you hunted before, and then lead the followers of Tianling to eliminate the monsters. If the monsters on Narukami Island are not cleared away for one day, you will not be allowed to return to Inajima Castle for one day. Lei Qian said in a cold tone. This was her punishment for Kyujosara. With the current level of chaos in the earth's veins, there is almost an endless supply of monsters. Even though Kyujosara's strength is pretty good, he still has the potential to become a great demon in the future. But it is almost impossible to solve the monsters on Narukami Island with 0.4. Even if he is not beaten to death by monsters, he will die from exhaustion. However, Kyujosara didn't think so. The general was giving himself an opportunity to make meritorious deeds, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. The last general Kyujosara, he is no longer Kyujosara, but Sara. He is willing to sacrifice his life and blood for the general, and his liver and brain will be wiped out. Isn't it just to wipe out the monsters on Narukami Island? As long as the general is still alive, he will never let them go. As for the other members of the Kyujo family, Kyujosara didn't mention them. She was so pink that she turned dark. She used to love the Kyujo family, but now she hates them. Xiao Xing, that thief, had the general's trust in him, and caused harm to the people of Dao wife. He was absolutely to blame for his death. I, Sarah, and Kyujo filial piety are inseparable. Well, you go down. Lei Qianqing waved to Sarah, hoping that the other party would not disappoint him. When Sarah was leaving, she happened to run into two brothers and sisters, Kamisato Ayaka and Kamisato Ayato, but this time, when facing the two brothers and sisters, she pretended to lower her head. Chapter 111. Sarah is loyal to Lei Movie, but that doesn't mean she is really a fool. The fact that the two brothers of the Kamisato family went bankrupt to buy food to support the common people of Inazuto was not a secret among the senior leaders of Inazuto. Even many families were watching the joke of Aya Kamisato and Ayaka Kamisato. The Kamisato family may have a lot of family accumulation, but how many people can they support? Although Sarah didn't express her position before, she admired such behavior very much, but it was a pity that she didn't have much money. Before being adopted as an adopted daughter by Kyujo Takayuki, she was just a little tengu in the mountains, and there was no Mora at all. Not only did Sarah have no Mora, but the entire Tengu clan also had no Mora. Since Yuri Sasa, the Tengu clan has not had an outstanding Tengu for a long time, and naturally there is no Mora. After entering the Kyujo family, she had no interest in these extraneous things. Although she later became a general and her salary was not low, Sarah, except for necessary expenses and purchasing some figures related to General Thunder and Lightning, she spent all her time on them. The money was distributed to subordinates, especially those with financial difficulties. After all, as soldiers, the salary of ordinary big-headed soldiers is not high, and they have families to support, so the salary is naturally insufficient. Moreover, there may be some accidents, such as missing arms or legs. Sarah's wages over the years have also been used to subsidize them. When she saw the Kamisato family helping civilians before, she was quite impressed in her heart. She even wanted Kyujo Takayuki to do the same. Of course, the Kyujo family didn't do nothing. Although Inajima has become what she is now, Kyujo Takayuki has an unshirkable responsibility, but as the leader of the Tianling clan, Kyujo Takayuki also distributes free porridge in the city. It's just that the porridge is as thin as water, and the quantity is still very small. It can't be compared with the Kamisato family. Now it seems that this is just a show, trying to give the Kyujo family a reputation, which is not comparable to the Kamisato family. Alas, you really know people and faces but don't know their hearts. If he had known the truth earlier, he should have cooperated with them secretly. Brother, is that Kyujo Sarah? Looking at Kyujo Sarah's back after saying hello to him and leaving in a hurry, Kamisato Ayaka was also very curious. This seemed to be the first time that the other party greeted him like this, right? Ayato Kamisato looked at Sarah's leaving figure. Well, it seems that the general has not completely dismissed her from her post. He still has expectations for her. But this has nothing to do with us, let's go see the general first. Yes, brother. Kamisato Ayaka took a deep look at Sarah's leaving figure, and then looked at the castle tower not far away. I finally got here, but I didn't know if the general would agree to go to Liu. The two met General Thunder easily. I've met the general. The two brothers Kamisato Ayaka and Kamisato Ayato saluted first. Well. You two did a great job. The arrival of the two made Lei Qianqian feel a little complicated. Even if Inajima is like this now, there is still no shortage of loyal and patriotic people. Kamisato Ayato may have other small thoughts, but in such a general environment, it is very valuable to be able to be different from others. Moreover, according to Yashenz's information, Kamisato Ayato also thought about passing the specific information about Inajima to General Raiden, but was stopped and had no choice. So this can't be blamed on Kamisato Ayato. The company has indeed done what it should do. As for knowing but not reporting, it really has nothing to do with them. If you blame them, it would be a crime. Thunder movies will not embarrass anyone who is loyal to the emperor and patriotic. Just like the previous Kyujo Sarah, Rai movies only deprived the other party of Kyujo's surname. This is to separate Kyujo Sarah and the Kyujo family. For the current Kyujo Sarah, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Moreover, Kamisato Ayaka also used her family property to buy food and distribute it to those who were living in hardship. It is said that the Kamisato family is almost out of money now. The Kamisato family seemed to have done everything they could. This is what we should do. Kamisato Ayato still didn't know what General Raiden was thinking, but he still said respectfully. Yet. Lei Qianqian nodded with satisfaction. Do you have any suggestions for Dao wife's situation? Kamisato Ayato and Kamisato Ayaka glanced at each other, and finally Kamisato Ayato spoke. Sir General, Inazuto needs to solve the problem of monsters as soon as possible, otherwise, Inajima's people will not be able to go to the fields to cultivate. Evil spirits also need to be purified as soon as possible. At the same time, there is also a big shortage of food, and we need to go to Liu and Sumi to import food. My sister-in-law, Ayaka Kamisato, wants to go to other countries to be responsible for this. Kamisato Ayaka. Reikage looked at Kamisato Ayaka aside. Although she was a little young, she was kind-hearted. She is called Princess White Heron by the people of Inajima. It is said that it was Kamisato Ayaka who first proposed purchasing grain to distribute to the people. She is indeed the well-deserved egret princess. Reikage's thoughts moved. She didn't know how to reward the Kamisato family before. She wanted to let Kamisato Ayaka be the leader of the appointed leader, but she was stopped by Yae Kamiko, saying that she couldn't control the family. In human hands, there needs to be decentralization of power and checks and balances, otherwise there will be a situation where the implementation of the determination and the implementation of the heavenly leadership will occur. Upon hearing that this situation might continue to happen, Lei Movies immediately gave up the idea, but how to reward Kamisato Ayaka became a problem for Lei Movies. Although thunder, rain, and dew are all a favor, Lei Movies wanted to do something for the Kamisato family. It is also to tell others that not everyone in the top management of Inajima is ABD, but there are actually quite a few good people. Just like the Kamisato family. After pondering for a moment, Lei Movie said, the egret princess who conferred the title of God's Li Linghua as Rice wife went to Liu to discuss the purchase of grain. Kamisato Ayato will arrange for Kamisato Ayawa to go to Laya to buy food. This point is also recognized by Lay Movie. Now that Ina wife is so short of food, she really needs someone to go there to negotiate. Moreover, Ye Shenzi also said before that the Dao wife would go to Laya to work. She had already discussed it with Yu Hung Xing, and Laya would not treat their Dao wife badly. Although Lay Movie felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, why did Dao wife want to go to Laya to work, but considering the current situation of Dao wife, Lay Movie directly allowed this matter, which is better than starving to death. A god like Morix would not plot against himself in this matter. However, when the Inajima people go to Laya more often, someone will naturally be responsible for taking over. Since Kamisato Ayato wants to arrange for Kamisato Ayaka to go there, and Kamisato Ayaka's own abilities are also good, then let Kamisato Ayaka, please go over and take charge. Thinking of this, Lay Movie continued to add, there will be a lot of cooperation between Dao's wife and Liu in the future. You will be required to stay in Liu for a long time and be responsible for taking care of Dao's wife's people who go to Liu to work. Kamisato Ayaka was shocked. She didn't expect that the general would actually name herself Princess White Heron. Although many people usually call her this, it is just an honorific title. But it's different now. This honorific title has directly become the real title. I have suddenly become a real princess of Inajima. This was given by General Raiden, which means that from now on, Ayaka Kamisato will be the real Princess White Heron. Among all Inajima, only Ayaka Kamisato has this honor, right? This can be regarded as a compliment from General Thunder to them. After that, Inajima will send people to work in Liu. In Kamisato Ayaka's opinion, this is a good thing. Although these people may have other thoughts in the future, such as not wanting to come back, it is better than starving to death. However, Kamisato Ayaka still spoke, Sir General, the name of Princess White Heron is just a joke. Please don't take it seriously, General. Moreover, what we are doing is just doing what we should do. The Kamisato family was in charge of the society and did not assist the shogun in managing Inajima. This was the fault of the Kamisato family. The general did not punish us. The Kamisato family, are already grateful. Kamisato Ayaka's words made Reikage very satisfied. Look, this is the mainstay of their Ina wife. If everyone is like Kamisato Ayaka, how can Ina wife be like this? There are so many things. The shrine is responsible for sacrificial activities, celebrations, and entertainment. Those things have nothing to do with you, and you have no responsibility to govern them. The Kamisato family has done a good enough job. Princess Egret, I will grant it to you. I just hope that you can continue to maintain your original intention and not betray Dao wife like those guys. Lei Qian said in an indifferent tone. The last words contained a faint murderous intent. However, both Kamisato Ayaka and Kamisato Ayato knew that this was not for them, but for the Kyujo family and the Iragi family. This time, I'm afraid Inajima's top management will also undergo a major change. However, they are also curious about what the general can do this time. If it were really calculated, 2/3 of all the nobles in Inajima would be gone. And without these guys, can Rice wife really continue to operate? Although those guys were not good people, Kamisato Ayato had to admit that 90% of Inajima's talents were really in the hands of the nobles. Of course, at this time, none of them will talk about this matter. Now it is true that someone needs to bleed and take responsibility for this matter. We can't let General Thunder take the blame, right? She was just staying in the castle tower, so there was no way the blame would fall on her, right? Kamisato, unconditionally agree that General Raiden is innocent. Chapter 111. Sarah is loyal to Lei Movie, but that doesn't mean she is really a fool. The fact that the two brothers of the Kamisato family went bankrupt to buy food to support the common people of Inazuto was not a secret among the senior leaders of Inazuto. Even many families were watching the joke of Iya Kamisato and Ayaka Kamisato. The Kamisato family may have a lot of family accumulation, but how many people can they support? Although Sarah didn't express her position before, she admired such behavior very much, but it was a pity that she didn't have much money. Before being adopted as an adopted daughter by Kyujo Takayuki, she was just a little tengu in the mountains, and there was no Mora at all. Not only did Sarah have no Mora, but the entire Tengu clan also had no Mora. Since Yuri Sasa, the Tengu clan has not had an outstanding Tengu for a long time, and naturally there is no Mora. After entering the Kyujo family, she had no interest in these extraneous things. Although she later became a general and her salary was not low, Sarah, except for necessary expenses and purchasing some figures related to General Thunder and Lightning, she spent all her time on them. The money was distributed to subordinates, especially those with financial difficulties. After all, as soldiers, the salary of ordinary big-headed soldiers is not high, and they have families to support, so the salary is naturally insufficient. Moreover, there may be some accidents, such as missing arms or legs. Sarah's wages over the years have also been used to subsidize them. When she saw the Kamisato family helping civilians before, she was quite impressed in her heart. She even wanted Kyujo Takayuki to do the same. Of course, the Kyujo family didn't do nothing. Although Inajima has become what she is now, Kyujo Takayuki has an unshirkable responsibility, but as the leader of the Tianling clan, Kyujo Takayuki also distributes free porridge in the city. It's just that the porridge is as thin as water, and the quantity is still very small. It can't be compared with the Kamisato family. Now it seems that this is just a show, trying to give the Kyujo family a reputation, which is not comparable to the Kamisato family. Alas, you really know people and faces but don't know their hearts. If he had known the truth earlier, he should have cooperated with them secretly. Brother, is that Kyujo Sarah? Looking at Kyujo Sarah's back after saying hello to him and leaving in a hurry, Kamisato Ayaka was also very curious. This seemed to be the first time that the other party greeted him like this, right? Ayato Kamisato looked at Sarah's leaving figure. Well, it seems that the general has not completely dismissed her from her post. He still has expectations for her. But this has nothing to do with us, let's go see the general first. Yes, brother. Kamisato Ayaka took a deep look at Sarah's leaving figure, and then looked at the castle tower not far away. I finally got here, but I didn't know if the general would agree to go to Liu. The two met General Thunder easily. I've met the general. The two brothers Kamisato Ayaka and Kamisato Ayato saluted first. Well. You two did a great job. The arrival of the two made Lei Qianqian feel a little complicated. Even if Inajima is like this now, there is still no shortage of loyal and patriotic people. Kamisato Ayato may have other small thoughts, but in such a general environment, it is very valuable to be able to be different from others. Moreover, according to Yeshenz's information, Kamisato Ayato also thought about passing the specific information about Inajima to General Raiden, but was stopped and had no choice. So this can't be blamed on Kamisato Ayato. The company has indeed done what it should do. As for knowing but not reporting, it really has nothing to do with them. If you blame them, it would be a crime. Thunder movies will not embarrass anyone who is loyal to the emperor and patriotic. Just like the previous Kyujo Sarah, Rai movies only deprived the other party of Kyujo's surname. This is to separate Kyujo Sarah and the Kyujo family. For the current Kyujo Sarah, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Moreover, Kamisato Ayaka also used her family property to buy food and distribute it to those who were living in hardship. It is said that the Kamisato family is almost out of money now. The Kamisato family seemed to have done everything they could. This is what we should do. Kamisato Ayato still didn't know what General Raiden was thinking, but he still said respectfully. Yet. Lei Qianqian nodded with satisfaction. Do you have any suggestions for Deo wife's situation? Kamisato Ayato and Kamisato Ayaka glanced at each other, and finally Kamisato Ayato spoke. Sir General, Inazuto needs to solve the problem of monsters as soon as possible, otherwise, Inajima's people will not be able to go to the fields to cultivate. Evil spirits also need to be purified as soon as possible. At the same time, there is also a big shortage of food, and we need to go to Liu and Sumi to import food. My sister-in-law, Ayaka Kamisato, wants to go to other countries to be responsible for this. Kamisato Ayaka. Reikage looked at Kamisato Ayaka aside. Although she was a little young, she was kind-hearted. She is called Princess White Heron by the people of Inajima. It is said that it was Kamisato Ayaka who first proposed purchasing grain to distribute to the people. She is indeed the well-deserved egret princess. Reikage's thoughts moved. She didn't know how to reward the Kamisato family before. She wanted to let Kamisato Ayaka be the leader of the appointed leader, but she was stopped by Yae Kamiko, saying that she couldn't control the family. In human hands, there needs to be decentralization of power and checks and balances, otherwise there will be a situation where the implementation of the determination and the implementation of the heavenly leadership will occur. Upon hearing that this situation might continue to happen, lay movies immediately gave up the idea, but how to reward Kamisato Ayaka became a problem for lay movies. Although thunder, rain, and dew are all a favor, lay movies wanted to do something for the Kamisato family. It is also to tell others that not everyone in the top management of Inajima is ABD, but there are actually quite a few good people. Just like the Kamisato family. After pondering for a moment, lay movie said, the egret princess who conferred the title of God's Li Linghua as rice wife went to Liu to discuss the purchase of grain. Kamisato Ayato will arrange for Kamisato Ayawa to go to Liu to buy food. This point is also recognized by lay movie. Now that Ina wife is so short of food, she really needs someone to go there to negotiate. Moreover, Ye Shenzi also said before that the Dao wife would go to Liu to work. She had already discussed it with Yu Hung Xing, and Liu would not treat their Dao wife badly. Although lay movie felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, why did Dao wife want to go to Liu to work, but considering the current situation of Dao wife, lay movie directly allowed this matter, which is better than starving to death. A god like Morix would not plot against himself in this matter. However, when the Inajima people go to Liu more often, someone will naturally be responsible for taking over. Since Kamisato Ayato wants to arrange for Kamisato Ayaka to go there, and Kamisato Ayaka's own abilities are also good, then let Kamisato Ayaka, please go over and take charge. Thinking of this, lay movie continued to add, there will be a lot of cooperation between Dao's wife and Liu in the future. You will be required to stay in Liu for a long time and be responsible for taking care of Dao's wife's people who go to Liu to work. Kamisato Ayaka was shocked. She didn't expect that the general would actually name herself Princess White Heron. Although many people usually call her this, it is just an honorific title. But it's different now. This honorific title has directly become the real title. I have suddenly become a real princess of Inajima. This was given by General Raiden, which means that from now on, Ayaka Kamisato will be the real Princess White Heron. Among all Inajima, only Ayaka Kamisato has this honor, right? This can be regarded as a compliment from General Thunder to them. After that, Inajima will send people to work in Liu. In Kamisato Ayaka's opinion, this is a good thing. Although these people may have other thoughts in the future, such as not wanting to come back, it is better than starving to death. However, Kamisato Ayaka still spoke, Sir General, the name of Princess White Heron is just a joke. Please don't take it seriously, General. Moreover, what we are doing is just doing what we should do. The Kamisato family was in charge of the society and did not assist the shogun in managing Inajima. This was the fault of the Kamisato family. The general did not punish us. I, the Kamisato family, are already grateful. Kamisato Ayaka's words made Reikage very satisfied. Look, this is the mainstay of their Ina wife. If everyone is like Kamisato Ayaka, how can Ina wife be like this? There are so many things. The shrine is responsible for sacrificial activities, celebrations, and entertainment. Those things have nothing to do with you, and you have no responsibility to govern them. The Kamisato family has done a good enough job. Princess Egret, I will grant it to you. I just hope that you can continue to maintain your original intention and not betray Dao wife like those guys. Lei Qian said in an indifferent tone. The last words contained a faint murderous intent. However, both Kamisato Ayaka and Kamisato Ayato knew that this was not for them, but for the Kyujo family and the Iragi family. This time, I'm afraid Inajima's top management will also undergo a major change. However, they are also curious about what the general can do this time. If it were really calculated, 2/3 of all the nobles in Inajima would be gone. And without these guys, can Rice wife really continue to operate? Although those guys were not good people, Kamisato Ayato had to admit that 90% of Inajima's talents were really in the hands of the nobles. Of course, at this time, none of them will talk about this matter. Now it is true that someone needs to bleed and take responsibility for this matter. We can't let General Thunder take the blame, right? She was just staying in the castle tower, so there was no way the blame would fall on her, right? I, Kamisato, unconditionally agree that General Raiden is innocent. Chapter 113. Kyujo Takayuki did not regret or complain about anything at this time. The winner is the king and the loser is all. At this time, he can only say that his destiny is not with him, but because of his actions, the Kyujo family may become a notorious existence for thousands of years. He has no qualifications to face his ancestors. Sir General, there is a special secret compartment in my study that contains what you need. Although Kyujo Takayuki still didn't think he was at fault, he didn't know whether it was because of the liberal nature of the Rai movie or because he was loyal to Lei's movies, and at this time, he actually confessed directly and was given leniency. Reikage snorted lightly and looked at Shinsuke Iragi on the side again. The meaning was very clear. Kyujo Takayuki expressed it in this way, so do you want to express it too? Seeing this, Iragi Shinsuke said quickly, Sir, my daughter Iragi Chisato has no knowledge of these things. Please give her a way to survive. Even if it means letting her go to other countries. Seeing that General Raiden didn't speak, Iragi Shinsuke continued, nearly all the families who decided to implement the national lockup order were involved. If the general wants to take action against the determination, I am afraid that all the families will take action. Compared to Kyujo Takayuki, at this time, Iragi Shinsuke was really scared. He understands the twists and turns of some nobles. If his daughter loses his protection and becomes a sinner, her life will not be very good. She may even become someone's plaything, or worse, become a public figure. The plaything is unacceptable. I understand. Lei Qianqing didn't care about letting Qunli Iragi go. She didn't know anything about this Qunli Iragi. At least Ye Kamiko mentioned Chisato Iragi before. This woman is pretty good. Although 930 cannot do what Ayaka Kamisato does, spending all her family property to buy food, Chisato Iragi is still secretly helping some civilians. It's quite conscientious. It's just that she doesn't have the courage to challenge her father. Faced with such a person, Lei Movie doesn't mind letting the other person live. Compared with knowing more black sheep, he can better carry out a bloodbath on Dao's wife later. Lei Movie can allow himself to let go of some unimportant things. Good guy. Of course, no matter how much contribution they make to guys like Kyujo Takayuki and Katsu Shaojuk, Ray Movies will never let them go. Even Lei Movie is still struggling with how to control them. Killing them with one knife is a bit advantageous, but they must die in pain. Lei Qingqing thought that it would be better to ask Ye Shenzi later and let her think about how to torture people. After getting the evidence from Shinsuke Iragi and Takayuki Kyujo, Reikage couldn't calm down inside. Sure enough, Inajima was really rotten. Ayato Kamisato had produced some evidence before, but it was nothing compared to the evidence of Shinsuke Iragi and Takayuki Kyujo. Not only the Tenryo Shogyo and the appointed Shaochyo, there are also many problems within the SHKY. There are also some families who have good connections with Kyujo Takayuki and others who want to take away the position of the SHKY family head from the Kamisato family. The most critical thing is that many of the Uja members who are his own bodyguards have been infiltrated. At this time, Lei Movie felt that no one could trust it. Logically speaking, those who can become Ayaja's followers are all his confidants, and they should all be the ones who believe, in him the most. Moreover, they are all carefully selected. But even if the Aja people have been infiltrated, it's no wonder that he can't receive the slightest intelligence from the outside. If it weren't for the maintainer of the law of heaven who suddenly pulled him out of the pure land of one heart, and when he reacted, Inajima is the country going to subjugate? After Mu Yang saw the ornamental fish coral palace Heart Sea, he returned to Narukami Taisha shrine. He had no choice. He had no place to go for the time being and he didn't want to live outside, so he could only look for this fox. I need you to prepare a place for me today. Mu Yang directly stated his purpose. Ye Shenzi did not refuse. Would you like to try the hot springs at our Narukami Taisha shrine? Back then, Shin and Kage liked to bathe in that hot spring the most. Unfortunately, in the past 500 years, no one except me has bathed with them. What? You want to take a hot spring bath with me? What a beautiful idea. Mu Yang's words stunned the whole fox of Ye Shenzi. In the past, I used to tease others like this. When did it become someone else's turn to tease me like this? Just thinking of the other party's identity, Ye Shenzi said that he couldn't offend him. I went to see Coral Palace Xinhai before, and she was already preparing a suicide note. Seeing Ye Shenzi looking like this, Mu Yang also chuckled, and said words that made Ye Shenzi happy. Ha ha ha, is that Maiko so cute? It seems that the shadow scared her. Ye Shenzi also showed a happy expression after hearing this, even the fox's tail was exposed, swaying. Obviously, Ye Shenzi was very satisfied with this matter. Coral Palace Xinhai can be regarded as a high-level executive on Haiji Island, and the other party also caused a lot of trouble in Inajima. Although there were some things, it was actually with Ye Shenzi's tacit approval that she chose to turn a blind eye. But now that he has the opportunity to bully Coral Palace Xinhai, Ye Shenzi doesn't mind, and is even happy to see it happen. He is General Thunder after all. There is no way to fight against Haiji Island without gods. Anyone would be afraid of her, but she is very interesting, and maybe she can become your right-hand man in the future. Mu Yang spread his hands, and then, under the arrangement of Ye Shenzi, came to the hot spring to take a bath. Not to mention, this was the first time in Mu Yang's life to soak in an authentic hot spring. Before traveling through time, he had indeed soaked in some so-called hot springs, but they were all artificial hot springs and were incomparable to this authentic hot spring. Just when Mu Yang entered the hot spring, Ye Shenzi welcomed another guest. It can't be said that he is a guest, after all, the whole rice wife belongs to others. Shadow, why are you here? Ye Shenzi looked at Lei Movie with some suspicion, feeling uneasy in his heart. Mu Yang obviously doesn't want his identity to be exposed, and he also wants to tease Lei Jianjia. As Lei Jianjia's best friend, he naturally has to cooperate with Mu Yang to bully Lei Jianjia. Good friends are not meant for teasing. Did Ying feel Mu Yang's aura and come here? Shenzi, I have many things that need your help. Raikage didn't notice the strangeness of Ye Shenzi, and said to Ye Shenzi in a sincere tone. Tell me about it. Seeing the Thunder movie like this, Ye Shenzi also became serious. After that, many people will die in Rice Wife, but most of the nobles will be in trouble. We may not have enough talent to run the country anymore. When Lei Qianqian mentioned those nobles, he also showed a look of gritted teeth. Obviously, Lei Movie hates those guys to the core. This is indeed a huge problem. Hearing this, Ye Shenzi also fell into deep thought. Both brothers and sisters of the Kamisato family can use it. Coral Palace Xinhai can be the head of the family, but Coral Palace Xinhai must be constantly beaten, otherwise, she is likely to do something. As a price for treating Haiji Island well, you need Coral Palace Xinhai to do things for you. Although Kyujo Sera is a member of the Kyujo family, he is loyal to you and can still serve as General Inajima. As for the position of the head of the family enshrined by Tianling, you can leave it vacant until someone is qualified in the future. 11 Well, it is true that no one in Dao's wife is qualified to be the head of Tianling's family. Lei Qianqian nodded with deep understanding. Ye Shenzi thought again for a while, but there was no way. In fact, there was really no one left for Inajima now. Originally, Ye Shenzi wanted to recommend Kukinin. After all, Kukinin's abilities were indeed good. But now she also needs help here. Some time ago, the earth's veins began to become disordered and filth increased. Kukinin, who originally stopped being a Miko and joined that bullshit Arataka sect, also came back on his own initiative. Facts have proved that Kukinin still has a good sense of the overall situation. When Inajima needs her, Kukinin will take the initiative to come back. Moreover, Kukinin's ability is definitely among the top among the current Inajima. Ye Shenzi even felt that if there was no Coral Palace Heart Sea, he could train Kuki Shinobu and make him the head of the family. Even someone like Iragi Shinsuke can serve as the head of the designated family, and Kuki Shinobu can do it if he thinks about it. But since there is a Coral Palace Heart Sea, there is no need for Juki Ren to determine and implement it. Moreover, Narukami Taisha Shrine really needs excellent talents now. In the situation where I can't go out and do things at will, many things need to be presided over by Juki Ren. Think about it again, does the wife still have talent? *A. Oh degree since when did Inajima become like this? I didn't kill Kyujo Kamaharu and the others, which actually doesn't matter. Sometimes, death is also a kind of relief. According to the original plot, Kyujo Kamaharu can be regarded as a winner in life, becoming the head of the Tianling family, and marrying a super Baifume. This Baifume is also a love brain, and it is indeed an enviable life. In comparison with the author, Baifume has no wife, and will live as a sinner in Daiaji from now on. The family property is also gone, and she has to go. Atonement is even more tragic than Lawrence, you can imagine. Chapter 114. I don't know since when, their rice wives couldn't even get together, 3 of them. However, after thinking hard, Ye Shenzi thought of someone, and she asked Raikage, Kage, do you remember Maple Haram Manyo? Maple Haram Manyo? The person who stole the Eye of God and became a wanted criminal. Raiden himself had no impression of Maple Haram Manyo, but General Raiden did. At that time, General Raiden personally designated Maple Haram Manyo as a wanted criminal. However, General Raiden had no murderous intention towards Maple Harem Manyo, otherwise, the other party would not have been able to escape at all. Although General Thunder and Lightning is a doll and the guardian of eternity, General Electric will not mind turning a blind eye if someone does not destroy eternity and shows qualities that make General Thunder and Lightning look high on him. Just like Maple Harem Manyo's friend, he dared to initiate a duel in front of the general, and it was not for himself, but to ask General Raiden to cancel the National Lockdown Order and the I-Hunt Order. Now it seems that that person is definitely a loyal and patriotic person. He may have known his fate a long time ago, but he still initiated a duel in front of the Emperor. Although he lost to Kyujosara in the end, his opponent's martial arts skills were still recognized by him. Looking back now, Lei Qianqian also felt sad in his heart. Such a brave man should not deserve to die. All this is the fault of Kyujo Takayuki and those thieves. Of course, I did make a mistake. A hero like that really doesn't deserve to die. If he is still alive now, he should reuse him. But Maple Harem Manyo was also very good. At that time, he broke into the castle tower in order to steal his friend's Eye of God. For him, it was also a narrow escape. For the sake of her friends, Maple Harem Manyo did this. Although this is not a great love, it can also be regarded as a hero. Moreover, if I remember correctly, the surname Feng Yuan seems to have been inherited by me, and the opponent's swordsmanship is equally good. He can also be regarded as a leader in Inajima. Now that the National Lockdown Order and the I-Hunting Order have been cancelled, the Wanted Order on Maple Harem Manyo has also been cancelled. Now when he heard Yae Kamiko mentioning Maple Harem Manyo, Reikich's mind was moved and he asked, "Do you know where Maple Harem Manyo is?" Well, before being wanted by the shogunate, Maple Harem Manyo left Inajima and went to Liu. He returned to Inajima not long ago. Ye Shenzi nodded slightly. He has a good character. If he is given a heavy responsibility, it may not be possible. You can't be a pillar of rice wife. Upon hearing this, Lei Qianqian also nodded with satisfaction. He is very good and he is another talent. She was still very optimistic about Maple Harem Manyo, and she had already gained her approval before thinking about it. As if he had thought of something, Lei Qianqian also showed a rare smile on his face and said, "Shenzi, I think you are also very tired, why don't we take a hot spring bath together? I haven't bathed in a hot spring with you for hundreds of years." Without any explanation, Reikich pulled Ye Shenzi towards the hot spring. "Hey, wait!" Ye Shenzi shocked the whole fox. Although there was nothing wrong with them soaking in hot springs together 500 years ago, and she also liked being held by Cage in the past. She misses those days, but there are people in the hot springs now. But before Ye Shenzi could say anything, Reikich had already arrived at the hot spring compartment, took off his shackles and stepped inside. As for Ye Shenzi's reservation, Lay Movies didn't take it seriously. After all, after so many years, it is normal for Ye Shenzi to feel a little awkward. It would be great if she could still look like that little fox. But when Lay Movie entered the hot spring, everyone was confused. Why was there a man in the hot spring, and the aura of this man? Well, not only Lay Movie was shocked at this time, but Mu Yang was also confused at this moment. He had just started to soak in the hot spring, and he felt the atmosphere of Lay Movie. For his next plan, well, mainly to play a big trick on Lay Movie tomorrow, he had already thought of the script. He hid his aura just to prevent Lay Movie from sensing him. As a result, I didn't expect that Lei Qianqing would be so bold and unrestrained and directly brought Ye Shenzi to the hot spring. Ye Shenzi didn't even have a chance to stop it. "Sister Shadow is here to give you some benefits." My sister said purple is very charming. "Who are you? Why, where are you?" Lei Qianqian forgot to cover himself at this time and said coldly to Mu Yang. "I think you need to put on this first." Ye Shenzi quickly put on a coat for Ray Movie and said helplessly. Lei Qianqian was silent when she saw this, but a terrifying aura was brewing in her body. This guy actually blasphemed God. "Shadow, I was here first." Seeing Lei Keqing's appearance, Ye Shenzi quickly explained to Lei Qingqing. She was really afraid of thunder and rushed forward regardless of the movie to fight Mu Yang. That was the law of heaven. If Mu Yang is really killed, even if the opponent is not harmed, the opponent will still be justified. Who knows, the maintainer of heaven will regard this incident as a provocation by Lei Kaihokyu and punish Lei Kaihokyu. "Shenzi, this is the hot spring for me and my sister," Lei Qianqian said to Ye Shenzi in a serious tone. For Lei Qiankaiu, the only ones qualified to soak in this hot spring are himself, his sister, Shenzi and Fox A Palace. But now a person he didn't know suddenly came, which made Lei Qianqiu extremely angry. If it weren't for the fact that the other party knew the Eightfold Divine Sun, Lei Movie would have already given the other party divine punishment at this time. This guy dared to blaspheme just now. Is that look in his eyes appreciative? As the god of thunder, when had she been treated like this? However, Lei Jingqing quickly realized that something was wrong. As a martial artist, Lei Jingqing was very confident in his own intuition. Why didn't he detect the other person's aura before? No matter how weak a human being is, he still has a corresponding aura. So who is this guy? What should I do? Do I want to reveal my identity? Ye Shenzi looked at Mu Yang speechlessly. She never imagined that things would turn out like this. This guy Lei Qianqian was still as vigorous and resolute as before, and he actually let him in without any explanation. Moreover, they also directly sent benefits to Mu Yang. Mu Yang covered his forehead, but still said helplessly, "This is our first meeting with Balzabe, please give me flowers." With that said, Mu Yang, who was soaking in the hot spring, stood up and transformed into his own magical costume. This. Lei Qianqian's eyes widened and he looked at Mu Yang in disbelief. This set of clothes was so familiar to her, and the breath and the maintainer of heaven were also very similar. Who is this? This is Mu Yang, the current law of heaven. Seeing Mu Yang like this, Ye Shenzi patiently explained to Lei Qianqian. 2. Heavenly Principle? How long have you been meditating in the Pure Land? Has the law of heaven come out? Well, Lei Movie also admits that he, the god of thunder, is indeed irresponsible, and there is indeed a problem with Dao wife, but why would Tianli come to Dao wife? How virtuous and capable is I, a rice wife, that I can let Tianli come to my rice wife in person? Soon, Lei Movie thought of the aura that erupted on Sky Island, which seemed to be the aura of the person in front of him. In other words, the other party must have come down from Sky Island, and it is very likely that it is Tianli. Zero, however, the strength of this Tianli was a bit weak, and Lei Qianqian felt that it was not as good as the previous maintainer of Tianli. Soon, she found a corresponding answer to this matter. Perhaps this is not the true form of Tianli, but an incarnation of Tianli. Thinking of this, Lei Qiang also became cautious. If it were someone else, Lei Qiang would still want to kill the other person, but in the face of the laws of nature, Lei Qiang couldn't afford such a punishment. This is true even if I just suffered a loss. At the same time, she is also very interested in Mu Yang. God knows, she only heard of his name before but never saw him. In the past, when things happened, it was the maintainer of heavenly principles who came out, and she had never seen heavenly principles. In Ying's impression, only heavenly principles are the most powerful, and only eternity can approach heavenly principles. Now that Tianli is standing in front of him, Lei Qian is confused. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed in you. Seeing the movie like this, Mu Yang also sighed lightly, but you are really big, ahem, brave. Lei Qingqing didn't think much after hearing this, he just thought that the other party was talking about the issue of the eye hunting order. After all, the eye of God is a rule of heaven. If you hunt for the eye of God, isn't this provoking the law of heaven? Thinking of this, Lei Qianqian also felt helpless for a while. She did think that the eye of God was an exception before, and she also had her own little thoughts. That is, the end of the holder of the eye of God will not be good, and even the soul will leave later. This is not in line with his setting of the eternal musician. She wanted Daozuo's people to be able to live in this paradise even after death. Because of the eye of God, those people who had obtained the eye of God were unable to do so, so she came up with the idea of carrying out the eye hunting order. Unexpectedly, I was caught by heavenly law and the maintainer of heavenly law. On the other hand, Ye Kamiko looked at Mu Yang with a strange expression. Could it be that Mu Yang fell in love with Lei's movie? For Kage and Inajima, this seems to be a good thing. So what should I do to send the Thunder movie to Yang? Please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me automatic subscriptions, I love you all. 3. Chapter 115. When facing Mu Yang, Lei Qianqing was also trembling with fear. He had no choice but to do it because the other party was in heaven. The keeper of heavenly principles had warned him before that if he couldn't solve Inajima's problem within a year, then he would no longer need to be the god of thunder. For Lei Qianqiu, Rice Wife can never be let go. Even if she dies, she can't give up Rice Wife. However, the previous Tianli seemed to appreciate his body very much when he saw it, right? Is it possible that Tianli likes the way he looks? To be honest, I'm very disappointed. However, now that you have begun to manage Ina wife personally, with the help of Ye Shenzi, you may not be able to solve all Ina wife's difficulties within a year. Mu Yang said slowly. This sentence made Lei Qiankai feel happy, which meant that what he had done today had been recognized by heaven. As long as he continued to do so, he would not lose his wife. However, regarding Dao's wife's situation, I need to make some restrictions and impose a certain punishment on you. It was just Mu Yang's next words that made Lei Qiankai's heart not feel good at all. Before Lei Qianqian could say anything, Mu Yang said calmly, "Follow me." 407 saying that, he flew away from the location of the Seven Heavens statue. Upon seeing this, Lei Xingqing hurriedly followed, and at the same time, he did not forget to take Ye Shenzi with him. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Ye Shenzi seemed to know this Tianli. After the other party left, he had to ask Ye Shenzi properly. As for now, naturally I want to bring Ye Shenzi with me. If something happens, you can ask Ye Shenzi to intercede for you. Although it is embarrassing to ask one's family members and pets to plead for oneself, at this time, Lei Movie still did it. In just a moment, the three of them arrived at the statue of the Seven Heavens God. Looking at the statue of the Seven Heavens God that exuded a sacred aura, Mu Yang took another look at the Thunder movie. This doesn't look like it at all. If thunder and lightning were real, there would be some similarities in temperament, but thunder movies. However, the image of the seven heavenly gods is not irreversible. Mu Yang put his hand on the statue of the Seven Heavens God, with a smile on his lips. Just when Ye Shenzi and Lei Keqing didn't know what Mu Yang was going to do, the image of the Seven Heavens statue also changed dramatically. Lei Qianqian and Ye Shenzi were dumbfounded when they saw clearly what the Seven Heavens statue looked like. This actually turned into a crying Q version of Lei's movie. Moreover, there is a row of words floating on the top of this statue. You are you scolding me? You are finished. You can't poop for a week. Poke. Ye Shenzi laughed out loud when he saw this, and then looked at the Thunder movie in embarrassment. This statue of the seven heavenly gods is so cute. It would be great if a Thunder movie really looked like this. Moreover, this typesetting is too funny, right? If possible, she really wanted to see such scenes of crying and fussing in Lei's movie. It was so cute. Cage, how about you become like this? Anyway, it's not impossible for you. After all, Tianli likes to see you like that. Ye Shenzi looked at Lei Yingying with a teasing look. It's not that Ye Shenzi is unloyal, but this matter is really interesting. Son of God. Lei Qingqing looked at Ye Shenzi angrily. This was really embarrassing. Moreover, how could I say such vulgar words? If the people of Inajima discover the appearance of the seven heavenly god statue, how can I become the god of thunder in the future? Lei Film said he could not accept it. As a god, you always have to pay for what you have done, don't you? Mu Yang looked at Lei Movie with a half-smile, although this matter is indeed a huge problem for Daozuma's officials. But it also has something to do with your inaction as the god of thunder, doesn't it? You have the ability to solve the current plight of Rice Wife, but some punishments are still necessary. You think this will make you lose your majesty as a god, but what about the dead people? Hearing Mu Yang's words, Lei Qianqian couldn't help but feel his heart twitch. Yes, I just lost the majesty of the gods, but the people of Dao Wife lost their lives. If this is the case, she is willing to accept this punishment. Even if it makes her lose her majesty, when other people mention Thor in the future, they will immediately think of this crying look and the words woo woo woo, you scold me, you are finished, you can't poop. This can also make you feel a little better inside. That's the punishment for you. The next step is the punishment for official Daozuma. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang said again. This made Ye Shenzi and Reikage instantly nervous. There are rumors that the Kaihokia people were born after the Kenria people were cursed by the heavenly law. Could it be that the heavenly law wanted to curse all the Rice Wife officials into Kaihokia people? If that is really the case, then even the Eightfold Divine Son would find it difficult to accept it. But after that, both Lei Qianqing and Ye Shenzi were speechless and silent. At this time, whether it was powerful Inajima warriors like Reikage and Ye Kamiko or ordinary people like Inajima, a message appeared in their minds, even on Kaiji Island. The Rice Wife officials and the nobles acted in reverse, causing the wrath of God. If the Rice Wife officials do not work well for the people in the future, they will be constipated and unable to poop. You really have a bad taste. Ye Shenzi looked at Mu Yang with a strange expression and said. It's a good thing for Dao's wife, isn't it? Mu Yang spread his hands. Officials will do their jobs well in the future, otherwise they will not be able to poop, or even die in severe cases, and you only need to look at each other's belly to see if when something goes wrong, you can know whether the other party is doing a good job. If I hadn't seen the way you changed the image of the seven heavens god of shadow, I would have really believed it. Ye Shenzi said with a twitch in his mouth. Mu Yang chuckled, this is just a punishment for Balzabe. In the future, as long as she becomes the god of thunder, the seven heavens statue will naturally change back. Indeed, as you said, as the god of thunder, I am not qualified, at least compared to the real one, it is far worse. This is also the punishment I deserve. Lei Qian took a deep breath and looked at Mu Yang with a complicated expression. Road. Although this will make his impression in the hearts of the people of Deazua become strange, at this time, Lei Muvi still calmly accepted his fate. As long as you become the god of thunder, everything can be changed. Moreover, although it is a bit vulgar, it seems good if those nobles and officials are punished like that. Raikage accepted it in this way, and Ye Shenzi could barely accept it. Although she was also an official of Inajima, this curse also enveloped her. But although Ye Kamiko likes to have fun a lot of the time, some people think that she, the palace secretary of Narukami Taisha Shrine, is a bit of a fisherman and likes fishing, but Ye Kamiko said my main job is not government affairs. The work itself is to worship Ming, which is somewhat similar to the shrine ceremony. There is also the monster of Satoda Tsuma. Ye Kamiko does this very well, and after the war 500 years ago, Inajima was the only great demon left. The most important of the rest of the work is to clean up some dirt. Isn't she working hard to do it now? Therefore, the eightfold godson is not afraid of this curse, but some people can't stop it now. Kamisato Yashiki, Kamisato Ayaka returned here and found her brother Kamisato Ayato with a confused look on her face. Brother, did you also get that information? Yes, I got it. Ayato Kamisato nodded subtly, we just need to do good things for the general and the people of Inagawa. There's no need to worry so much, it won't affect us, but some people will be unlucky. I just don't know if these things are true. Kamisato Ayaka's expression was equally subtle, but this is too weird, isn't it? Can any god really cast such a curse? Kamisato Ayato was a little silent. How could he know such a thing? Maybe, maybe not, but what can they do? All they can do is to do their part well, and then work honestly for the people of Daiji. 1.6 At this moment, the fools in Dao's wife also looked confused, and then became anxious again. They, the fools, are an organization that opposes the law of heaven, but the appearance of the maintainer of the law of heaven in Inajima was scary enough. Then General Raiden stood up directly, stopped the war, and arrested Inajima's officials and nobles. Even some fools had been arrested. Oh my god, that's scary. Some fools who were hidden inside Daezu, who were originally Daezu people, had such a signal in their minds. They were all confused. If this is true, who will cooperate with the fools in the future? If those officials are restricted by this information, fools will wonder how Dao wife will develop. Fortunately, this is only for Rice wife. If it were for the entire Teyvat continent, then the fools would not be able to take root or sprout in the other 6 countries. Moreover, the war within Inajima has stopped, the officials they had infiltrated before have been arrested, and the eye-hunting order and the lockdown order have been cancelled, so what are they going to do now? Chapter 116. The fools are confused and at a loss. They don't know what to do. At least they don't know what to do until the order comes from the Winter Kingdom. Of course, the people who are most confused are actually the people of Haiji Island. Even Coral Palace Shinkai woke up from his sleep. Inajima's officials did something wrong. Why do they, Haiji Island, need to treat everyone equally? However, if you think about it carefully, it seems that Haiji Island is indeed a part of Inajima in a strict sense. Even Coral Palace Shinkai himself doesn't want to admit it, but at this time, they can't tolerate it. Of course, what makes Coral Palace Xinhai most curious is how many people there are on their sea island who can't poop. The officials of Daiji are not human beings, and many of them are dead. Otherwise, their resistance army will not be able to mobilize at all, but if you really want to say how good their Haiji Island is, Coral Palace Xinhai will not deceive itself. Does that guy who wants to start a war with the shogunate army really want to avenge Orobas? No. They just want to fight for their own interests. Anyway, it is not themselves or their family members who are on the front line. If the sergeants below die, they will die. It has nothing to do with them, at least for these people. In this way, they would more likely consider obtaining land from the shogunate and Inajima, so that they could live a more generous life. Coral Palace Zinhai has always known all this, but she did not choose 12. Kaiji Island is at a disadvantage when facing the shogunate army. If they are still in civil strife at this time, they will be even more unable to fight. Coral Palace Zinhai immediately held a meeting, and everyone gathered quickly. She also saw the cursing of those officials. It was obvious that most people here believed that they were all Haiji Icelanders. Why should they include Haiji Icelanders when punishing Inajima? They are not rice wives. It's just that they didn't seem to notice that when they were cursing, Coral Palace Zinhai's eyes were also filled with sadness. Do these guys only pay attention to this? Whether Kaijijima is a part of Inajima is not the most important question to consider at this time. But shouldn't they think about being nice to the civilians and doing things for them honestly, instead of worrying about not being able to poop? As long as you do things honestly, why do you need to worry about this problem? At least Coral Palace Zinhai is not worried that he and Wulang will encounter this problem. She sighed silently and looked at Wulang beside her. The other person happened to be looking at Coral Palace Zinhai and wanted to ask her military advisor what to do. Coral Palace Zinhai closed his eyes and thought of the scene that General Thunder and Lightning had shown before. This was something they could not contend with. He thought again of the young man who suddenly appeared before. If nothing else happened, he was very powerful, but he had been watching the show from the sidelines. He might have some special intentions for Ina wife, but he was not able to face him. Yes. Their Haiji Island is now meat on the chopping board, with no chance to stir. And these guys, up to now, still only think about power and don't want to do anything for the people of Haiji Island. At this time, Coral Palace Zinhai also felt desperate for these people. After all, I still made a mistake. If I were not greedy and had a lucky mentality, if I could be stricter with these guys, Haiji Island would not be what it is today, and I would not need to die. Thinking of the terrifying look of General Thunder and Lightning, Coral Palace Zinhai trembled in his heart. Looking at Wu Lang's consulting look, Coral Palace Zinhai knew that at this time, the troops outside were already ready, waiting for his order. He is dead, but for the future of Haiji Island, these people must die. No matter whether they participated in those things or not, these people have only done harm to Haiji Island but no good. Coral Palace Zinhai is a very smart woman. After weighing the pros and cons, she made a decision. Leave no one behind. Women are indeed more terrifying when they are ruthless than men. No one would have thought that Coral Palace Zinhai, who usually seemed soft, would actually massacre the senior officials of Haiji Island at this time. Moreover, she not only did it, but after taking care of the high-level officials who had no power to resist, she also took Wu Lang and the Coral Palace soldiers who were loyal to her to go to the homes of those nobles and ransack them one by one. When the people of Haiji Island saw the food and mora taken from these people's homes, everyone became angry. Haiji Island is very poor, and most of the people do not have enough to eat. Even food and clothing are a problem. Those guys, in front of the people of Haiji Island, maintained their image of being thrifty, and even complained about their poverty. It is not easy to talk about them, how difficult it is to be an official of Haiji Island, and even appeal to the people to donate molas and food to support them. Many people on Haiji Island really believed their words and donated all their insufficient kafko. But what's going on now? Is this what is called food shortage? The big fish and meat you all eat on a daily basis can even run into rats in the rice barn, and every rat is almost dying of hunger, yet you actually say that you have no food. Damn it! When Coral Palace Zinhai arranged for Wu Lang to distribute the food to each household, the people of Haiji Island also shouted Coral Palace Lord Square Brick. For such a thing, Coral Palace Zinhai also smiled bitterly. She, Coral Palace Zinhai, also had some unshirkable responsibility for causing such a situation. After all, these guys did these things under her nose, and she herself did. There is an unshirkable responsibility. Because of the actions of Coral Palace Zinhai and Goro, the interior of Haiji Island was completely in chaos. Of course, it was mainly the common people of Haiji Island who followed Coral Palace Zinhai to dig soil. BTT. From then on, the people of Haiji Island began to live a subsistence life. In Narukami Grand Shrine, Lei Keqing left with a confused look. Before leaving, she told Ye Shenzi to entertain Zhu Yang well. This is his immediate boss. Even if Rao Shilei has no emotional intelligence, he still understands this. In fact, if it weren't for the worry that Mu Yang felt that he didn't do a good job, Lei Movie would have accompanied him throughout the whole process. There was no way, even she felt tremendous pressure when facing the laws of heaven. Only by relying on eternity can we be closest to heaven. This was Lei Qiankai's previous concept, but now the real heavenly principle appeared in front of him. Lei Qiankai felt that the eternity he had previously pursued seemed to have some problems. At least this Tian Li seems to have a lot of bad taste, but he should not be malicious towards himself. Moreover, he hates evil very much. At first glance, it seems that he is not difficult to get along with. Having guessed this, Lei Qiang hurried back to the castle tower. She still had a lot of things to deal with later. At the same time, he must also perform well in front of Mu Yang to prove that he, the god of thunder, is still qualified. It's a pity that there are no powerful demons or monsters in Inazuma's territory that need to be dealt with by oneself. Otherwise, Lei Movie will definitely show off its force. After all, for the 7 gods, force is equally important. Ha ha ha, you are so talented. After Lei Movie 293 left, Ye Shenzi burst out laughing directly in front of Mu Yang. After a day of contact, Ye Shenzi also discovered that Mu Yang, the Tian Li, had no airs of Tian Li at all. It seemed that he usually preferred the way of contact with ordinary people. As long as he doesn't provoke Mu Yang, he is still easy to talk to. Of course, if someone provokes Mu Yang, or makes Mu Yang unhappy, then the other party is definitely doomed. Just like this time's determination and implementation, Mu Yang was unhappy. Otherwise, the maintainer of heavenly law would not deliberately run down, then call Ying out of the pure land of one heart, or even threaten to destroy the god of thunder. Now Cage dare not return to the pure land of one heart to meditate. Moreover, there will also be a bloodbath within Inazuma. This is all brought by Mu Yang. If it weren't for Mu Yang's special instructions, the Keeper of Heavenly Principles would not have specifically reminded Lei Movie to deal with those guys. Of course, what makes Ye Shenzi happiest is that the crying statue of the 7 heavens god is so cute. It would be better if the 7 heaven statue could always be like that. There still needs to be punishment, and this can be regarded as punishment for her disregard of her wife and the people. However, after all, she was only implicated and bewitched, so I will not target her, and she is also a god that I admire. Thinking of that purple touch, Mu Yang's heart was throbbing. Damn it, because of Lei's movie, Dao's heart is unstable. Well, these pictures may be a bit heavy-handed in the eyes of some people, but the author really likes that short video. Ying Bao cried and said, "You scold me, you are finished, you can't poop in a week, really it's so cute." And, for someone like Inazuma, she really needs to curse a lot. As for Kaiji Island, the author doesn't like it either. It's really disgusting to destroy the town's property, and during the peace talks, those wise guy. Chapter 117. Appreciate? Do you appreciate the shadow? Because the shadow is beautiful. Ye Shenzi really couldn't think of anything else worth appreciating in the shadow besides being beautiful. Force? Mu Yang is the law of heaven, he still needs the support of force? Not to mention Mu Yang, the maintainer of heavenly principles is not something Yingsuo can fight against. The maintainers of heavenly principles should also be considered Mu Yang's dependents, right? Is it possible that Mu Yang wants to train Yinja to become a circle-like being? Mu Yang looked at Ye Shenzi speechlessly. You really noticed it, shoulder fox, I really covet her body, I am despicable. However, it was impossible for him to admit this. He just shook his head slightly and said, you haven't seen her other possibility. I can only tell you that there were 4 like the maintainers of heaven. I doubt her. Something to do with one of them. How is this possible? Ye Shenzi's pupils shrank slightly. As Lei Keqing's closest family member, how could he not know what secrets Lei Qingqing had and how much he weighed? Why don't I know that Lei movies are related to that kind of existence? Although there is a legend that there are 4 other rulers among the 7 rulers in the world, and the Keeper of Heavenly Principles is one of them, how could Keqing be related to them? I just have suspicions. Mu Yang spread his hands and said, of course, I also suspect that she doesn't know anything at all. Maybe Baal knew something, but she had already fallen and did not tell Baalzabe all these things. Knowing that information may not be a good thing for Baalzabe. Ye Shenzi also frowned when she heard this. At this time, she thought of some things. For example, there were rumors that Raiden chose to sacrifice himself in order to make Raiden Makoto become the god of thunder, and was later resurrected by Shinsho. It is recorded in a book in Genshin Orai. The Eightfold Divine Son has not personally experienced this matter, nor has he studied it, but this legend has existed a long time ago. Moreover, there are also legends among monsters, and this thing is very likely to be true. After all, how could two gods exist in one country at the same time? How did Zhen become the god of thunder while the Thunder movie was still around? But Ying was resurrected again. There must be a secret that he didn't know. Maybe the Ying at that time was not really dead, but a kind of death that avoided the surveillance of Sky Island. And these things are not what lay movies would think of. They are obviously related to Zhen, but Zhen will not be resurrected. This also made Ye Shenzi more and more curious, but the truth will only be known after the resurrection. Maybe Mr. Huzai Palace knows something. How about you find a way to resurrect Mr. Huzai Palace first? Moreover, haven't you noticed the shining point in Balzabu? Then, Mu Yang continued to say, Liu has begun to develop technology now, and it will also need to develop various kinds of technologies in the future. Technology. Balzabul can make puppets such as thunder generals and skirmishers. Her alchemy skills are among the best in the entire Teyvat continent. If these methods can be used well, it will be a great help to Ina wife. For Teyvat, this is also an opportunity. Ye Shenzi's eyes flickered slightly when he heard this. When he was purifying the filth before, Ye Shenzi also got a rough idea of some free knowledge in the chat group, and at the same time he also knew what Ningguang and the others were doing. They want to develop alchemy and technology. But this was what Lei Qingqing was most resistant to before. Although Lei Qingqing had very powerful alchemy, after she witnessed the destruction of the country that was running at full strength, she simply did not dare to let Inajima continue to develop technology. On the contrary, it curbs the development of technology. If Lei Movie is willing to teach the people of Daezu, lead the alchemy of Daezu, and bring some technologies from other worlds to Daezu, maybe Daezu will not need to be so poor. Thinking of this, Ye Shenzi also became excited. Before, she had been worried about Inajima's future. After all, compared to Mondstadt and Liu, Daeji is just an island country and is close to the NYC. In terms of geographical environment, it is indeed not a good place. The god-worshipping aura of Dosha, the bones of Orobas on Baloo Island, are also the places where the god-worshipping aura is the most serious. Almost the entire island and the ground are polluted by the god-worshipping aura. Even those who get the chat group cheat the son of the Eightfold God felt that it was very difficult to purify the Eightfold Island. If you want to completely purify Ba Ying Island, it may not be as simple as purifying the abyss pollution on the other side of the layered rock abyss. It is very difficult to do this just by yourself. Although this can also bring a lot of points to Ye Shenzi, she still feels a headache. On Haiji Island, not only do we have to worry about the personnel issues within Haiji Island, but Haiji Island itself also seems to have many secrets. Moreover, the holy soil there is severely degraded and is not suitable for planting. There is a Laiyan authority on Qinglai Island. Even if Thunder Movie takes action, it will not be able to completely kill the opponent, and it will even make the ground veins of Qinglai Island become more and more polluted. Qinglai Island is also not suitable for human survival. Ye Shenzi feels that it will be difficult for him to purify Qinglai Island in the future. The most important thing is Hagwon. That place is really mysterious. Even Ye Shenzi doesn't know the specific situation of Hagwon. He just knows that it is very mysterious and dangerous. Moreover, Zhenhe Foxay Palace and even Cage later warned him not to touch Tsurugwan. Therefore, Ye Shenzi did not know the specific situation of Tsurugwan. Maybe Mu Yang, the Tianli, knew about Hagwon's situation, but she didn't ask. The situation of Dao wife is not optimistic. Even if the national lockdown order and the eye hunting order are lifted, and all those damned people are eliminated, it will be very difficult for Dao wife to recover. After all, what happened this time is too big. Too many people died. Damn Kyujo Takayuki. Daozu doesn't have enough food. If it wants to develop in the future, I'm afraid it will have to continue selling weapons and jade steel. But there are limits to this, right? But after hearing Mu Yang's words, Ye Shenzi saw hope. Yes, this guy Cage is a bit dull and clumsy, and his brain is not very good, and he doesn't understand conspiracy and calculation. But in addition to martial arts, Ying is also a technical master. In terms of alchemy, Ying is surprisingly talented. In less than 10 years, she has completely mastered most of Kenria's alchemy techniques. In some places, she has even managed to outperform others. If we let Lay Film develop technology, Inajima is likely to become the fastest growing country in a short period of time. If Lay Movie could do this, then the impact of all the previous things on her would disappear in an instant. She is still the majestic general of thunder and lightning, the god of thunder who leads Ina's wife to happiness. As for the crying statue of the 7 heavenly gods, it can only be regarded as a joke. There seems to be nothing wrong with such a cute general, right? Thinking of this, Ye Shenzi was also very confident in her heart. She believed that Lay Movies could do this well, but she quickly asked worriedly, King has always been worried that if the country develops too fast, it will be like Kanrui. Can you accept being destroyed like that? Kanraya. Mu Yang thought about Kanraya's information and sighed softly. Kanraya was not destroyed because they developed too fast, but because their ambitions are too great. Even if there is no natural reason to attack Kanria, they will also attack China later. There are many admirable people in Kamria, but their royal ambitions are too great and they want to occupy the entire Kamria. They are afraid of the 7 gods. They do not believe in gods, and they do not need gods to tell them what to do. The existence of gods will affect the status of the royal family. They chose to develop technology and force, but ordinary technology could not give them the power to fight against the 7 gods and the laws of heaven, so they decided to use earth veins. But if the power of the earth's veins is used too much, it will be harmful to the Teyvat continent. Later, they even started thinking about the abyss. It is precisely because they introduced the abyss that they brought crisis and even disaster to the continent of Teyvat. Only the gods will lead the gods to destroy Kanria. If the power of the earth veins and the abyss is not affected, the normal development of technology will have some problems, but they will be within the control range, as long as Teyvat can continue to grow. Hearing this, Ye Shenzi was also silent for a while. The disaster 500 years ago had a great impact on Ye Shenzi. Lei Qianqian has lost too many friends, so why not himself? Seeing his seniors die in the disaster one by one, and witnessing the Huzai Palace being swallowed up by the disaster, he wanted to help, but he couldn't do anything. Even if it weren't for the protection of Huzai Palace, she, the fox, would be gone long ago. At that time, she saw her own weakness and hated the disaster. In fact, I have some complaints about Tianli. If Tianli hadn't wanted to destroy Kanria, it seems that it wouldn't be like this. But now after hearing Mu Yang's words, it seems that I really can't blame the gods. Who makes Kanria keep touching the taboos? If Kanria is not solved as soon as possible, their threat to the Teyvat continent will continue to change. Big. If it had been a few years later, who knows, the Teyvat continent would have really been destroyed. No matter what, it is the original sin for Kanria to come into contact with the abyss and invoke the power of the abyss. For this point, Ye Shenzi fully approves of Zhou. Chapter 118. Even though many of the people in Kanria are innocent. After all, many people in Kanria actually don't know that the higher UPS have come into contact with the abyss and developed the power of the earth's veins. For the royal family, they are nothing more than tools of rule. But because of the high-level ambitions, everyone has to pay for them. Are these people innocent? Innocent. But they are not innocent. Without their support, Kanria would not be able to develop. Of course, there are some people who cannot be blamed. For example, when the dark disaster broke out, Kanria dispatched a large number of machines, including the army came to the ground to clear out the tide of pitch-black beasts. During this period, they also suffered huge losses. But there is one thing that must be paid attention to, because the pitch-black beast tide was caused by Kanria. They caused huge troubles, but they were unable to solve these problems. Mu Yang felt that if he were Fanes, he would not be able to let them go. Maybe they are also unaware, but people always have to pay the price for their actions. If the people of Kanria are innocent, then the people of the 7 kingdoms are even more innocent. Because Kanria came into contact with the abyss, the entire Teyvat continent suffered a disaster. According to the information Mu Yang has now received, the number of humans on the Teyvat continent dropped sharply by 2/3 at that time, including Inajima, various countries, and Mondstadt. For the most, Liu is relatively better, but there are also a large number of strong men who have died, and at the same time, some magic families have lost their inheritance. Compared with the 7 stars, 8 sects, and the children of those families who are now fighting for power, it is obvious that the families of those who fell in the past are more worthy of admiration. This is all Kanria's fault. Even now, the entire Teyvat continent is being eroded by the abyss, which eventually led to the fall of Tianli. If Mu Yang had not come over, the Teyvat continent might have been completely eroded by the abyss within a few years. Of course, Mu Yang will not deny the greatness and power of Canria. They have the dignity and pride of human beings. Mu Yang, who was born as a human, really admires this idea. In this world where strength is respected and there are gods, it is really commendable that Canria has such an idea. Canria is also a very respectable person, and they have even created knowledge and technology that even the gods are looking at. It's just a pity that their senior management took the wrong path. Mu Yang will not deliberately target the Canria people, but he will not pity or help them. At this time, Ye Shenzi also thought of another way out for Inajima. If it can succeed, it is very likely that Inajima will suddenly become a developed country, or even be in front of all countries. That means you don't mind Inajima running at full speed? Ye Kamiko asked cautiously. As long as it develops within certain rules. Mu Yang did not deny it, just like Kyujo Takayuki and the others. If Inajima is developed enough, what do you think they will do? They will definitely want to invade other countries. Human ambitions are endless. Gods need to ensure their strength, and similarly, they also need to lead humans well. If they cannot lead humans on the right path, then there is no special need to lead humans. It will only bring trouble and crisis to the country and the continent of Teyvat. Ye Shenzi nodded thoughtfully. This is certainly true. Some things can be studied, and some things cannot be studied. This requires them to control the intensity, and power must not be given to those with evil intentions and ambitious people. At this moment, Ye Shenzi thought of the curse Mu Yang had given to Inajima officials before. Could it be that Mu Yang had long wanted to let Lei K film study science, and was worried about being used by ambitious people, so he restricted them? This can be regarded as adding a dog leash around the neck in disguise. Regarding this, Ye Shenzi was not only not dissatisfied, but also very pleased. After all, she did not believe in human morality. As a lawsuit against Narukami Taisha Shrine, Ye Shenzi does not need to compete with humans for power or profit, but he cannot resist some people who like to provoke Ye Shenzi by being self-righteous. In the past, Kyujo Takayuki often came to secretly provoke Ye Kamiko. Maybe Kyujo Takayuki thought he was hiding it well, but as a vixen for hundreds of years, how could Ye Kamiko not know? It's just that she's too lazy to argue with others. I will discuss this matter with Ying. Ye Shenzi then asked, then will you bring Ying into the group in the future? If my guess is correct, both Morix and Barbados should be in the chat group, right? Today's Inajima really needs the power of the shadow. It's not enough for me alone to purify the filth of Narukami Island. Not to mention purifying the resentment of worshipping gods on Ba Ling Island, you should understand that it is not something that humans can purify, even if they gain your power. I understand, but it's not the right time to see how she performs. Mu Yang nodded slightly. The first country I went to was Liu. It was a country that walked with the gods. The rock god Morix would appear every year at the immortal invitation ceremony, and then lead Liu forward. For these thousands of years, he has been paying attention to Liu, and if he finds anything wrong, he will correct it. Although the wind god Barbados did not directly guide the country like Morix, he dispersed all his power and made Mondstadt the country with the most livable climate in the entire Teyvat continent. Even if the people of Mondstadt don't work too hard, they can still eat and drink well. Every time they encounter huge trouble, Barbados will come out to guide his people. During this period, Mondstadt did have a lot of problems, BCFG, but Feng Shen had indeed done enough, and the problems were actually only humans themselves. But on Ina wife's side. At this point, Mu Yang didn't want to talk anymore. In fact, the performance of Lei's movie is a bit too hasty. Ye Shenzi was also silent. Indeed, in this regard, there is a huge difference between Lei movie and Morix and Barbados. She defended Lei's movie. In fact, the purpose of the movie is to let Dao wife live a good life, and she is also worried that she will be affected by wear and tear and do things that harm the people of Dao wife. For this reason, she even gave up her own body. I understand. That's why I said her heart is good, but her approach is a little too childish. Mu Yang chuckled. Of course, he would not deny Lei movie. If it were him, he would probably be hard-pressed to suddenly lose a relative or close friend, right? You don't need to worry, sooner or later she will join the group, but it's not enough yet. Mu Yang continued to add. I understand. Ye Shenzi's eyes flickered slightly, and she had already made a decision. Now Inajima lacks manpower, and the resurrection of Raiden is really far away. She has to work hard to resurrect Master Foxay Palace first. If there is Foxay Palace, Cage will definitely not do anything wrong. Looking back now, I really had everything arranged. With Yingzhe Daiji, even if she faces a wave of pitch-black beasts, she can still retain her strength to the greatest extent, and there will be no loss of high-end combat power. Even if they really fall by then, Cage, as the god of thunder, will still have strong combat power. She is also one of the best among the 7 gods. As for running the country, Ying is indeed not good at it, but if the Foxay Palace is there, he can definitely help the Cage manage Inajima in an orderly manner, and the Shadow will also listen to the Foxay Palace. Moreover, Inajima at that time still had a large number of monsters, so there would definitely not be any problem in terms of combat power. Keqing ran to the battlefield of Kenria at that time, not only failed to save Zhen, but also led to the sacrifice of Li Ying and others. Because of the sacrifice of the Foxay Palace, the death of a large number of monsters, and the seals of the Sky Fox clan and the Earth Fox clan, Inajima no longer has any good enough monsters except her little fox. From then on, Ina's wife also became lonely. I'm afraid you really didn't expect this, right? However, this is also thinking about the problem from a rational perspective. From an emotional perspective, no matter how many times it happens again, Ying should still want to save the truth. Just try to go as fast as possible. Of course, Ying might give up saving Zhen and instead stay to protect Ina's wife. In that case, Zhen would think that the sacrifice would be much less, but Ying would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Alas, there is no solution to both problems in this matter, and I, the Yiguji-sama who combines wisdom and beauty, naturally want to help Lei Movie solve the dilemma. Number set a small goal first, resurrect Master Huzai Palace. Under the arrangement of Ye Shenzi, Mu Yang had a delicious dinner, then moved into the room she prepared, and then began to deduce what she had wanted to deduce before. Before, Mu Yang felt that her derivation ability was not enough, but now it is enough to implement it by herself. The next day, Keqing just woke up from her sleep early in the morning. She wanted to wash up first as usual, and then go to find Kelly to have breakfast. This has also become Keqing's daily routine during this period. If she doesn't look at yesterday's chat messages immediately after getting up, she will feel uncomfortable. But when she saw the content in the group, everyone was dumbfounded, and then the excited 8 started to play Mu Yang. Chapter 119. Keqing, at Mu Yang, what's going on with the basic immortal technique? Chi training uploaded in the group not long ago. Isn't it similar to basic exercises? Mu Yang, Aching, you woke up so early. I just uploaded it and you woke up. This basic immortal technique. Chi training chapter has just been deduced. Compared with the basic immortal technique, this basic immortal technique. Chi training chapter is more difficult to practice, unless you have the help of a chat group. The subsequent techniques have not yet been derived, but it won't take long before the basic immortal techniques, foundation establishment chapter can be derived. According to my estimation, by then the cultivation should reach the level of an immortal. A true leap forward to the level of life. That's right, Mu Yang relied on his further derivation ability to implement the immortal method for a whole night. Mu Yang wanted to deduce it a long time ago, but due to lack of derivation ability, he has not been able to deduce it until now. Morix's help is also indispensable in this. He had previously given Liu's immortal magic inheritance to Mu Yang. Most of Liu's immortal spells originated from Morix, which is one of the main reasons why he is called the ancestor of the immortals. Many of Liu's immortal spells were created by Morix, and Mu Yang also obtained them before. However, these immortal techniques have some problems. After all, Morix himself is an elemental creature, and few of the immortals are human beings. Most of them are animals. Only Grandma Ping is a human being. Of immortals, well, Keqing is a special case and does not count. As for Grandma Ping, she is a special case. After thousands of years of Liu's establishment, there was only one true lord of Gekenlan city. But Mu Yang is different now. He has really deduced an immortal method suitable for humans. However, it is very difficult to get started with this immortal method. If ordinary people do not have the help of a chat group, it is difficult to achieve anything in your life. However, Mu Yang has no intention of letting everyone achieve enlightenment and become immortal. Otherwise, the entire Teyvat continent would not be able to withstand that kind of consumption. Mu Yang is not a fool. How could he allow such a thing to happen? But with the help of the chat group, you can practice this magic very well. This can be regarded as Mu Yang training tool people. After all, the stronger they are, the better they can earn points and work for themselves in the future. Moreover, those guys in the abyss cannot remain silent forever. They must be planning something, and they need to cultivate the strength of others as soon as possible. Especially after the movement on Sky Island and the appearance of Inajima, the keeper of heavenly principles, Mu Yang believed that the so-called Prince of the Abyss would soon make new big moves. Of course, if someone really succeeds in practicing Qilian without the help of the chat group, Mu Yang can make an exception and pull the other person into the chat group. However, I don't know since when, everyone seems to have acquiesced that this chat group was created by Mu Yang. Mu Yang himself is too lazy to act anymore, and now he does have his own confidence. At least everyone in the chat group didn't have any taboos against themselves. Keqing, do I want to change this? But what should I do with the basic skills I practiced before? Keqing felt a little heartbroken, because she had spent a lot of points on basic exercises before. It would be so uncomfortable if everything failed. Mu Yang, no, it can be transformed. I have already considered this issue when I studied this Qi training chapter before. There is no need to worry about waste. It's just that the energy produced by Qi training is more advanced and will enhance your life essence. Practice this Qi training chapter to a certain extent. After reaching a certain level, you can still reach that level even without the Eye of God. The combination of the two will provide even better results. Zhongli, this basic immortal technique. Qi training chapter is indeed very interesting. Compared with Liu's existing immortal methods, this is indeed more suitable for humans and has a higher upper limit. I am also looking forward to the foundation building chapter. When the time comes, will there be any follow-up techniques? Mu Yang, I have perfected the theory. In the foundation building chapter, you can practice to the immortal level. There will be a golden pill chapter later. It is not a big problem to practice to the demon god level. As for the later realms, it will take longer to deduce. Moreover, it is too far away for the people in the group now. Dialogue, demon level? Is it really possible? Mu Yang, according to my deduction, it is possible. But there are still some difficulties for the time being, so I can't deduce it. Dialogue, thank you. Normally, Dialogue prefers diving to the water, and then silently clears out the monsters in Mondstadt to earn points. This is very important to Dialogue, even though he doesn't know to what level this can help him improve, but this is also hope, isn't it? Now that there is greater hope, how could Dialogue not be excited? With God's Eye and immortal cultivation, you will surely be able to seek revenge from the doctor, right? Keqing, then I'll give it a try, but the effect of practicing Qi for 1 year is really expensive. It actually costs 10,000 points a year. It's completely different from before. It seems that without a chat group, it may be really difficult to practice. Mu Yang, well, come on, maybe one day you can become immortal Keqing. You will eventually have to live like what you hate the most. Keqing, do you want to live like what you hated the most? If you really become an immortal, it seems like this is really the case. Moreover, Mu Yang mentioned before that the level of life has jumped, which means that he will have the opportunity to live forever in the future. If that is the case, it seems that it is still a long way off. After receiving Mu Yang's recognition, everyone in the chat group began to practice Qi training one by one. Mu Yang is also quite satisfied with this. He is not afraid that these people will start to become stronger, but that they are not strong enough. They are all workers anyway. Mu Yang even felt that even Zhongli and Wendy had downloaded the Qi training chapter to study, and they had practiced some, but not in depth. At least the current immortal cultivation techniques were not useful to them. Help. Of course, Mu Yang is also looking forward to the emergence of follow-up techniques. After all, if Teyvat wants to grow, more powerful combat power is indispensable. Morix and Barbados are now genuine royalists. You know, before Mu Yang appeared, they were also the anti-emperor faction in disguise, and it was pretty good to be able to do what they are now. As for Lei Movie, as long as she waits for Ina wife's matter to be resolved, she can be dragged into the chat group to let the other party know that it is really possible to resurrect Raiden, and she can do whatever she wants. Request flowers 0 as for other gods, like Nahida, if they can save the other party with a little manipulation, the other party will also become a royalist. Mu Yang is not sure about Funina's words. It seems that the water god is very reverent to heavenly law, but he is not the heavenly law of his predecessor, so the two cannot be confused. Moreover, this is also a stupid roe deer, who knows what he is thinking. Let's not talk about ice god's words for now. The Vulcan is good at war, so it would be best if he could be won over. I just hope he is not the kind of brainless war maniac who can ignore everything else as long as he can fight. After stretching his muscles a little, Mu Yang glanced at Ye Shenzi, who was already purifying the filth in front of the sacred cherry tree. Next to Ye Shenzi stood a special person who also had some traces of filth on his body. However, Mu Yang also felt a demonic power, which was very similar to the Ye Shenzi, and he thought it was Hua Sanli. I think Ye Shenzi found Hua Sanli yesterday after he left, and depending on the situation, he used the points earned by Ye Shenzi yesterday on Hua Sanli, and the effect was good. It seems to have worked well. Should I call you Huzai Palace or Hua Sanli now? Mu Yang stepped forward, looked at Hua Sanli curiously and asked. When I first played the game, this was a plot that made me very helpless, and it was also a bit touching. This. Mu Yang's words also made him confused whether he was in Huzai Palace or Huzai Palace. She was just the product of the fusion of part of Huzai Palace's memories and filth. Naturally, she would not call herself Huzai Palace. She also believes that she is not worthy of becoming the Fox Palace. This was also the main reason why she always wore a mask and was unwilling to find Ye Shenzi. But things are different now. Yesterday, Ye Shenzi found him, revealed his identity, and used a special method to purify part of the filth in his body. Originally, this should make him weak. Even after the purification, he also became weak. Will eliminate medical problems. But in the flowers, she could clearly feel that the memory belonging to Huzai Palace was slowly returning, and she even had a trace of the power belonging to Huzai Palace. If he continues to use that method a few more times, he will most likely be resurrected as Huzai Palace. This makes Hua Sanli confused. Should he admit that he is Huzai Palace? Oops, I don't want to admit it yet. She is Lord Foxeye Palace, no one can deny it. At this time, Ye Shenzi said firmly, later, Lord Foxeye Palace will also return. Seeing Ye Shenzi's determined look, Foxeye Palace sighed silently, acquiescing to Ye Shenzi's words. Huzai Palace is just Huzai Palace. She was originally Foxeye Palace, but it was contaminated by filth before. She was unwilling to admit that it was her. Now that you can recover, you can go back to Huzai Palace again. It seems the effect is pretty good. Mu Yang looked at Huzai Palace and said, it may take a lot of points to get a real physical body, and it may take more than 3 million points to truly recover. Ye Shenzi's expression changed. He had only gotten more than 30,000 points yesterday despite not sleeping. He was so exhausted that the fox was exhausted. Please give me flowers, please give me monthly tickets, please give me automatic subscriptions, I love you all. 10. Chapter 120. In fact, 3 million points is not too much. After all, Foxeye Palace, as Inazuma's number 3 figure at the time, was also very powerful. Although he was only a great demon, Foxeye Palace's strength was already comparable to that of a demon. It is also the most powerful monster in Inazuma. These 3 million points can not only resurrect the Fox Palace, but also create a combat power comparable to that of the devil. Mu Yang thinks it is already very profitable. However, it is really too difficult for Ye Shenzi, a fox. Although it seemed that she could do it as long as she stayed awake for more than 100 days to purify the filth. But how can it be so easy? Wanting this fox to work honestly was a bit difficult for Ye Shenzi. Moreover, Ye Shenzi had worked very hard to purify the filth on Narukami Island before, but there was nothing that could be done about it. But at this time, Ye Shenzi wanted to cheat. She looked at Mu Yang eagerly, why don't we just let A Ying join? If it were her, it would be much easier for me to purify these filth. Resurrecting Raiden Zhen and Foxeye Palace is not just a matter for you alone, why should you only let yourself work hard? She hasn't had a good 2-7-3 rest for half a month. What's wrong with her thinking about taking a rest now? Moreover, if Lei Movie is allowed to join the chat group, she will definitely purify the filth much faster than herself. After all, the other party is the god of thunder, and the elemental power is not comparable to his own. Ye Shenzi was very doubtful. If Lei Movie came, he could easily earn 100,000 points in one night. Since you can win by yourself, why not let Lei Movie come? No, her work is not over yet, and it sounds like I had a rest yesterday. Mu Yang said that she worked much harder than Ye Shenzi yesterday, so don't think that derivation doesn't need a rest. Anyway, Mu Yang said that as a being who is more powerful than the 7 gods, at this time, his mind is still a little swollen. He needed a good rest. What about Master Huzai Palace? If it is her, she must be qualified to join, right? Moreover, it is reasonable for her to work hard for her own resurrection, right? Ye Shenzi quickly looked at Foxeye Palace aside and suggested. She doesn't have much elemental power right now. Even if we let her join, she can't do anything. You should continue to work hard first. Mu Yang glanced at Huzai Palace and said calmly. This fox is the originator of foxes. When it comes to foxes, Foxeye Palace is even worse than Ye Shenzi, and he is also Inazuma's #1 arsonist. Among Inazuma's group of elders, many of them were suitors of Foxeye Palace, and it was also because of Foxeye Palace that they served Raiden Shin and Raiden sisters. However, looking at Huasanli's current state, even though Shi Yang recognized his identity as Huzai Palace, Shi Yang still felt that the other party was still unable to let go. Let's talk about it after the other party truly returns. Moreover, Mu Yang didn't know if his power would directly conflict with the filth in Huzai Palace's body. If he directly helped the other party kill the virus with one click, the other party would be doomed. Okay. Ye Shenzi glanced at Kitsune Palace on the side. It's right to think about it. The current Kitsune Palace Sama is really not suitable to join the chat group. She is still made of filth. Moreover, she has obtained the information she wants most. After Master Huzai Palace is resurrected, she will hopefully be able to join the chat group. Ye Shenzi made some estimates and found that it would take more than 3 million points to completely resurrect Master Foxeye Palace and restore him to his peak state. But if you only allow Master Huzegu to resurrect and restore his body, more than 1 million points should be enough. As for the remaining points, let Master Huzegu get it by himself. Moreover, the immortal cultivation techniques in the group seem to be very powerful. It seems to be a good choice to directly prevent the other party from recovering their strength and start cultivating immortals. Thunder Cinema seems to be repairing the Mycage Furnace Heart. I'll go over and have a look. Mu Yang said as he opened a space channel and got into it. After Mu Yang left, Huzai Palace asked Ye Shenzi, who was that just now? I feel like he is dangerous. Of course it's dangerous, but it's natural. Huzai Palace would definitely be shocked if he knew Mu Yang's true identity. However, as a fox, it was of course impossible for Ye Shenzi to tell La Foxeye Palace the truth. She said playfully, this is a powerful traveler from another world. The strength is very powerful. Is that so? Huzai Palace nodded thoughtfully. She felt that Ye Shenzi was not telling the truth, but when she thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. There seems to be no need for the Son of God to deceive himself in this regard. The space wormhole appeared next to him, making Lei Keqing full of vigilance. However, after seeing Mu Yang walking out of it, Lei Keqing also relaxed his vigilance. Although after meeting Mu Yang, Lei Keqing's heart was a little subtle, but it was impossible to let the other party take responsibility or hack the other party to death, right? How is the heart of the Imperial Shadow Furnace? Mu Yang looked at the heart of the Imperial Shadow Furnace not far away from him. It was filled with the power of Changshen. It was obvious that the heart of the Imperial Shadow Furnace had been destroyed to some extent, and the aura of worshipping the gods in it had also disappeared. Come out. According to my design, if the Mycage Furnace heart is carefully maintained, it can continue to work. The jade steel produced can also be used as weapon materials for Daezu, and it can even be exported, making a steady flow of profits for Daezu. Lei the movie said in a somewhat heavy tone. Mu Yang nodded slightly, but did not doubt Lei Keqing's statement. He was a technical master, but his mind was a little unclear. You can call her stupid, but you can't call her stupid. She was just protecting Ina wife in her own way. Jade steel is indeed very interesting. Mu Yang nodded slightly. This is indeed a good weapon material, even the best in Teyvat. I remember that Ms. Alice had a crush on the Mycage Furnace, right? Lei Qian said in a low tone. Alice did tell the general that there was something wrong with Mycage's heart before. But the general didn't care. After all, I designed the Mycage Furnace heart, and it was guarded by the army that Tianling followed. Theoretically, it was impossible for anything to happen to the Mycage Furnace heart. Moreover, Alice, that woman, likes to mess around. Indeed, Alice is very capable of causing trouble. Mu Yang said with deep approval, she seems to have caused a lot of trouble in Dao wife. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang looked at the sea water not far away and said, "You should be able to feel it, right? The power of Chongshen has begun to penetrate this island, affecting the surrounding sea areas, and even some fish have contained it. With the 5 stars of worshipping God. If they are eaten by other fish or eaten by humans, they will continue to exist." Lei Yunqin's face also became extremely ugly, and she already knew about this. Rice Wife's problem is indeed huge, and it's not surprising that Morix and the others have such an attitude towards her. I have observed before that there seem to have been several problems with Mykage Furnace Heart over the years, but they have all been repaired. One of the repairs was done by Alice. But once, it was hundreds of years ago, and there was a problem with the Mykage Furnace hundreds of years ago, and neither I nor the general knew about it. Lei Qian said in an indifferent tone, "It can be seen that there was a problem with Rice Wife hundreds of years ago. It's just that the general and I don't know. At the same time, there are traces of human damage to the Mykage Furnace Heart hundreds of years ago. If it had not been destroyed that time, the Mykage Furnace Heart would still be very strong and would not cause repeated troubles. Even if there were some problems with later maintenance, this would not be the case. I have also considered some issues. The original god cannot destroy Mykage's heart unless he has the strength of a great demon, but Inajima is the only one with this level. Even the son of God at that time might not be able to do it." "Doctor, the second executive officer of the Fools." Mu Yang looked in the direction of Winter Kingdom in the distance. "He can allow many people to clear their name, such as the Ice Queen, who chooses to risk everything for the sake of love. In order to give human beings more possibilities, and does not want to see human beings being bound all the time, they choose to oppose the laws of nature. As the new law of heaven," Mu Yang said that this matter has nothing to do with him. 2.4. Of course, the other party is also against him now, but the other party is not really looking for trouble for him. This is just the mess left by Fanes. Of course, from a human perspective, Ice God's original intention is indeed good. It's just that some people, using the Ice God as a cover, continue to cause trouble. At this time, Mu Yang has already begun to study how to solve the root causes of people like Doctor. Even Mu Yang feels that the Doctor is dangerous, but it does not mean that the Doctor can threaten Mu Yang in terms of strength. The opponent may have the level of a demon, and even a few clones have the strength of a demon, but they are definitely not at the level of the 7 gods. Otherwise, the Doctor would have taken the lead in slicing the Ice God for study. How could a being like the Doctor serve others honestly? Putting aside the World Tree, it is difficult to completely kill the Doctor. As far as Mu Yang currently knows, he has no way to completely eliminate the Doctor at the root. Once he really meets the Doctor, Mu Yang wants to get rid of him at the root. This lunatic will definitely not mind embracing the abyss. Chapter 121. For a person like the Doctor, he would never mind embracing the abyss. That guy is definitely a guy who would do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. Moreover, the power of the abyss is really attractive to the Doctor. Since he can study the power of the demon god, it is naturally impossible to miss the power of the abyss. Theoretically, the upper limit of the power of the abyss is much higher than the power of the demon god. It is true that the power of the abyss can easily contaminate people, but in the case of the Doctor, he can use his own slices to study the power of the abyss. Mu Yang even felt that the Doctor might have studied the power of the abyss. Mu Yang now has the outline of a move, but his control of time is not enough, and his strength needs to be improved. The executive of the Fools. Lei Qingqing was filled with murderous intent after hearing this. She felt that she might need to go to the winter country. Lei movies had not yet settled the matter that the Fools were causing trouble in Inajima's territory before, but now they are telling themselves that the matter in Mykage Lu's heart is also related to the Fools executive. How can Lei movies accept this? Well, in order to oppose the laws of nature, the Ice God established the Fools. Many of them are a group of people who are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. At the same time, they also win over strong people in various countries, just like Mykage Lushan's matter, just for a plan to win over a certain executive. Mu Yang said coldly. To oppose the law of heaven. Lei Qian looked at Mu Yang with a strange expression. The man in front of him must be the law of heaven. 1-2 Why didn't he take action against the Ice God and the kingdom of Zhijao even though he knew about it? Yes, now the Ice God and his fools have begun to collect God's hearts in various countries to fight against the laws of heaven. Mu Yang chuckled lightly. What happened to Rice Wife is also a link to get the God's heart. This has nothing to do with our Rice Wives. Lei Qian quickly explained. If the maintainer of the heavenly law does not wake up, if the heavenly law does not appear, if the ice god's plan is not known to the heavenly law, then lay movies wouldn't mind secretly funding a heart of God. Anyway, even if the law of heaven comes to reckon with it, it can be said that he was robbed. I didn't mean to go against the laws of heaven on purpose. But as it is now, the ice god is still resisting. Ice Queen, wake up, everything is right outside. I understand, and similarly, I have no ill intentions towards the ice god. At the same time I admire what she does. Moreover, Morix has already given me the money to buy her life. Mu Yang chuckled and continued, but some people really shouldn't live, right? Lay Movie was also shocked when he heard this. Morix gave the ice god money to buy his life, and Tianli also recognized that the ice god was against him. What on earth is going on? Lei Qian said that he had never heard such ridiculous words. This is so hard to understand. So, Balzabe, what will you do? Mu Yang then looked at Lei Movie and asked. Are you against you? Lei Qianqing was stunned, then shook his head slightly and said, even if you just appear in front of me as an avatar, I don't think I can definitely defeat you, and what's more, there is the maintenance of heavenly principles. Your physical strength is even stronger than expected. Now I just want to protect the rice wife my sister left me. What happened this time is our wife's fault. I also admit that I am your enemy. Self, clone. Mu Yang touched her nose. This woman had indeed misunderstood something. However, the imagination is still quite big. Interesting. Should I tell the other person the truth? I am not the clone you call me, I am the original body of Tianli. After hesitating for a while, Mu Yang said. What? This is impossible. Lei Qian looked at Mu Yang in disbelief. How could the laws of heaven be so weak? Although she also feels that Mu Yang is very powerful, she may not be her opponent. But this kind of coercion is still quite different from the maintainer of Tianli who appeared before. Tianli is not the opponent of the maintainer of Tianli. Could it be that the relationship between Tianli and the maintainer of Tianli is just like that between himself and his sister? Because of the invasion of the Abyss, the former Tianli has fallen in order to protect the Teyvat continent. He will use his last strength to protect the world. If nothing happens, the Teyvat continent will be swallowed by the Abyss in 3 years at most. I don't even know how I came to this world. I became the law of heaven in a daze, and then had the power to purify the Abyss and the resentment of the devil. Mu Yang said and put his hand on the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lei Movie felt that the surrounding Chongshen power was cleared away. It was as if it had never appeared. It's just that at this time, Lei Movies has no intention to care about this matter. The law of heaven has fallen? Will the continent of Teyvat be destroyed by the Abyss in 3 years? Her entire god began to panic. It's okay to know the situation now. If I didn't know anything, and then waited in confusion 3 years later, when I was still meditating in the Pure Land, the continent of Teyvat would be gone. Even the continent of Teyvat is gone, so wouldn't the rice wife be gone too? There were no eggs left after the nest was overturned, and Lei Movie became nervous at this time. At this time, there is nothing to worry about in Lei Movies. Eternity is no longer eternal. There is no eternity at all. Even the laws of heaven will fall, so how can there be any eternity? She doesn't think she can transcend the laws of heaven. Protecting Rice Wife is the most important thing. Don't worry, the continent of Teyvat will not be destroyed. Don't forget, I have the power to purify the Abyss. I have assigned this power to the maintainers of heavenly law, Morux and Barbatos. As long as we are given time, the continent of Teyvat will not be destroyed. Mu Yang also explained when he saw Lei Qian looking so anxious. I can help you too. Lei Qian said quickly. After knowing that the maintainer of heavenly principles, the rock god, and the wind god all had the power to deal with the Abyss, she also became anxious. If they had supported it from the front, the Teyvat continent would indeed not have been destroyed so easily. But how could I always place my hopes on others? Moreover, she really needs the ability to purify the Abyss and the resentment of the devil, and Inajima really needs this kind of power too much. But why should I give it to you? As a god, you are obviously unqualified. Both Morix and Barbatos can do better than you. Using this power, they can even eliminate wear and tear on their bodies, improve their strength, and even resurrect the people they care about. For this power, they gave me their own hearts of gods. Mu Yang said while watching the Lei movie with some amusement. I also have the heart of God, and I will give you the heart of the god of thunder. Although Lei Qianqian didn't know why the heart of God would need such a useless thing as the Tianli in front of him. But if he could get the hope of resurrecting his sister, then he would hand over the heart of God without hesitation. But your God's heart is already with me. Mu Yang took out the Thunder God's heart. Otherwise, why do you think you, the God of Thunder, are so unqualified that you still have 1 year to correct it? It is not difficult for you to solve these problems. I am the son of God. Lei Qianqian looked at the heart of God in Mu Yang's hand sadly. Obviously, the son of God exchanged the heart of God for the opportunity to continue being the God of Thunder. It was worth it, and the son of God also sold the heart of God at a good price. But he lost the chance to resurrect his sister. At this time, Lei Qianqian hated his previous self so much. Why did he have to foolishly think about eternity? If he could manage Dao's wife well, wouldn't he be in the current situation? Mu Yang is a reasonable person. As long as he has done nothing wrong, if the other party wants to take back the heart of God from his hands, he will definitely give him that ability. But now there is nothing. Not only my sister, but also Foxeye Palace, Cho, and the others will not be able to come back. As Lei Qianqing began to feel guilty and self-blame, thunder and lightning began to roll in the sky of Baiying Island. At this time, Lei Qianqian even had the urge to commit suicide, but of course, she would not do it. After all, if he dies, it will be over once and for all, and nothing will come back. As if he thought of something, Lei Qianqing quickly said, since the ice god wants to rebel against the laws of nature, she cannot give the heart of God to you. I can snatch the heart of the ice god back for you. And, I can be your crown prince. Maybe you will think that my strength is not enough, but I will continue to work hard to become stronger. Immediately afterwards, Lei Movie gritted his teeth and said, after my sister's death, I can feel that my origin and power have been repaired and improved. Over the years, my strength has also been greatly improved. I have a hunch that I shouldn't be any weaker than Morix now. Give me another 1,000 years, and I should be able to completely control the power I have now. Your power. Mu Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and then there was a burst of relief. No wonder, there is such a trace of vitality in your thunder and lightning. I was curious before, whether you knew about this. Now it seems that you know about it and are even secretly trying to control this power. When Mu Yang said this, Lei Qianqian was also stunned for a while. She really didn't hide the idea of practicing secretly and then become a blockbuster and become the maintainer of heavenly principles. That's so unrealistic. She was just thinking about eternity. Chapter 122. But Morix and Barbados are continuing to grow, and the maintainers of heaven can also continue to increase their divine power. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. How could Lei Movie succeed so easily? Lei Movies must remember this lesson well. Only when you know it hurts will you know how to cherish it in the future. Of course, Mu Yang also knows how to keep a certain degree of control. If he really bullies Lei Movie to the point of collapse, it won't be fun. Looking at Mu Yang who was close at hand, Lei Qingqing remembered a lot of things at this time. The beautiful scenes he had with his sister, Huzai Palace and Cho were all a past he could never forget in his life. Regarding Huzai Palace, Lei Movies has always felt very guilty. After seeing her concerns, Huzai Palace promised herself that she would protect Dao's wife before she came back. Huzai Palace did it, but the price was that she was eventually swallowed up by disaster. If she hadn't been so stubborn at that time, Huzai Palace might not have died. She died in order to fulfill herself. Even now, Lei Movie still remembers the last words Huzai Palace said to him, don't be deceived, don't be shaken, and always walk on the path you believe in. He wants to resurrect his sister and resurrect Huzai Palace, even if it costs everything. At this time, Lei Movie thought about the way Mu Yang looked at her when she was in the hot spring. She also thought about the time when the rice wife had not yet been established, and she and her sister accidentally saw those humans reproducing in the wild. Picture. It seems that humans like this kind of thing. Just not knowing whether Tian Li would like it, Lei Qianqian was cruel and took the initiative to go up to Mu Yang. Mu Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the movie would do such a thing. He really didn't want to take advantage of others, but Lei Qianqian was so proactive, grabbing his hand and reaching for the place where Meng Yuxin was placed. If he didn't do anything, wouldn't there be something wrong? Mu Yang could swear by his own character that he really didn't want to take advantage of others, but Lei Qianqian was too proactive and he couldn't refuse. Moreover, with the clumsy and serious look of Lei Qianqian, Mu Yang said that he really couldn't refuse. A purple energy rose around the two people, wrapping them in it, making it impossible to see what was inside, and even the sound could not penetrate. Ding! Congratulations to Lay Movie for joining the chat group. Ye Shenzi, how did you add it in? At Mu Yang, didn't you say you wouldn't add a Yang first? Mu Yang, there was a slight surprise, but it's not a big problem. She also showed me her determination to be a qualified god. Ray Movies, Zhongli, welcome. Wendy, hey, welcome to join us. We'll have a chance to drink. Ning Guang, Thunder Movie? Although I have never heard of this name, but being able to take the name of Raiden, and having such a close relationship with Lord Yiguji, could this be Inazuma's Lord Narukami? Sir. Nowadays, there are everyone in the chat group, including immortals, rock gods, and the wind god is also suspected to be in the chat group. Now a thunder god has appeared, and Ning Guang said that he can understand it. I'm so confused. When did she start to think that the appearance of gods was a normal thing? Is she crazy, or is the world crazy? Ye Shenzi, oh, you all know this, our Aang is Inazuma's god of thunder. Lay Movie, don't worry, although I am noble and special, but when I enter the chat group like this, everyone is equal, so there is no need to deliberately respect me. Keqing, I didn't expect that the god of thunder would be so easy to talk to. Ye Shenzi, haha, let me show you something good. Shadow Crying.jpg As Ye Kamiko revealed the appearance of Inazuma's current 7 heavenly god statue, the chat group instantly became excited. Zhongli, Wendy, Keqing, what's going on? Isn't the god of thunder very majestic? Why is it like this? Ye Shenzi, haha, this is what Cage looked like when he was a child, isn't he cute? Ray Movies, son of God. Ye Kamiko, hey, Cage, what are you doing? Why do you want to strike me with thunder and lightning to kill the fox? Without me, who will clean up the dirt? Who will resurrect Kitsune Shishwama? Lay Movie, it's okay, I will take action. After controlling the thunder and lightning, and hacking the fur of a fox that was getting skinnier and skinnier, Thunder Movie also packed up his clothes and looked at his hands with joy. He had obtained the ability to purify the abyss and eliminate the resentment of the devil. Ability. The huge problem plaguing Inazuma can be solved. Perhaps these problems can be solved by the Eightfold Godson, but it will definitely be very slow. The Eightfold Godson's elemental power cannot support her to quickly eliminate the aura of worshipping the gods and the resentment of the demon gods. And Lay Movies can't wait to solve these problems. In the future, as long as part of the Chongshen energy is retained to maintain the operation of the Mycage Furnace Heart, other Chongshen auras can be resolved. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to do this. At this time, Mu Yang also completely recovered from the tingling feeling. This woman, worthy of the name of the God of Thunder, is really electrifying. To me, this is worth it. I will also fulfill my previous promise and become your cage musha or your dependent. Lei Qian said firmly. Although there are many people in the chat group, it seems that it is not necessary to hand over the heart of God to enter the chat group, but for Lay Movie, it is all worth it. Moreover, this Tian Li also likes it very much, doesn't he? I originally wanted to suppress you so that you can truly recognize the reality and become a qualified Thor. When that time comes, I will pull you into the chat group and give you power, but I didn't expect that it would turn out like this. Mu Yang said helplessly, however, I don't need you to be my shadow warrior or dependent, just be my partner. Didn't you say before that only eternity is the closest to heaven? Now you are not only close to the principles of heaven but also deeply understood by the principles. At this time, Lei Shiqiu was a little surprised when he heard Mu Yang's slightly teasing words, but he was still a little excited about the fact that Mu Yang recognized herself as his partner. This seems good. Immediately, Lay Movie thought of the ice god and those guys from the winter country. They seem to want to fight against heavenly principles, right? Do you want to follow Mu Yang and hit the door directly? Or find an opportunity to get a chop yourself? After all, he can be regarded as a famous teacher. Those bastards from the Fools have done a lot of BD things in Inazuma territory. Moreover, even Mycage Lu's heart is the doctor's fault. It's okay to find trouble with them by himself. A very normal thing, right? Just chop it yourself. There is a trace of thunder and lightning consciousness in your dream heart, which will be triggered under certain circumstances. You have to keep your dream heart well. When you have more points in the future, you can use the points to resurrect thunder and lightning. If that consciousness completely disappears, it will be very difficult to resurrect her. But Mu Yang's next words made Lei Qiang never think about killing Dong Guan again. Although the Winter Kingdom needs to be cut down, it is not as important as my sister. When she struck Ye Shenzi with lightning before, she felt the aura of Foxay Palace next to the sacred cherry tree. She thought it was Ye Shenzi who found a way to resurrect Foxay Palace. And his goal is to resurrect Raiden Shin, and now no one can stop him from resurrecting Raiden Shin. If things were normal, Tianli would probably be the first to stop him from being resurrected. After all, resurrecting a demon would have a huge impact. But now that Tianli is his partner, all those things that need to be worried about are gone. However, she can never use Dream Yushin now. She is afraid that something will go wrong with Dream Yushin, which will affect her true resurrection, and she will cry to death. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang asked Lei Movie again, "Do you remember the skirmishers?" Skirmisher. Lei Qian showed a confused look. Skirmisher, who is that? Should I get to know myself? Well, it's a puppet you made when you were, Qian. It seems that you call him Qia Beng. Now he has joined the Fools and became the 6th executive officer, codenamed Skirmisher. What happened in Mikage Lu's heart at the beginning was that the doctor wanted to plot against the stragglers and make him disappointed with Ina's wife, so he joined the Fools to take revenge on Ina's wife. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang also told the Fool how the skirmishers were deceived by the doctor and how they destroyed Dao's wife in these years. Upon hearing this, Lei Keqing also showed a look of gritted teeth. This doctor deserves to be damned. Ice God, why did you even bring such a BD into the crowd of fools? Isn't she the most loving of gods? Why is it like this? However, Lei Movie did not say anything about the skirmishers. Maybe at this time, she didn't even know how to face the skirmishers, right? Just like in the original game, Lei Movie's evaluation of skirmishers is that Kid is a byproduct of making generals. I don't control him probably because I still feel I owe him something in my heart. A sentence. There is still a debt, but it is estimated that there is a limit. If Lei Qian knew what the stragglers did in Daozu, they would probably be tempted to cut off his yuan. No amount of debt is of any use. Chapter 123. According to my information, she is now desperate and has lost control, right? The partner she cooperates with is the court mage of Camria. No matter what kind of person he is still a Camria, and his hatred for the continent of Teyvat and the laws of heaven is constantly deepening. Moreover, will normal people join them in opposing the laws of nature? Mu Yang's rhetorical question directly silenced Lei Movies. Indeed, normal people would not think of resisting the laws of heaven, and even gods like Lei Qian would not dare to resist the laws of nature. But what Lei Qian didn't know was that there were some problems with Tianli now. Only later did she realize deeply that Tianli also liked her to rebel against the other party. What needs to be done? Ice God is not my opponent, but since the other party wants to resist the laws of heaven, besides the heart of God, there should be other preparations, right? 500 years have passed, and it would be impossible if the other party is not prepared at all. At this time, Lei Qian also began to worry. If the Winter Kingdom comes like Ken Raya, Lei Movie doesn't think that Teyvat continent can survive as before. After all, Mu Yang's Tianli's strength is still a bit weak for the time being. That's why it takes time. Don't forget the power I gave you. When you purify the power of the abyss and the resentment of the devil, I am also improving myself. Moreover, you can also improve your strength through this. I am confident that before they launch their plan, we are strong enough to deal with such a situation, and other gods are not impossible to fight for. Mu Yang looked at Sumi's position. Like the Thunder movie, Nahida also has someone she wants to resurrect. If he knew that King Dasi Shu could be resurrected, Na880 Zida would definitely become part of his plan. In the original plot, many of Nahida's choices were criticized by others, but in the confrontation with the skirmishers and doctors, Nahida actually showed her abilities as the god of wisdom. Even during this period it was carried as a badminton. But Nahida's performance was still very good. Her only flaw is that she is too kind and too immature, but there is no problem with this. As long as the Great Mercy Tree King is resurrected in the future, Nahida will also become a qualified god under the guidance of the Great Mercy Tree King. As for the Great Mercy Tree King and Nahida, will there be a feud over the position of the grass god? What kind of international joke are you kidding? In the eyes of the Great Ci Tree King, Nahida is considered her reincarnation. Even though she was resurrected later, Nahida is considered her daughter. There is no problem at all, right? There is no problem with the origin of the two, just like the relationship between Raiden Shin and Raiden Movie. The Great Sea Tree King will not compete with Nahida for the position of the Grass God, and Sumi will even enter a situation where the two Grass Gods will rule together. At the same time, there is no need to worry about whether Nahida will be too holy and make some wise operations. King Dasi Tree shouldn't be that stupid, right? He should. As for Fontaine, we will see when the time comes. The main reason is that Mu Yang doesn't know much about Fontaine. Of course, if you can get the heart of the water god, Mu Yang will be greatly improved. So you need to slowly test the attitudes of other gods while cultivating our strength. Lei Jiakai showed a clear look. It would be good for you if we do this. Killing monsters, gag, also has points. Is there any benefit to killing the demon? Thinking of this, Lei Movie was eager to try again. On the other side of the Dark Sea, there are many demon gods who were defeated in the demon war. Many of them have been unconscious by the demon gods, and some have even fallen into the abyss. If you kill them, it should be good for you, right? I really don't know about this. Mu Yang fell into deep thought, and then watched the Lei Movie that he was eager to try, but stopped him and said, now is not the time, Xia Dao still has so many problems to solve. Moreover, at the world barrier, there are also a large number of monsters such as the Golden King Beast, gnawing at the boundaries of the world, trying to erode Teyvat. If possible, I still hope to deal with these monsters first. Although there is Esmed, just relying on her alone is not enough. After hearing this, Lei Qianqing also understood for a moment that those monsters were indeed the most troublesome. She said firmly to Mu Yang, after solving the problem of Dao wife and resurrecting my sister, I will protect you. Teyvat, don't refuse. This is natural. Mu Yang said with a smile as he sensed the other person's feelings. After learning about the method of resurrecting his sister, Lei Qianqing began to look different. Of course, there was no need to worry that General Lei and Lightning would jump out and cause trouble at this time. If it was just that Raiden wanted to destroy eternity, General Raiden would naturally stop him. He might even think that Raiden's real resurrection would be stopped by Raiden General. For Raiden General, the true resurrection of Thunder and Lightning is an act of destruction of eternity. This will bring about changes in Thunder movies. At the same time, what Thunder really pursues is a moment, not eternity. Thunder and Lightning are truly exceptional. However, at this time, General Thunder will not come out to stop Thunder movie. In the face of heaven, eternity seems to be nothing. After all, only eternity can approach heaven. So what should you do if the law of heaven is in front of you? Of course, whatever heaven chooses to do, we do it. Although this may affect some of Inazuma's policies, General Raiden still has intentions. She also admits the mistakes she made before. That power can be used by Raiden movie, and she, General Raiden, can also use it. What she can do now is that the current Thunderbolt General also has the ability to purify filth. If Thunder movie finds these things troublesome in the future, General Thunder will not mind coming out to purify these things. Anyway, when the time comes, Lei movie will still be able to reap benefits, and at the same time, this can be regarded as making up for Lei movie. After all, if he hadn't managed Dao's wife well, Lei Qianqiu didn't seem to have to make such a big sacrifice, even though this body was now his. By the way, after resurrecting Raiden Jin, you can also consider making a body for Raiden General. After thinking about it, Mu Yang reminded the Raiden movie again. Now that there are Raiden movies, there will be a Raiden Shin in the future, and it seems that another Raiden General would be good too. General. Hearing Mu Yang mention General Thunder and Lightning, Lei movie felt helpless for a while. The General's body itself is made of my body, which also makes the General's force very outstanding, but if he uses alchemy art of making the body, even if Kenria's technology is used, it is difficult to guarantee the General's strength. By then, the General's strength will most likely degrade to the level of the Son of God. This is not what Ray Movies wants. Regarding General Raiden, Lei Qianqing's mentality is also very complicated. Although the General has brought her a lot of trouble, fortunately, it is all within the acceptable range, and everything can be solved perfectly, right? Although the General's performance was not good enough, the other party had been working hard for the past 500 years. It was just that he, like himself, was not good at governing the country, so he was deceived. It's just that now, the General's role is not as great as before. She is destined to take over the body more in the future, and then the wear and tear problem can also be solved. If the General is always in a pure land, then the General seems to have lost his meaning, which is unfair to the general. But it won't work if you just give the general a weak body. Moreover, even if it is a body like that, it would be quite difficult to make it now. When the film was originally produced, Lay Movies used almost all of Inazuma's treasured materials. Inside, I don't need a strong body. General Lay Dian quickly reminded Lay Movie, the meaning of my existence is just for your pursuit of eternity. No, General, this is unfair to you, I will find a way. At this time, Lei Qianqian was also thinking about a lot of things. It is not impossible to obtain some precious materials. Most of them are actually the bodies of some demon gods. Although these things are precious, they are within the range of Thunder Movie. At worst, when the matter is resolved, he will run to the Dark Sea to hunt some demons. It may be difficult to find a perfect fit, but it is not impossible to find something that suits the general. The general has a soul now, why not use the omnipotent points to give it a try? Mu Yang said meaningfully to Lei Movie. Use points directly to create a body for the general. Lei Movie was immediately confused. Is this okay? Is this point so versatile? The ability to resurrect was actually obtained after I obtained your god's heart, although this ability is not particularly powerful now. But the points themselves are the embodiment of my power. The number of points is the amount of my power that can be used. Mu Yang chuckled and said, it's like you want to resurrect the thunder and lightning. Just the resurrection of consciousness is not a true resurrection. After gaining consciousness, she also needs a body. This is the embodiment of my current ability. Points can help the soul obtain the body that is most suitable for her. Since Raiden can truly obtain the body of a demon, why can't General Raiden obtain the body of a demon? Is this still possible? General, I will definitely make you a real demon. Although the body that best suits General Raiden will most likely be his own, Raiden still promised General Raiden. However, this should require many points, right? Chapter 123. According to my information, she is now desperate and has lost control, right? The partner she cooperates with is the court mage of Camria. No matter what kind of person he is still a Camria, and his hatred for the continent of Teyvat and the laws of heaven is constantly deepening. Moreover, will normal people join them in opposing the laws of nature? Mu Yang's rhetorical question directly silenced Lei Movies. Indeed, normal people would not think of resisting the laws of heaven, and even gods like Lei Qianqian would not dare to resist the laws of nature. But what Lei Qianqian didn't know was that there were some problems with Tianli now. Only later did she realize deeply that Tianli also liked her to rebel against the other party. What needs to be done? Ice God is not my opponent, but since the other party wants to resist the laws of heaven, besides the heart of God, there should be other preparations, right? 500 years have passed, and it would be impossible if the other party is not prepared at all. At this time, Lei Qianqian also began to worry. If the Winter Kingdom comes like Ken Raya, Lei Movie doesn't think that Teyvat continent can survive as before. After all, Mu Yang's Tianli's strength is still a bit weak for the time being. That's why it takes time. Don't forget the power I gave you. When you purify the power of the abyss and the resentment of the devil, I am also improving myself. Moreover, you can also improve your strength through this. I am confident that before they launch their plan, we are strong enough to deal with such a situation, and other gods are not impossible to fight for. Mu Yang looked at Sumi's position. Like the Thunder movie, Nahida also has someone she wants to resurrect. If he knew that King Dasi Shu could be resurrected, Na880 Zida would definitely become part of his plan. In the original plot, many of Nahida's choices were criticized by others, but in the confrontation with the skirmishers and doctors, Nahida actually showed her abilities as the god of wisdom. Even during this period it was carried as a badminton. But Nahida's performance was still very good. Her only flaw is that she is too kind and too immature, but there is no problem with this. As long as the Great Mercy Tree King is resurrected in the future, Nahida will also become a qualified god under the guidance of the Great Mercy Tree King. As for the Great Mercy Tree King and Nahida, will there be a feud over the position of the grass god? What kind of international joke are you kidding? In the eyes of the Great Ci Tree King, Nahida is considered her reincarnation. Even though she was resurrected later, Nahida is considered her daughter. There is no problem at all, right? There is no problem with the origin of the two, just like the relationship between Raiden Shin and Raiden Movie. The Great Ci Tree King will not compete with Nahida for the position of the grass god, and Sumi will even enter a situation where the two grass gods will rule together. At the same time, there is no need to worry about whether Nahida will be too holy and make some wise operations. King Dassi Tree shouldn't be that stupid, right? He should. As for Fontaine, we will see when the time comes. The main reason is that Mu Yang doesn't know much about Fontaine. Of course, if you can get the heart of the water god, Mu Yang will be greatly improved. So you need to slowly test the attitudes of other gods while cultivating our strength. Lei Jiakai showed a clear look. It would be good for you if we do this. Killing monsters, gag, also has points. Is there any benefit to killing the demon? Thinking of this, Lei Movie was eager to try again. On the other side of the Dark Sea, there are many demon gods who were defeated in the demon war. Many of them have been unconscious by the demon gods, and some have even fallen into the abyss. If you kill them, it should be good for you, right? I really don't know about this. Mu Yang fell into deep thought, and then watched the Lei Movie that he was eager to try, but stopped him and said, now is not the time, Xia Dao still has so many problems to solve. Moreover, at the world barrier, there are also a large number of monsters such as the Golden King Beast, gnawing at the boundaries of the world, trying to erode Teyvat. If possible, I still hope to deal with these monsters first. Although there is Esmed, just relying on her alone is not enough. After hearing this, Lei Qianqing also understood for a moment that those monsters were indeed the most troublesome. She said firmly to Mu Yang, after solving the problem of Dao wife and resurrecting my sister, I will protect you. Teyvat, don't refuse. This is natural. Mu Yang said with a smile as he sensed the other person's feelings. After learning about the method of resurrecting his sister, Lei Qianqing began to look different. Of course, there was no need to worry that General Lei and Lightning would jump out and cause trouble at this time. If it was just that Raiden wanted to destroy eternity, General Raiden would naturally stop him. He might even think that Raiden's real resurrection would be stopped by Raiden General. For Raiden General, the true resurrection of thunder and lightning is an act of destruction of eternity. This will bring about changes in thunder movies. At the same time, what thunder really pursues is a moment, not eternity. Thunder and lightning are truly exceptional. However, at this time, General Thunder will not come out to stop Thunder movie. In the face of heaven, eternity seems to be nothing. After all, only eternity can approach heaven. So what should you do if the law of heaven is in front of you? Of course, whatever heaven chooses to do, we do it. Although this may affect some of Inazuma's policies, General Raiden still has intentions. She also admits the mistakes she made before. That power can be used by Raiden movie and she, General Raiden, can also use it. What she can do now is that the current Thunderbolt General also has the ability to purify filth. If Thunder movie finds these things troublesome in the future, General Thunder will not mind coming out to purify these things. Anyway, when the time comes, Lei movie will still be able to reap benefits, and at the same time, this can be regarded as making up for Lei movie. After all, if he hadn't managed Dao's wife well, Lei Qiankai didn't seem to have to make such a big sacrifice, even though this body was now his. By the way, after resurrecting Raiden Jin, you can also consider making a body for Raiden General. After thinking about it, Mu Yang reminded the Raiden movie again. Now that there are Raiden movies, there will be a Raiden Shin in the future, and it seems that another Raiden General would be good too. General. Hearing Mu Yang mention General Thunder and Lightning, Lei movie felt helpless for a while. The General's body itself is made of my body, which also makes the General's force very outstanding, but if he uses alchemy art of making the body, even if Kenria's technology is used, it is difficult to guarantee the General's strength. By then, the General's strength will most likely degrade to the level of the Son of God. This is not what Ray Movies wants. Regarding General Raiden, Lei Qianqin's mentality is also very complicated. Although the General has brought her a lot of trouble, fortunately, it is all within the acceptable range, and everything can be solved perfectly, right? Although the General's performance was not good enough, the other party had been working hard for the past 500 years. It was just that he, like himself, was not good at governing the country, so he was deceived. It's just that now, the General's role is not as great as before. She is destined to take over the body more in the future, and then the wear and tear problem can also be solved. If the General is always in a pure land, then the General seems to have lost his meaning, which is unfair to the General. But it won't work if you just give the General a weak body. Moreover, even if it is a body like that, it would be quite difficult to make it now. When the film was originally produced, Lei Movies used almost all of Inazuma's treasured materials. Inside, I don't need a strong body. General Lei Dian quickly reminded Lei Movie, the meaning of my existence is just for your pursuit of eternity. No, General, this is unfair to you, I will find a way. At this time, Lei Qianqian was also thinking about a lot of things. It is not impossible to obtain some precious materials. Most of them are actually the bodies of some demon gods. Although these things are precious, they are within the range of Thunder Movie. At worst, when the matter is resolved, he will run to the Dark Sea to hunt some demons. It may be difficult to find a perfect fit, but it is not impossible to find something that suits the general. The general has a soul now, why not use the omnipotent points to give it a try? Mu Yang said meaningfully to Lei Movie. Use points directly to create a body for the general. Lei Movie was immediately confused. Is this okay? Is this point so versatile? The ability to resurrect was actually obtained after I obtained your god's heart, although this ability is not particularly powerful now. But the points themselves are the embodiment of my power. The number of points is the amount of my power that can be used. Mu Yang chuckled and said, it's like you want to resurrect the thunder and lightning. Just the resurrection of consciousness is not a true resurrection. After gaining consciousness, she also needs a body. This is the embodiment of my current ability. Points can help the soul obtain the body that is most suitable for her. Since Raiden can truly obtain the body of a demon, why can't General Raiden obtain the body of a demon? Is this still possible? General, I will definitely make you a real demon. Although the body that best suits General Raiden will most likely be his own, Raiden still promised General Raiden. However, this should require many points, right? Chapter 125. Coral Palace. Xinhai was dumbfounded, is there such a thing? I punished myself, but gave myself the position of acting head of the family. Is this a reward or a punishment? Or, from the perspective of General Thunder, her perspective on things is different from that of humans like them? In General Leiden's mind, giving you a very high status and official position is actually punishing you? Fortunately, Lei Movie did not make Coral Palace Xinhai more confused, but patiently explained, the head of the family, Iragi Shinsuk, and most of the other families were involved in previous cases of collusion with the fools. This has resulted in the implementation of the determination being almost paralyzed and requiring a large number of manpower to restore it. For you, this is both an opportunity and a challenge. Later, you may need to face the work of a dozen or even dozens of people. This is your punishment. Of course, if you can't do it well. Coral Gong Xinhai panicked instantly. She understood what Lei Qianqian meant and said quickly, General, Coral Gong Xinhai will definitely do this well? Underscore. She knew that if she didn't do this well, Haiji Island might still be settled by Thunder General Chu Ho for the June 13 incident. After all, although those high-level officials have been dealt with, the rebels who participated in the Haiji Island army are also a hidden danger. General Raiden is also a rebel. If General Thunder and Lightning were to liquidate, these people would not be able to escape. This is what Coral Palace Xinhai doesn't want to see. Therefore, even if he has to face a lot of work, Coral Palace Xinhai said that he can persevere. Well, do a good job, I'm optimistic about you, Dao wife needs talents like you. Seeing Coral Palace Xinhai's understanding, Lei Keqing nodded slightly, I allow you to arrange for some people from Coral Palace to enter the survey and carry out the work, this is also a good thing for you. Of course, you should know what the bottom line is. The Iragi family can disappear, and so can you. Thank you, General. Coral Gong Xinhai was not dissatisfied. Instead, he felt that this was a good thing for Coral Palace. At least he could ensure that Haiji Island would be treated equally. The appointment and implementation is responsible for national taxation and finance. It does not provide special preferential treatment to Haiji Island, but it guarantees equal treatment. There is no problem in thinking about it. Perhaps the shogun is doing this to allow Kaijijima to better integrate into Inajima. Thinking of this, Hualuz Hixinhai was also deeply moved. It was clear that he had been arranged, but he did not have to die, and the lives of the people on Haiji Island would also be guaranteed in the future. Although he would have to work harder in the future, in the eyes of Coral Palace Xinhai, it was all worth it. This General of Thunder and Lightning is not as unkind as the rumors say. Perhaps this is also related to a big problem in the implementation of the plan. But no matter what, she, Coral Palace Xinhai, was the one who benefited. At this time, Coral Palace Xinhai also recognized Lei's movie a little more. Kamizato Ayaka, you first take the Coral Palace Heartsea to the outlying island to take over the affairs. During this period, you may need your help. Then Lei Movie looked at Kamisato Ayaka again and said. The reward for Kamisato Ayaka has been determined, and now the entire Ina wife already knows that Kamisato Ayaka is the genuine white egret princess. Even though Kamisato Ayaka does not have an official position in Inajima, her status is quite high. Even now Kamisato Ayaka is half a rank higher than her brother, Kamisato Ayato, the head of the clan. Letting Kamisato Ayaka stand up for Coral Palace Heartsea is the best choice. It is impossible to let Kamisato Ayana and Yae Kamiko do it, right? Yes. Kamisato Ayaka agreed quickly. She still has a good impression of Coral Palace Zinhai. As the leader of Haiji Island, there is no doubt about Coral Palace Zinhai's ability. In the previous wars, Coral Palace Zinhai continuously defeated the shogunate. I believe that letting Coral Palace Zinhai be the head of the clan can help the clan recover and even help Dejima's economy get better and better. The biggest problem in Coral Palace Zinhai now is the lack of manpower. Others don't recognize her highly. After all, she is just an outsider. The general asked him to take Coral Palace Zinhai there just to resolve this matter. After Kamisato Ayaka left with Coral Palace Zinhai, Lei Movie asked Mu Yang, do you think she can do a good job in this position? It will be done well. Mu Yang said without hesitation, in terms of ability, Inajima, except Ye Shenzi, no one can be her opponent now. She had a soft-hearted problem before, but this time, she did solve a large number of cancers on Haiji Island and completed the explanation you asked for. Now she is indeed capable of doing that position well. That's good. Lei Qianqing nodded with satisfaction. She was really worried that Coral Palace Zinhai would be like Shinsuke Iragi before, and then Inajima's economy would really not be able to recover. Wait a minute, Maple Harem Manyo is coming, I hope he won't disappoint me. Reikage then continued. There are really too few talents in Deizama now, which gives Lei Movies a headache. Sora was temporarily sent out by her. After all, there were some problems with Solo in the past. Originally, Suo Luo should be the most suitable person to serve as the head of the family, but now is not the time. Even if Lei Movie can be true to his word, the emotions of the people of Deo wife must be taken care of. After the matter is over, Suo Luo can come back. Within Tianling's practice, the young man named Liu Yanhizo is quite good, but in the eyes of Lei Movie, he does not have the ability to become the head of Tianling's practice, at least not for the time being. The other party is just very capable and very smart, but has not yet reached the point where he can look at him differently. Therefore, Lei Movie only promoted Liu Yanhizang, but had no intention of making him the head of the family. This position is vacant for the time being, but it may not be impossible for Sarah to fill it in the future. During this time, by the side of Mu Yang and Ye Shenzi, Lei Movie did learn a lot. Sometimes, Lei Qianqian herself would check the information in the chat group, such as the historical information on the Blue Star. She felt that the historical information was very interesting and of great reference significance to her. Maple Harem Manyo? I came here with him before. Relatively speaking, he is more like a prodigal. It's a little difficult to make him work honestly, but if you let him be responsible for going to the sea, there will be no problem. After all, there will definitely be a fleet of ships to transport Dao's wife and Liu in the future, and you can't expect that Liu will be responsible for all transportation, right? Lei Qianqing also nodded slightly when he heard this. In fact, Inajima's shipbuilding industry is also very developed, but because of her previous lockdown order, the shipbuilding industry was almost abolished. It seems good to get a fleet out. She does have a lot of food that needs to be imported. Fortunately, Daezu also has a lot of good things here, such as weapons. The weapons forged by Daezu are in short supply outside. This can be sold for a lot of money. At the same time, there are many local specialties in Inajima, which can be sold at high prices outside. In a short period of time, these resources will be enough to meet Dao's wife's food needs. After that, it was necessary for Lei Qianqian, a technology giant, to drive the development of Daezu's technology. She was worried that if Daezu ran at full strength, she would be wiped out by the laws of heaven like Kenria. But now Lei Movie is not afraid, Tianli is his partner, and as long as he doesn't study the power of the abyss and the earth's veins, he will be fine. The most important thing is that Lei Movie feels that Mu Yang still likes him very much. Except for some special little habits that make Lei Movie a little speechless, such as liking to use her scabbard to do some things, and letting her wear high-quality silk and so on. And others she said it was really good. Looking at Mu Yang, who had put his head on his lap and pillow at some point, Lei Qian felt soft in his heart, maybe this kind of eternity is not bad. As for those who want to resist the laws of heaven, kill them all. After an unknown amount of time, under the leadership of Okikazu, Maple Harem Manyo was brought over, and with him came Baidu, who was worried about Maple Harem Manyo. After all, Maple Harem Manyo was still a wanted criminal of Inajima. Although the wanted order was later cancelled, the national lockdown order and the eye hunt order were also cancelled. But there is no guarantee that the Raiden General will not do something. Baidu Hao 3.7 is also a red-top businessman from Liu, and is closely related to Ning Guang. He came to Dao Wife specifically to transport goods for Dao Wife. She felt that she might have a little face, so she begged Leiden the General can let Maple Harem Manyo go. After all, Maple Harem Manyo had been on his ship and was considered her younger brother. As the eldest sister and a loyal person, it was naturally impossible for her to ignore Maple Harem Manyo. But when Baidu came to the castle tower, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this man with his head on General Thunder's lap Mu Yang? This is not the time when General Thunder and Lightning chops off the opponent's head and puts it on his lap, but alive. At this time, Baidu also thought of the gossip between Keqing, Ning Guang, and Mu Yang. Good guy, really good guy. Not long after arriving at Daozu, Mu Yang was already having S*X with General Thunder. Is he the number one scumbag in Teyvat? If Keqing and Ning Guang knew about this, they would probably burst into tears, right? But who is Mu Yang? Why can he be favored by General Thunder? Could it be that this is really the King of Rocks, D? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.